Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the 7th Annual Unleashed, the show where you send in your original musical compositions and get them critiqued on the air. That's right, you expose your soft, vulnerable underbelly to the whole world. And I tell you, you suck and you have no talent and you will die broken, alone, and forgotten in a ditch like a miserable swine. My name is Mike Verta, and before we begin eviscerating tonight's composers, let's talk about why we actually do this. The reason is, of course, so that we get better. That's why. There's no other reason. And as I say every year, I truly believe that we're only as good as the harshest criticism we're willing to hear. I mean, that's just the nature of it. But the problem is that if we're doing music right, it's personal. It's a personal expression. We're putting ourselves out into the world. So a criticism of the music is going to feel personal. It's not. Tonight, we're not working on you. This is not about you and your ego. Tonight, we're working on your tools. That's what we're doing. It's just your tools. We're going to sharpen some of them. We're going to give you some new ones. If you're using the wrong tool for the job, we're going to tell you. So your job is to separate your ego tonight. Make a decision. Do you want to feel good or do you want to be good? You kind of got to pick one. Believe me, keep the people around in your life that love everything you do. They keep you, positive when you have doubts. But sooner or later, if you really want to have control and command of your skills, you got to work on the skills. That's what we're working on tonight. So your job is to take a breath, just relax, don't worry about it. My job is to pull no punches, is to tell you the things nobody in your life's going to tell you because they don't want to hurt your feelings. Well, I don't want to hurt your feelings either, which is why if I give you a criticism tonight, I guarantee two things. It's going to be specific, and I'm going to tell you how to fix it, at least how I think you should fix it, so that way you go away with something. Now, we've had people do this every year, and I hear submissions get better and better every year. So I know if you take this stuff to heart and really listen, you will have more command over your music. And ultimately, that just means how much control you have over your musical life, whether you're a pro or you do this for a hobby. And ultimately, if the point of music is a language, which I believe it is, to communicate things to people, things we can't say in words, well, then this increases your ability to speak. It increases your ability to bring your thoughts and your feelings from in here and bring them out into the world. So that's what we're working on. How do we make that bridge stronger and shorter and more efficient? And we're doing things a little different this year because in previous years, a lot of composers get tripped up under production. And I've said in the promo for this, production is hugely important. You can't not have production in your music in 2021. The issue is that a lot of times we try to substitute sounds for actual development. So the story we're telling actually goes nowhere. Sometimes it doesn't go literally anywhere. It's just like an opening sentence that just gets repeated 100 times. And we have to keep finding ways to dress it up to keep it interesting. But if the sentence wasn't even that interesting to start with, this puts a huge burden on us. How do you keep people listening to a boring sentence for 3 straight minutes? So instead, we focus on having more to say and more interesting ways to say it to improve our grammar and our syntax and our vocabulary. And then ultimately to put the burden on what we have to say to the world, how we're bringing our life experiences and our emotions and all the places that we're supposed to go as musicians. We're supposed to go into all the dark corners and recesses of the human experience and equation and package them and present them to the world in ways that are more palatable and interesting and worth exploring. That's kind of our job. So we have to work on this, and so we're going to listen to only piano pieces tonight. And honestly, I didn't know how many submissions we were going to get because that makes the challenge a lot harder. You can't hide when your pieces are only on piano. I just looked first time I looked in the thing. There's over 100 pieces in here. That's so awesome. So what we will do is, after the show's wrapped, I'll timestamp them in the description so you can go back and find them later. Submission, somebody's asking if they can still submit. Yeah, but don't count on it. Right now, consider it closed because otherwise I could be here forever. I don't want to be here forever. I was 17 hours last time. It took so much out of me, we didn't do it for a year. Anyway, But we'll see. I mean, the first few pieces, fairly or unfairly, usually get a little bit more time because we're identifying things that all the pieces will be judged by. And I think you'll find that out as we go. That at its core, making a connection with people, especially people who have Western ears, really trades in on a few comfortable, recognizable, relatable patterns, vocabularies, words, syntaxes, things you'll recognize. And the degree to which we either satisfy or frustrate those has a lot to do with how we connect with our audience. So, that being said, tonight's show is, well, it's not sponsored by Stranahan's. It's sponsoring Stranahan's. I know they could do with some money, so I'm drinking some Stranahan's Diamond Peak tonight. And you're welcome to. Drink them if you got them. This is a judgment-free zone. Judgment-free. And if you believe that, then you know nothing about my brand. Speaking of judgments, let's get to it. Now, comments or questions are, I got the chat roll in front of me, but you can count on the fact that if I'm talking to the composer and doing stuff, it's going to scroll right by. So don't ask your big questions if you can tell I'm really not looking. And the longer we go, the less I'll probably be paying attention to anything because of the Stranahan's. All right, so the first piece tonight, now I'll tell you what the title is. I'll just tell you what it is, because some people put their name in it, some people don't, but if you know, you know. All right, so our first piece here, it was in a folder called Something Spring. The file itself is called Sam Allen. So this could be Sam Allen's piece. So let's see here. Let's see what we got. Oh, yeah? But you left your pedal out. I want that note. Okay. Oh. I should tell you something. Okay. Okay. I got you. Okay. All right, I'm just gonna stop you. It's okay. And by the way, that doesn't mean anything. Although maybe I will tell you when I lose interest, just because maybe you should know that. Okay, this is actually a great piece to start with, and the reason is because it immediately brings into question things that we already know from the beginning. The very first notes that we put out start to tell people pretty much everything about the piece. They tell us the general tonality of it and the general structure of it. They tell us the tempo of it. They even tell us in a large way, how forceful we're delivering the message. To the composer, just remembering from the beginning of the piece, I would say you started out in this kind of something. You're hitting it kind of big right off the top. For a piece like this that's really simple, there's nothing, whatever it is, there's no reason to give yourself some room. Give yourself some orchestral room, orchestrational room. And in fact, I noticed you tried to get even bigger at the end, which was louder. And so that may be your assumption is that's what you do. You get louder and louder and louder. And the truth is that louder and louder and louder doesn't make it more epic. It makes it more boring. It's dissonance and consonance which makes things epic. But let's continue on your piece here. People cannot help but try to put your piece into the huge encyclopedia of all pieces they've ever heard in their lives. They can't help it. They will do it whether you want them to or not. You just have little fifths going on here in your bottom, right? And this is, I don't know if you did this on purpose, but if you had outlined a third, as soon as you got to, say you had done this, it was a C major chord, and your second note was an F, you'd have crashed into that. Right? So you're dancing around the major, and plus you've already told us it's a suspension kind of thing. That's sus2, C sus2, C sus4. So you've got your open fifths. But even though you played your melody note, every brain in the universe went, because we've heard that a billion trillion times. And without you explicitly telling us it was something other than that, you're not fulfilling an expectation. I'm not even going to tell you if that's bad or good, because that's kind of up to you. But I can tell you that on some level, every time you frustrate somebody's expectation, you start to disconnect with an audience. And the reason everybody's thinking that is because this, I mean, we've heard this a billion times. So if you go anywhere near that, whether you intend that or not, that's what people are thinking. So it begs the question, why am I not confirming that we speak the same language? We're on the same page. I know what you think I'm going to do, and I'm going to do that. So now we're really connected. So you might get some more strength in your connection out of explicitly giving that to the audience. Okay, same thing. You didn't express it. I can tell you, by the way, if you'd even done the octave, notice how it strengthens it. If you wanted to say, listen, I want to keep in the suspension world, but your one, just this is sort of an orchestrational thing, but your ninth up here, as a rule, composers, the strongest, meatiest part of chords is right here in the middle of the keyboard. Okay, if you don't know me saying this, this is true. You really want a chord to resonate, you're in this range. You get way up here, it is hard to identify what chord that is. What chord is that? It's hard to, you can look, I guess, and cheat, but it's hard to tell that's an E major. Hard to tell down here, it's an E major. Right here, that's an E major, even here. This whole octave plus is where your chords resonate. So, funny enough, as you're playing your tonic here, this C has more power than this D. It just does. On piano, and this is true in almost any orchestrational sense. So if you're trying to get that ninth, and it'll justify that chord more. But again, you could have expressly filled out that chord. It's a personal choice, but I wonder if you made that choice. Okay, so again, we're going to go into our database. Every brain in the audience, as soon as you did this A flat, somewhere in their brain went, or some version of that. Because we've heard that a billion times. And this is just how people work. So you gave us a B natural. Now, some of why you may have been able to muscle through that is because you're not specifically outlining that chord. So you're leaving this up to the audience to figure out how they resolve in their brain all the missing pieces in this. Now, I can tell you, and here's where now you can start getting into an issue. If you had specifically said, oh, we're going to push you from A flat major to A flat minor, then you're actually setting up people for an E flat tonic. Well, I didn't mean that. I was trying to get back to C. I understand. So you ended up here. A little clumsy because, first of all, that's just not in the lexicon. Again, not bad or good, but nobody's counting on that, and their attention is going to be focused on trying to resolve what you just did. So in a situation like this, where you're going to break the expectation that hard, that early, it's going to benefit you to expressly say what you did. There's a couple things you can do. You can go to the E flat minor, or A flat minor there. You can also let that become, instead of where you were in A flat, you're in A flat, you can also let that become an inverted E major. Got that? It's a little clumsy. There's another thing you can do. But you could also... If you want to get back to C, that's just that's a vocabulary you might not have had. There's other ways to do it. But my point is that without you expressly deciding whether that was A flat minor or E major, your people's brains are going to work on it and try to figure out what it is, and it ultimately makes your forcing that G sus clumsy. All right. So you just dropped the pedal here, and this to me screams of you were trying to move development, didn't do it harmonically, and so you changed the sound. Now, given those two pieces of evidence, so far, I'm being so harsh on you, but given those two pieces of evidence, you need to have more harmonic vocabulary, because what you just tried to do is what I call vertical development, change the sound. You didn't know how to do it on one piano, so you dropped the pedal. And it ends up sounding kind of quirky. Now, that's the end of your piece. I thought it was the end of your piece. Sounds like a sixth, too. Thank you from the Armada Room. So tonics are beginnings and endings. And unless you lead us out of that tonic, you went to... Where'd you go? I did not expect it. Okay. So, without getting into a huge prolonged discussion about why, next time consider A minor or E minor. Consider E minor or A minor as your B section for your C piece here. I'm sure I'll end up talking about why for more, but let's go on. Okay, so let me just get your chords here. Okay, so you don't have to relate your B section ideas, motifs, themes to A sections. But any time that you do create a bridge, then you stop it from feeling like we're in some other piece, which in this case we really do because you so clearly dumped out on the tonic and didn't lead us to a B section. Where nothing led us there. And so as soon as you're on that point, people just check out. I literally thought you were done. But let's look at what you did with your idea here in the B section. Boy, everybody's brain wanted that, I'm telling you that. I'm just giving you options. I don't remember your melody, but that's what I do. And I'm only saying, I'm just giving you an option in terms of when things, when we find ourselves using chords over and over again, and you'd gone from here, you'd sort of done your G minor to A flat trick, then your other thing to do to stop it from sounding repetitious is go ahead and keep inverting your chord tones. So if you start here, maybe your second time is, or maybe your third time is, rather than keep staying on your chord tone. Let me hear what you actually did in your melody. What does that mean? What does that mean? Save that for it's a passing tone. Save it. You're okay. Whatever it is. Save it as a passing tone. It is a passing tone. And to hang out on that like that is just kind of unusual. So, yeah. I mean, you can keep that pattern going. You got a nice little pattern there, girl. Don't be bogged down by the idea that every single thing you have to do is original. It doesn't. It's more valuable to do things which are familiar and connect you with your audience, and then once you've established that connection, to give them something new and something different and trade in on that. But we are pattern recognition machines by design. So if you set up a pattern, we are now going to follow that pattern. We're going to find it. I was talking to somebody last night about the idea that that it doesn't matter what the pattern is. If you say to an audience, they have no idea what's next, but if you make your piece about, on some level, as dissonant as that is, people's brains relax. Okay, I get it. I don't know what that's about, or I like it or I don't like it, but I know what it is. I know what it is. So we're going to do that. Your audience is going to do that. So if you've set up a pattern, have a pretty good reason for breaking it, okay? No, it was a midi-air. It was a midi-air. Okay, well, it was also a passing tone. Somebody said you're missing the rhythmic center in the B section. Agreed. But also, some of it is that you're literally always implying chords. You're always implying them, and you're almost never expressly saying them. Very different. The chords will fill out the rest of the picture. If your melody doesn't contain, your melody and your bass notes don't contain the tonic and the third, people's brains are going to spend all this time trying to figure out what they are. So you'd be wise to expressly give that to them. And you repeat what you do here at the end and you get louder. That's fine, but what's better is to be able to move the story forward. And you can do this in this particular piece with something that simple, with expressly changing those chords that you're implying with that melody note, or modulating to a different key. To know what those options are, to build your vocabulary, you've got to listen outside your comfort zone. You've got to listen to people who speak with vocabularies you don't hear on the street every day. That's how you do it. If you want to learn a language, if you're only talking to people who don't speak very well, you're not going to speak very well. But if you expose yourself to people with a wider vocabulary and more interesting ways of speaking, you can begin to absorb those and incorporate them into your own speech patterns. So for you, push out, venture out, so that you have other ideas for what to do with a simple idea, and also take your ideas and flesh out those chords so that they're not implied, but they're deliberate. You can always make them, you can always obfuscate them, but you have to know what they really are, and it has to be a choice. All right. Okay. Thank you. You took the first hit. Thank you, Sam, for that. Next one is called My Window's Too Small, so I can't read the title. Composition in F sharp minor. Oh, God. F sharp minor. Who writes in F sharp minor? I don't. Free to play it. Whoever has composition in F sharp minor, your file is corrupt and will not play. Please resubmit it. I'll put you to the top of the queue. The one after this is called Home by John Kay. I'm just going to say John Kay. It's like it's Alcoholics Anonymous or something. John Kay. Okay, John Kay. Let's hear what you did with Home. Oh, yeah? Okay. We're okay. We're listening. We have no idea where this is going. We're just going to stay here for a second. Okay? Well, that sounded like okay, so that's a cadence. We all breathed for a second there. We're pretty chords, but this is the first moment we all just took a breath. Okay, there's something we recognize. There's a little cadence in there. It almost doesn't matter. If once you hit a cadence, it could be anything. And people's brains are okay. So I don't know if you're doing that on purpose, but I think you started your piece, and we let me hear. Like that. Okay. In a lot of ways, if you start a piece with something that disorienting, which can be totally cool and fine, why not? But the point is that we also aren't connected to you yet, because we've never seen any of that coming, and we're not sure if you're actually setting up a tonal setter or not. So all we're doing at this point, do I know there's reverb on my voice? That's because it's the voice of God. Actually, I forgot that there's reverb on my voice. So I can't tell you to what degree you should or should not alienate your audience. And I'm using that word dramatically. I don't really mean that. But I mean where we're not with you yet. We're not with you. I can't tell you if you did it on purpose, but just in case you didn't know, we ain't with you yet. And we're going to be with you deceptively because we're going to latch on to anything that sounds like a cadence or anything that gives us a clear tonal center. We're going to latch onto it for better or worse. And then we're going to start judging you by it. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Right. Was that you just redeciding? Wait. Yeah, okay. So I think we should make these pieces available because I think all sorts of people would benefit from just cribbing your chords so that they can learn this much wider vocabulary of chords. And who's to say there's something wrong with never allowing your audience to center? It becomes atmospheric, because you can't center on a piece like this that is essentially just floating around and modulating and will throw you a bone of a tonic every once in a while to make you breathe. But clearly you are not interested in hand-holding us from moment to moment. I can't criticize that. Only you know if that's absolutely intentional. Could you have taken all of these pretty chords and extensions? Could you have done them? I suspect you could, but I don't know. Could you have taken them and served them up and given us a Christmas tune out of it and then gone off with it? Because if you can't, that's the thing to do. So that they're not just quasi-random expressions of cool turnarounds and chords, but they structurally can grip an audience. That's the skill set. You have to be able to do that competently and consistently in order to abandon that for any length of time. So somebody said I don't hear a compositional center in this piece. I don't think there is one beyond it's a vibe, and the piece is called Home, and so maybe that's the idea. It's just sort of reflections on a general thing. But you'd be surprised, how desperately people still want to understand what you're saying. Even if every individual sentence fragment is sort of interesting on itself and it goes from place to place, it's very hard to divorce people from wanting to know what the hell you're talking about. And that's ultimately that's the liability of an exploration like this. And it sounds largely improvised, but I don't know. All I can tell you is that, is that I can feel my brain desperately trying, like, let me know what's coming. It's like it's amazing how well. Okay, boy, that little thing right there. Gotcha. Right. Sure. There you go. So did you just decide, or did you find this? This is the part where your dad beat you a lot at home. But that's where you got your scars and became an interesting person. So kind of a little six there. So my critique of the piece is kind of largely determined by how intentional that was. At the end there, and like I said, at the end there, you were in for more familiar territory. And don't misunderstand, it does not mean that our pieces are always supposed to just retread familiar paths. It means that those familiar paths are usually the path to the strongest initial connection with our audience, and it builds confidence in the relationship that we have with them. When we give them something that they know is familiar. There's nothing original about that, but there's an important connection that happens between an audience and a piece of music like that when they're like, okay, I understand, I know where I am, I'm oriented. So then when you start throwing them curveballs, they will follow you. They can much more easily follow you because they have faith and confidence in you. If you start a piece, at some point, people just go, what are you talking about? Only you know, and only you need to know if that's intentional. You obviously have a vocabulary. Consider hand-holding those simple men among us through your exploration a little bit, even an atmospheric exploration. That is my critique of that piece. And again, you know, I'm not a big fan of the idea that atmospheric. I know there's times where atmospheric is deliberately astructural. I also know people use it to cover a lot of sins. You know, it's not supposed to, you're not supposed to know where you are. Yeah, well, can you make me clear on where I am? Because there are great examples. You know what's a good example about this? John Williams reference number 1 is that sequence in Superman where he goes into space or whatever the fuck. Like he like puts the crystal in and somehow he's in space for like 11 years or something, 12 years or something. And his dad's talking to him about the universe. It's big like montage. There's just star matter going by, and there's this floaty music, esoteric floaty music. If you actually just listen to that music on its own, it's completely atmospheric and totally structural. It tells a completely cohesive, internally structured story and is entirely vibe-based. It's a masterful example of what we're talking about. So somebody said, I like the composer's vocabulary. I'm not confident I understand what he's saying exactly, and that's the point. So, yeah, you can do a shot every John Williams reference every time I say vertical. Those are, you will be, you know, and the reason look, you know, John came up at a time where this kind of vocabulary was far more common, and the language was more sophisticated, and people learned to express ideas in more interesting ways. They had more tricks up their sleeve, for lack of a better term, modulations and structural games, whatever you want to call them, techniques. And so they just had a lot more at their disposal for expressing ultimately simple ideas. And that's sort of the holy grail. Very simple ideas, but we have a nearly limitless number of ways to express it. All right. What do we got? Good piece, thank you. Marvin, Glimmer of Hope. Okay. That's a B section. We'll get to that in a minute. Okay. Wait, we didn't hear this. No, no. This is just another piece doing this. Okay, that's cool. Okay. So, we talked to reference number 2 to the common vocabulary. The point of an intro is to get people connected into your world, right? They're in some other world, and you want to bring them into your world. And generally, the less familiar that world, the more you have to handhold them from their current reality into your reality. On a piece like this, where that is so familiar, you almost don't need an intro. You certainly don't need like 8 bars of it or whatever that was to get people up to speed with major 1 sus 2 4 sus 2. Like that's not, you don't need, it's just you're just eating up time. And such that when you got to like the 4th one, I thought you were going to go to the, I thought it was in fact, you know, we all know all the places this sort of thing would go, but instead that all turned out to be an intro to or something. I'll find out what it is. So you might just get us into it. You might just get it, or 1 bar. Something like that. Now, your structure. Let's get your melody. So that was like 20 seconds, by the way. That was like, that's, what does YouTube say? You have 5 seconds to get people's attention? You don't need 20 seconds to get us into it. We get it. Remember my first comment about expressly filling up the chords? You are. There it is. Versus, you're actually filling it out. And that's good. We know for sure you meant that. Something like that. Yeah. All right, let me help you here a little bit. Just an option. You added a bar in our structure. We're used to 4 and 2 bar stuff. Let me just get a look at this. You could have done this so that you could save the. See what I'm saying? Just an idea. But structurally wise, there's just, you're adding an extra bar in there, extra couple of beats. You can do this. Right. Right. Did you actually do what I suggest? Okay. Okay. And then you went back to, for your B section. Right. Why? Why not just stay there? I don't know what you do, but you're okay. You don't have to tonic us out. Just move us on. Because with a piece this simple and with a structure this simple, we're ready for it anyway. And we know what the tonic is very clearly. You're not having a cadence issue. As soon as you did that modulation, you could have just kept going. But a very Goldsmith thing to do. Okay, now you're in B flat, which is cool. You can totally do that. So you moved the whole thing down a key. I wonder if you did that because you weren't sure how to get back to C from where you were. I wonder. Also, in your B section here, I wonder if you did something that happens to me a lot, which is I hear things in my head and I can't always tell at first if they're melodic or if they're answers to the melody. Let me show you what I'm talking about. You get to your D flat here. Yeah, you just stay here. You know, you're and now you're doubling it, right? Maybe a bridge to doing that when you get up to there is to do this. Stay with your pattern. Now you went to, but once you're here, I'll just give you this, a little piece of vocabulary. You got D flat, you can always do this. You can put that D flat right over the G. So if you wanted to get back to, so that's just a thing. I don't know if you got boxed in, but that's totally cool. You can do that. You can even brute force it like that. You can do that one too. That's another one you could do. Or these are all variations on the theme, but if you wanted to stay in that C, that was an option. But when you set up that pattern, whatever it is, was that somebody else's piece? Sorry. Anyway, so you have a couple of options there if you didn't want to get boxed into that modulation back to B flat. Otherwise, you know, going to B flat is perfectly fine. And again, you're changing the whole idea. So, you know, there's no reason to break your pattern on this. You had a perfectly good idea. If it was going to be, go ahead and do it. I mean, don't take this the wrong way. In fact, it's a compliment. There's nothing original in this idea anyway. This is a very comfortable place. We've all heard it a billion times. That's actually a positive. If that's all we do, then we have the liability of disappearing into the ether with all the other billions of people who've done it. But when we're talking to each other, you do not have an expectation on me for every word I'm saying to be a new word. That would fatigue you and bore you. And you can predict a lot of what I'm going to say because you've heard English spoken a million times. That's not a liability. It's only a liability if I never have anything interesting to say or any unique way to say it or anything new to think about. Then it's a liability. Otherwise, the rest of this time, I'm using the same boring words we always use. So if you're in a situation in which you're not necessarily saying something profound, then say it in a way that's very comfortable and orienting. And make that connection with your audience strong. And then you can decide how much you want to change it up. But you started a little pattern there. It's not even that long a B section, and you threw it out halfway. There's no real reason to do that. It's not taking your piece from run-of-the-mill to brilliant. It's just not. So you're not getting any real return on that, okay? All right. Now we're a minute 44 into this piece. I can just tell you, I'm kind of done. I'm done, but you are nowhere near the end of this piece. So we're going to let this run and see. Maybe you got a whole thing waiting for us. Let's see. Okay. Sure. Sure. And now I'm suggesting, I'm going to predict that you're going to start doing some chord playing. You either waited too long or you need to modulate us into a new thing, because keeping that same tonal center is actually stealing the thunder from what you're about to do. When you have something that simple, like I said, the liability, if there is one, is that it also will get boring quickly. Yeah, we know what you're saying. You've said it like 15 times now. In fact, you spent 20 seconds warming us up to it, and we understood you from chord 2. So if you want to do this and start getting into another thing, you can bring it in early. We got you. Have a little more faith in your audience. A minute 44 on a very simple idea is probably a minute past what you needed to do. That's just a... Right. This is essentially vertical development. You're dressing up how you're saying it. Yeah, you're dressing up how you're saying it and not what you're saying. That's vertical development. That's the definition of it. That doesn't count. That does not take us to a new place. It's a different way of serving up the same idea, and the idea isn't that strong. Not this strong. You might have, maybe that's one version of the piece, but that doesn't count as a development. Kind of random. Now, I'm actually going to stop here. One thing I can tell you, I actually do this very thing sometimes to test my own melodies, is see how they survive without an orienting bass note. I just sometimes do that. whatever it is. I'll test that. And if I find the melody is truly not strong when it's all by itself and doesn't have an orienting thing, that'll usually send me toward revising the melody. So I think even when you present it in this orchestral context, it revealed that the melody itself needs some work. You got a first idea, but without actually something else to orient it, it's having a little hard time staying interesting on its own. I really applaud. I know what you're doing, and this is exactly how you do it. You're doing it exactly correctly. You've got to just venture out and try these different chords and do these things, and you're going to take baby steps. You're not suddenly going to be in the world of extensions and super complex modulations. So I don't want to discourage what you're doing here, because you're doing it exactly how you're supposed to do it. Start playing into these worlds, and here you're dipping your toes into that pool, and so you'll get some right and you'll get some wrong. Some will be random and some will be good, but believe me when I tell you, this is exactly how you do this. But beware, somewhere in your brain you're still thinking about moving more sounds than chords. And of course you are, because if you, of the two, I bet you can think of 20 different ways to repackage how you say this, but you might only have 2 ideas for how to actually develop on the idea, how to build on your theme. Just like giving a speech or writing a paper. You've got a thesis, but you don't just literally keep restating the thesis louder, and then now I said it quiet, now I said it through a fucking filter. No. You gotta, we get your thesis, now build on it, now go out with it. See what I'm saying? So, again, same recommendation as for an earlier composer. Listen outside your comfort zone. Listen outside your comfort zone. But overall, somebody said, I think that these pieces are generally like more useful than years past. I 100% agree. So far, we have not spent any time really just listening to a production. All you guys are putting your music on the line. I cannot tell you how encouraging this is. And I told you, this is going to lay shit bare, absolutely bare. So you know exactly what you need to work on. And if you're not clear about what to work on, ask me and I will be clear. Good. This was good. This was good. You just have to have more to say. You got to listen to people who know more than you. Don't we all? Good job. All right, what do we got here? The Reckoning. Oh, God, The Reckoning. What was wrong with the E? Great example of the fact that whatever key you're in. Great example of whatever you do, people will find the pattern in it, even if it's not one that's typical. Right, that's what you're doing. That's not like a normal thing, but you establish the pattern. Oh no, I mean this. I mean this. I mean D minor to D flat minor. I mean that. And so it becomes its own orienting thing, such that that becomes our orienting center for when you started doing this descending thing and we were just like, okay, hanging on. When you brought us back to that concept, we were oriented again. It all becomes relative. We're hanging. Classic development. Right? This is exactly how you do this. in terms of keeping people connected in a truly, it's like being in a storm. The way you offer them a port is everything that he's doing at least twice. Everything. Because it clearly states a pattern and makes it intentional. And it's a psychological connection with the audience. You start to think, okay, well, he means this. I'm just going to hang out. And you will hang on to any pattern you can find. So in every one of these modulations, which is harmonically unpredictable, there is at least a rhythmic pattern to lock us in. It's what's holding this together and stopping it from being a completely chaotic, unpredictable mess. It's the difference between that and like, okay, the composer's in control, but we are connected. Yeah. This is driving me crazy that you keep going back to that note. Just let it hang on that note. Let it hit. Let the dissonance hit. Get to it. So I will tell you, I'm done. I'm fatigued at this point. I think you could have shortened this out, just myself. Maybe other people are totally digging it. That's preference. That's subjective. That's just me. Because I know where I get it now. But I love brevity. I love everything in composition and orchestration that is reduced to what you exactly need. And in a piece like this, how sexy it would be if people wanted to go play it again, rather than be like, okay, all right. Now, the only other thing is just in terms of just for the sake of variety, stopping. You've got all of this motion. The most powerful thing you can do is stop, is bring something to a head. And even at that moment where you were, it didn't even breathe, right? You were still. Oh yeah, that's what you're doing. That drives me crazy. Just let it hit. Let it hit. That's just my little personal thing on it. Somebody said, transcribe this. No. That's as much as I'm going to get you. I like this piece, man. I like it. Stop it. Stop so we can breathe. Make that the other trick you haven't pulled. And you know, even if you'd done that whole thing where you did up the octave, even if you did that earlier in the thing, I mean, I think it would have been interesting if the whole thing had just degenerated down to. I mean, that would have been interesting. I'd be like, holy shit, let me hear that again. So I think you overstayed your welcome a little bit here. But this was a classic example of just how far you can get with an audience when you lay down recognizable patterns. those patterns because we were mostly with you, and those changes weren't super disorienting. Really like that piece. Really cool. Thank you. Also, I mean, just for everybody, I mean, that's a player. The dude submitting this he's a player, and that increases. I mean, that's not bullshit. If you can play, you can get some ideas out that more than that you might not be able to if you're not a player. I mean, what are we talking about? It's just a thing. So there's some things in there that are going on, which just, unless you had dexterity and piano chops, I think you wouldn't get to the same way. You'd get to a simpler version of them, but I just think it's worth acknowledging that because I know not everybody's a player. It shouldn't surprise you that's a limiting factor. Work on your playing just so that you have, you just have more control. But all right. Oh yeah, so, yeah. Somebody said the repeated note at the end of the motif. I have a personal bias against that, and it's such a bias that I've not said anything about it because I can't tell if it's a valid criticism. But I hate this. I hate that with all my soul. I feel like, wasn't there any other note? Or couldn't you have done? Don't. There's all these notes. That's just me. So that's not really. That's the part that is subjective. All right. Nice job there. All right. You know what? We missed our first break, and that's my fault, and that's going to happen. We're going to take a 7-minute break, and when we come back, we'll hear the next pieces, and we'll try to, we'll try to capitalize on what we've already heard, and together, let's all be listening for the stuff we've heard so far, and the ideal would be that you know what I'm going to say before I say it, right? Because we're all together learning we're all in this world together. We're all composers. So if we can learn the common boundary conditions that your average person is using to hear all of our music, then we can also call each other out, and we can also help each other out outside of this forum about, staying connected to our audience. None of that will have anything to do with our personal expressions. It just is about all of us. If we're all using tools, let's know how to use the tools properly. All right? All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. So 7-minute break, and we will see you. We will see you at the end of this. Your little countdown here, and when it's done, we'll come back. All right. Stay tuned. All right, we are back. Welcome back. Time for a second round here. Did you guys get your second round? By the way, I was, I took during the break. I was just, I walked around for a second and I was going, dee 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 dee. So that's a good sign. Dee 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 dee. I love that when stuff gets in your head like that. That's what happens when you repeat stuff. All right, so let's get into our next round of pieces. This one's called "Source of the River." I appreciate. I'm stopping because what am I drinking? This is Stranahan's Diamond Peak. I'm gonna hit that bottle, kill that bottle tonight. I'm stopping the piece because this is really useful for all of us to see whether what happens now is what we think is going to happen, because this is what your audience does. They do it in real time, but this is what they do. And so I told you the first things in a piece, they establish the whole piece, right? You established minor. Oh. Come on. We all heard that. Okay, so I'm just playing melody ideas because we're all in this world. We're all in that world. We've heard this world. We know where you are. We're clearly oriented with it. It's a familiar world. You're in a familiar place. So you're in a good place. You're also in a dangerous place. 145 is the total length of this piece. So the best part about simplicity is connection. The liability is boredom. Let's see where we go. What are you doing? Come on. I think it's a good exercise to always do shit like that. Do the simplest little ditty version of your tune. Get it out of your system. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's not going to be in your piece, because you know it's all in there, and it's good. It's good to have just externalized it if for no other reason than to purge it. Because when somebody gets that close to a thing, or whatever. When somebody gets close to that world, You might go, well, it's not, I don't want to do that. Everybody's done that. Right. Okay, fine. But do it. Just do it. Get it out of your system. Because otherwise you're at this risk of serving up something that's so obviously what it is that when you don't do it, it's not original. It's just frustrating. And I think you can't really know until you indulge it. So I don't know if you did that to be different or if it didn't occur to you, but I can't believe it didn't occur to you because everybody's brains were screaming it. I know it. It wasn't just me. Don't lie. It wasn't just me. Now, so we're in this world when you start. Okay, so a little later, we're in. So you dropped it an octave. That's vertical development. Change the sound of it. Well, take it down an octave. That doesn't actually count. You might as well have done it up the octave. In fact, there was more separation. It was clearer melody. So remember, anytime we're taking an idea and we're simply like, well, let me just do it louder. Let me just do it lower. Like, let me do it in octaves. Okay, that's not actually changing what you're saying. It's changing how you're saying it. And that doesn't count as development. Classic vertical development. Vertical development. You're decorating it, but you're not harmonically changing what you're saying. You're not actually going anywhere. Do you hear it? That's literally the same thing. That doesn't count as moving us forward. For better or worse. You can get louder. Sure, get louder. That's not doing anything. So mentally, at this point, you're communicating that you don't have anything else to say. So, same advice. You got to listen to outside your comfort zone, because even if you're even that would move us forward and give the impression in that modulation, that brute force modulation, which, by the way, those thirds modulations are the stuff of legends. You can take a simple idea and milk it with third modulations. I was teaching Draco the Back to the Future theme. We just kept moving up a third. I'm like, yeah, it just keeps moving up. And it's the same fucking thing over and over again. So especially with this, even the trick of modulating like that, a minor third, is there's also a major third modulation you can do. Is a vocabulary, is a thing. So, and that would serve you. But my admonition to you is that all this other shit is not actually moving it anywhere forward. It's not a new idea. It's not keeping us engaged. You are now suffering for the beauty of your simplicity. And that's always how it is. So, and I'm not discouraging that. I'm encouraging that. Keep it simple. Make that connection. But know that the liability is you now have to build on it. You got to have more to say. And honestly, if you hadn't changed a thing about what you did and just bumped it up a minor third, you'd reinvigorate the audience. It has the impression of development, of moving the story forward. It's a cheap trick, but it works. So if you just did nothing on this piece except moved it up and then moved it up again in a minor third, it would feel like it's going on this other journey. You'd have a whole other level to it. And it's a simple trick. It's a cheap trick, but it's a good trick to know. And it would stop you from having to be in this world where, it's like, well, maybe I can do it. Right? It's like, well, I can do louder and I can do, lower. Okay. That's the burden of vertical development. Like, what do I do? Well, I can put a bass drop. Doom. That's like what musical development is now. I stopped for a second, and then it just comes right back, and we'll do a build. That's not a development. That's just a thing for a dance club, but it doesn't actually move the story anywhere. All right? All right. Nope. I'm sure you're feeling all kinds of sheep and kilts. So it's just a long time to be in C minor, all right? You could take that piece literally and not have to do that to yourself and modulate it, and you'd get further along. But, like I said, listen to pieces outside your comfort zone so that you have other words and other structures to steal from, which is always how it starts, and that's totally, totally okay. By the way, let me just take an aside to say about originality. People are obsessed with originality and having things in their own voice. If you have command over a tool set such that your internal thoughts and feelings and life experiences can come out through your music, you do not have to worry about being individual because you are an individual. You're the only one who's experienced life the way that you have. You can't help but have your own original thoughts to say. Now, if you have no thoughts, then you'll never be original. If you have no life experiences, if you have no scars, if you have no regrets, if you have no stories, boring people don't write interesting music. You have to live your life and you have to push past your comfort zones as a human being. Otherwise, I don't care how much technique you have nothing to say. But assuming you've done those things, what you say is unavoidably, inexorably who you are. It's going to be personal. You can't avoid it. It's only when you don't have skills and you have to repeat literally verbatim what people have said that you have to worry about having nothing original to say. And honestly, this is the liability that no shortage of composers today are facing, where you can take all these film scores and you can just literally interchange them. You can take whole franchises of films and you could just move the scores around. They're just music beds, and there's nothing original about them. You could never identify who's come. The liability of that is that there's no composer in there. They're all just units, like composer units. You can just plug them in. So that's why ultimately that's a liability for composers. If you don't want to fall into that trap, you need to have skills enough that the individual that you are can come out. All right. Good piece. The Waltz Noir. I mean, it's another example, perfect example of not treading new territory, but that's what's connecting us to it. That's what's connecting us to it. It's also now your liability. I like that. We're just over a minute. So you did what we're hoping you're going to do, which is that you moved your tonal center, but we are constantly playing catch up. And it becomes disconcerting in a piece that's so clear in its initial statement that why are we ever not clear? There's no reason to trade one for the other. You can move around. You can move around and still keep us connected. I'm a little just taking your word for it, and you've only got seconds where that is okay. And I can feel you making choices to not do the predictable. I can feel you making choices about not to do what's always done in these situations. But at a certain point, it just literally becomes now we're disconnected. Good exercise for you, Tom, would be to take your idea and modulate it and reharmonize it without abandoning the first principle you stuck to, which was that familiarity of it. Because I can tell you that that vocabulary that you can trade on is really, really wide. There's, especially in waltzes. Waltzes have had a long time to develop, idioms and idiomatic expressions. And I cannot stress enough that relating this stuff to language is the best way to do it. It's not fun when you do not know what the next word coming out of somebody's mouth is. In fact, we don't realize this, but the reason you're able to understand me is because you are doing a lot of predictive guessing. You are not actually having to process every word that I say after I've said it. There are certain clues that are telling your brain what I'm going to say, and it actually leaps ahead. It just does that. That's why real-time conversation can happen at the rate it can happen. It's exactly the same with the language of music. It's happening at light speed in between the synapses and neurons of our brain, but it is still requiring a predictive process. So if it's just constantly frustrating our ability to guess, we disconnect. Really nice. Really, it's nice. Do you have command over a basic waltz? And you should continue to work on even this piece or a similar piece, but know that you've ventured into your modulation territory past our ability to follow you. All right. My predictive guessing works especially well for mic master classes. Yeah. Look, I mean, this is one of our primary skills, is to hear music like non-musicians. Weird as that sounds, that's actually how you can make a living at it. I mean, not all of you are, but I can tell you, having made a living at it for 30-some years, is that you have to be at a point in which you know you can write music that the client and the general audience will like. That has to be in your back pocket at all times. It's like salt, fat, sugar. Like if I get in trouble, salt, fat, sugar. They'll eat it. They'll like it. I just fry the shit out of it, put salt on it and sugar. They'll eat it. They'll like it. It could be anything. If I'm in trouble, but you don't want your career to just be about salt, fat, sugar, because anybody can do that, and then there's nothing to distinguish you. So you set out with, okay, here, this is going to be a really good meal. But if you're in trouble or you got no time, salt, fat, sugar. That's what it's like. So the idea of being able to understand how the everyman, the average person hears music, is one of the core skills that you can have. Some people don't like to acknowledge the truth of that. They like to believe that all music is subjective. All music is not subjective. There's a part of it that's subjective, and there's a part of it that's objective. We're working on the objective part, and that usually has to do with intent and control. You hear somebody who, oh, I don't like pop music. It's simple and reductive and it's silly and I only write masterpieces. Okay, let's hear your pop ballad. Because if you can't write a simple pop ballad, it's a lot of bullshit with you and your sophisticated music. You're not in control of your craft. You got to be in control of your craft. And that means largely being able to see your music as non-musicians do. Remember, most of the world is non-musicians. All right. All right. Hi, buddy. There's my son is online. Draco Verta. Ladies and gentlemen, is in the house. What's up, buddy? He was on a plane a little while ago. Good to see him. Okay. Okay, let's see what we got here. Is it possible to go back and listen to the pieces covered in the stream? Oh, yeah, later. You'll be able to go back and listen. Also, the person who resubmitted, we will get you at the next break if you resubmitted. You were the second piece, and it was called something, and it didn't load. It was piano composition in F sharp. So if you haven't resubmitted, or if you have, please let us know in the chat room so we just know for sure that you've resubmitted, and I'll find it at the next break. Was the too random in general? Yeah, I mean, I think what you did was you pushed too far, too fast. Although I don't think, Tom, I don't think that would ever work, because there comes a point at which when I think you're overestimating our ability to follow you. And remember, as a composer, if you've played it 100 times, you already know what's coming. So there are no curveballs to you. There are no hairpin turns in the path. I think you went too far, and it was too much, too soon, especially on a waltz. I mean, a waltz is never going to be like the piece that you have to, it's not Girl Eater. You don't have to sit down and like, oh my God, this waltz. That's not the point of a waltz. You picture all the people with the waltz. It's got to stay connected to the people. It's a people dance. So, all right. So, yeah. If you don't have those skills, even your artsy advanced pieces will sound like crap. Yeah, no, I mean, I think this to me, I remember taking my compositional tests, in school. To me, the best compositional test after 3 years of listening to aleatoric crap 24 hours a day should be the final B should be, all right, write a top 40, catchy top 40 tune. Like 90% or better of composition majors would fail that. And in that moment, admitting like, okay, so you can't even talk to people. So what is that? That's nothing. All right, let's go on. This is called Fried Noodles. I'm not going to judge you on the title, but this sounds to me like this would be fast. I don't know. Let's see. Is it because I have a kid that I'm all getting the Mario vibes? Sorry. So this piece is a study in how you can milk an idea through. This is classic horizontal development. I mean, you can argue whether you like it or not, but this is what modulation can buy you. Let's go through it just a little bit harmonically. So I can show you that what's actually going on under the hood here. I think let me just take a second here and just Nostradamus you. And I think a lot of you think there's a lot of sophisticated shit going on in this piece, and I can tell you it's not. There's two tricks, and they've been repeated and repeated and repeated. But the thing about it is when you know them, you can modulate. You could modulate this piece almost ad infinitum. and you get a lot of mileage out of it. This is a fantastic example of how to take a simple thing and milk it. That's not a criticism, by the way. This is a player, by the way. I can tell you the guy's a player. Let's start here. Okay. That's your idea. Very simple. So we know at the core of it, that simple little pattern, which once you've heard twice, you're connected with it, your mom's connected with it, everybody's connected with it, is very, very simple. And what he's doing, whatever. When it doesn't matter what it is. The melodic thing is almost secondary. It's laying down this little pattern. If you want to look at that, you'll see why this, I mean, I could talk about this for an hour, why this works, but it's very simple. One second. Well, you know what? It's funny because if you're not a player, there's stuff in there that's really hard to play, such that I thought you were a player. Anyway, so this gives us our first opportunity to talk about how some of this works. I'm simplifying your chords. Anything that's common to a thing that was and a thing that is the bridge. When you have, in this case, you've essentially got an A minor ninth here, right? Here's your A minor. Here's your A minor dominant seventh. Here's your ninth. I guess it's an 11th typically. There's your 9. There's your 11, which is the same as the 4th note of the major scale, in case you don't know. This affords you, in a basic way, a lot of common tones with the other chords. So he's got all these tones in the, so look how many are in the B flat. So he's got his A, and he's got, that's the simplest version of it. He's got the D in common. He's got the A in common, right? And now in that C, which is ultimately becomes a what? C major ninth? It's damn near the A minor. It's basically the A minor 11th with C in the bass. And all of those chord tones that are in common count as anchor points for an average listener because it's literally staying the same. So these two chords are the same, basically. So it's really two chords. That inherent strength of connection, the fact that things are literally the same, is what orients a listener. So when he goes to what seems to, I think for a lot of people, suddenly, how does he get away with B flat? Because it's a B flat major ninth, probably. But even if it's a major seventh, it's still got so much in common. We've been on this all day. And his next chord, I don't know this for sure, but I'll bet large volumes of blood. It's an E flat, probably major ninth. Exact same trick. Lots of the same chord tones, Just the bass note is changing. I don't know that for sure, so I could have just eaten. I may have to eat my hair, but we'll find out. So, so this is how, for an average person who has no knowledge of jazz, absolutely zero, is somehow able to enjoy this, these musical changes. What is essentially amounts to a modulation, is because their brain has things that they can stay on. It'll just ride it like a wave throughout the changes. And this little thing going from here to, let me just make sure that's right, is how you increase the ambient sophistication, but it's actually still got simple things underneath it, because it's literally got the same notes. And anybody can follow the same note. I mean, that D is it just hangs out there. It doesn't matter what you're doing. That D is there. You can go to the B flat. That's holding the whole world together, which means it's holding your audience together. Right. So there's other little decorations in there, but that's a 2-5-1. So he's in this world. It's still a 2-5-1 turnaround, which we are programmed to hear from the time we're little babies. 2-5-1s. So where you get the idea that there's a lot of sophisticated stuff going on here, it's not. That's the shortest version of it. You can decorate it. But decorating it doesn't change its underlying purpose, its underlying function. It's still a 2-5-1. It's not a straight 5. It's a dirty 5. It's all dirty. So he's made this vocabulary very clear in the first 20 seconds of the piece. So he started out, now he's on. So we started out in A. Now we're a minor third. What did I tell you a couple pieces ago? So he's literally doing the exact same idea, literally a minor third higher. And yet it seems like, oh, yeah, that's all it is. Now, if he does exactly what he did, he's going to go to a D flat, right? Because before he went A, B, right, C, and then he went. So if he's doing it in C, we just move the whole thing up. The exact same idea. There's no brain power involved. Let's hear. Am I right? He extended it, but it was staying. He then did another 2-5-1. He extended it. But important for you to realize that what's going on underneath the hood here is literally what he did before, a minor third above. But that is harmonic development. It makes you feel like the piece is going places. It's literally the exact same thing, a minor third. And yet that kind of development is completely different than changing the sound, than changing the volume, than changing the octave. Believe it or not, that modulation alone moves the story forward. And there he is. Now, where does he go from here? Very simple B section, same thing. It's going to repeat over and again. By the way, I think that was really clumsy getting to that. That's my critique for the composer. That's just, you just kind of... Anyway, back to here. That was not elegant. Exactly the same trick. Move it up. So, what are my thoughts about the second section? My thoughts are that getting into it was brutal. I really like, getting into a modulation. You can always do a brute force modulation. Draco learned the Star Trek, Jerry Goldsmith's Star Trek theme. He learned it on piano, and he heard it off the television series. I'm just going to take a second here, a little editorial. He heard it off the television series, which has a remarkably clumsy modulation. The original version, if you know, it goes... I guess, right, there's your major third. Now we're in D. Now the original, because he wants to get back to B flat, so he does. There's your 5. He's back to B flat. Well, in the television series, they wanted a shortened theme because they didn't want to take too much time. So when they get into this B section, they just brute punch back to B flat with a passing tone. It's really clumsy, but they're out of time. And I told Draco, I said, well, there's another way to get back there, but it's really conspicuous, which is when you're here. Same melody note. That would set you up with a 5. It's really conspicuous, which is why they didn't do that. But my point is that those brute force modulations, they have a purpose. They either draw attention to themselves or not draw attention to themselves. But more often than not, you need to gently lead your audience back to your tonic. So in the Star Trek TV version, they just said, fuck it. It just went right back to B flat. Didn't even bother with an 11, which technically you could have gotten away with because the entire piece utilizes 11ths. So if you were here, that's an 11th. But it would have been so different from the original that they didn't do that. So, Jerry is in this place, and he's got to figure out how to set himself up. So he just does this, right? Which is a classic example of what we're talking about tonight. Now he's back to B flat. So, that's a masterful way to get, and he does this in the piece another time. He moves around to a completely different key. But there's the idea that as powerful and great as those modulations are, we need to handhold people through them. So getting into your B section was unquestionably clumsy. You said, fuck it, we're here. There's an elegant way to do it. I would challenge you to come up with it. Work on it, because it's right there. It's sitting right in front of you. I'm not even going to tell you because it's right in front of you. Did they re-record it with that change? Yeah, I mean, they didn't use the Star Trek theme. I mean, they recorded it for the TV show because the motion picture theme starts with that stuff. Right? That's not. They do the whole. They do that for the TV show. So they They didn't use the beginning of it. They just got into the theme, and they're like watching the time, so they just brute force back down to B flat. Anyway, so getting into your B section, B section is clumsy. But for everybody else, what we've been talking about tonight was on full force display in this piece. It's really a very simple piece that takes full advantage of the power of modulation to horizontally move a piece forward. And who doesn't love a little catchy jazz tune like that? This one is called Slow Piece. I'm sorry, wait, what? What's wrong with me? What's the meter on this tune? Hold on. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Nope. Okay, it shouldn't be this hard to figure out what your rhythmic center is. I don't know what your rhythmic center is. I'm sort of. I figured by now I'd have it. I honestly, yeah, it's 4.5. It's kind of 4 with an upbeat. I'm not sure what your rhythmic center is, and it could be the Stranahan's. I'm not gonna lie, but the truth is, it's 4/4. Really? 1, 2, 3, 4. It shouldn't be this hard. Is my No, that feels like 3. What do you mean it's 4? I just had to do that. I just had to give myself, just get. So, it's a 4/4. Comes in on beat 1. Beat 1 is just not accented with a bass note. Let's just see if that's true. We got lots of guesses. By the way, and this is the point. You got all kinds of musicians guessing. That's not a good sign. The way that human brain works, the first note is beat 1. Some people use that specifically to screw with you. Colin Hay of Men at Work fame loves to do that. Loves to start on the end of something so that he can go, and you're like, wait, and you get a little moment there because your brain thinks that's 1. So there's a bias in there. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, So there you are in a situation where no matter what what your meter is, we think it's a waltz. However, let's just talk about the music. But this goes to the point. Already we can't, this is all we're doing. We're all doing the work of trying to figure out what your rhythm is. That's not good. Wow. Easy, easy. We don't even know where you are yet. Okay. So when you're at where you are, learning how to express this simple idea. Obviously, we know what you're doing that's good, right? Is that you have such a clear repetition in your idea. We're not even talking about the fact we know exactly what you're going to do melodically because you've made it clear in the descending lines and in the pattern of it. You've established the pattern. Great. You have such rhythmic inconsistency that we do not even have a consensus on the forum about what the fucking meter is. So clearly, you need to figure out how to lead us. You're the God in this situation. It is your world. We only know what you tell us, oh Lord, and you've not told us where one is that we don't know. However, as it comes, your exercises should be in all of the many permutations, harmonic permutations of this idea that exist in the common lexicon, because you're not committed to really any of them. You dance around a few of them, but we're always doing that work. If you don't leave off the C, people's brains will do something. They'll do this. If you lead down the scale with the bass, if you didn't change a note out of your melody and simply worked on that descending pattern, there are still a million harmonic variations. There are a million harmonic things that it could mean. And you need to help us understand what they are. Because we're guessing, and then when we do get a portion of it, we're still not sure rhythmically what's going on. I cannot stress enough how important it is to remember that your audience are not musicians. They're not in your head. They don't know what you're saying. We are musicians, and I don't know what you're saying. But what's funny is I'm only really worried about your rhythmic stuff because at least melodically, at least harmonically, I know one of at least a few things you're saying. But this is a great exercise. I mean, that's a great... How many things can you do with that? Sorry. there's a million things you can do. So for you, especially when you start, I have Draco doing the same thing. Don't question your idea. You have an idea. And in fact, you have an idea that's got a rhythmic pattern in it. That's fine. There are a million things that you can do with that, and that's worth your exploration. Don't change that melody. If you just did it with bass notes, what chords are those suggesting? Which ones are they? Or whatever it is. A billion things. We could do these all day. But in terms of you of getting control over the vocabulary, that's where you need to start. Because right now, in your idea, we're latching onto things that we think it is, but we don't know what it is. I mean, you literally... Now, I'm a big fan of that melodies. I will tell you, this is one thing I taught Draco. The assumption you can always make about a good piece, and by good in this context, we mean ones that people will think is good, that people will connect to. You can assume that at any moment, going from point A to point B, the music is two things. One is stupid, and number two is lazy. If you think about your average piece and you look at it and you think, okay, I'm at moment one, I'm at point A, and I'm going to point B. What is the most unoriginal thing I can possibly think of? The thing that's been done 100,000 times. Part of what makes me able to transcribe your pieces in real time, this is going to sound terrible, is because they're stupid in the best way. Because they're doing what's always been done a million times. I've heard it a million times. I got like high Vegas odds what it's going to be, because it's always what it's going to be. And the other thing is that generally speaking, your composers, especially of the past, don't like to move their fingers very much. And that's the lazy part. So when you're looking at analyzing a piece, whether it's yours or somebody else's, if you start thinking, okay, well, I'm at point A, point B is going to be stupid. It's going to be the same thing that's always done. And it's also going to require me to literally move my hands very little. You're in like the 85th, 90th percentile of being right about it. And if you're not, it's actually an indication that the music is probably not making its strongest connection. So if you're going to start with this, you need to cement or solidify which of those qualities it's going to have. And yeah, somebody said I pride myself on being stupid and lazy. Honestly, stupid and lazy composers are responsible for most of the greatest music that's ever been written, and that's often how it is, because underneath those pejoratives is actually efficiency and what's another word for it? Efficiency and understanding. I mean, that's really what's going on there. I mean, when you are studying orchestration and you're looking for the laziest, motion for your fingers, that's actually going to be your best voice leading. So this is how I'm teaching Draco when he's learning a thing. And I always tell him when he's looking for a note or he's looking for a chord, I always tell him it's going to make sense. It's going to make sense, and it's going to be simple. It's going to be stupidly predictable, and the guy's hands aren't going to move that far. It's literally going to be close to where your fingers are at any given moment, because people don't want to move their fingers all over the place. And it's amazing how those bounding conditions can get you so far. I mean, it's just how it is. So, but as we're looking here on this piece, so, Anything you give us, we're going to use as gospel. We're going to hold on to it. We're trying to figure out, like, what are your chords? So we're doing this work. You got your seventh there. So it's almost like if you had your bass note, we would be in a... But we don't have any of those things to orient. So you need to make it a lot clearer what your chords are. You need to make it a lot clearer what the chords are. And for you, figure out, are you following chords? Are you following a chord pattern, or are you just literally, pecking around? There's value in all of that. But it's very different to say, well, I'm going to do 4, 5, 1, 4, 5. Right? That's a choice. Knowing which of the familiar patterns you're going to trade in on is a crucial part of being in control of it. So you have a couple of things to work on here, and I would say don't go to some other piece. I would actually stay on this piece. First of all, make it clear to us. Make it clear to your listener. Where's the rhythmic center of this? Because we're all over the map about what it is, and make it clear what your tonalities. A lot of times we hear chords in our head, but the audience doesn't hear them. I mean, you're assuming that it doesn't have to be that. You're right that we'd mostly assume that. We're not mostly going to assume. But just like we've talked about in pieces earlier, if you don't specify exactly what it is, we have no idea what your tonal center is, and then we're not caught up until your second chord at least. But we're too busy trying to figure out what the rhythm is. All right. Okay, excellent. That was a really good piece, man, and I can tell where you are. I want you to keep writing, and I want you to submit to the forum, and I want you to actually work this piece. That's my personal request of you. Don't abandon this piece. Make this piece work. Because, by the way, there's nothing wrong with your idea there. There's nothing wrong with it. It's clear. It's got a little thing to it. But we don't know where you are. Make us clear where you are. Okay. So like I said, I mean, there's a lot to talk about that piece, and their basics. But that's where it starts. So I think this may be my favorite piece so far. All right. I think we've got another hour. Let's take another break. And when we come back, we're going to start with this piece. Take a little more time because we don't have that many pieces. I say we don't have that many pieces. And this is Christmas Time is Stay. No, it's not. It's called Christmas Time is Here to Stay. So if that's your piece, you know to come back for that, for Christmas Time is Here to Stay. All right. All right, everybody. Let's see you in 7 minutes for more Unleashed 7. See what I did there? All right. All right, we're back. How y'all doing? Really great submissions. Just want to say that so far, every one of them has really had something to illustrate that's useful. Really appreciate them. I saw some here in the comments. People were like, "Oh, it's going to be 10 hours at least." At least, I like to give everybody their individual time, and I don't really care how long this goes. But I don't want to blow through these submissions. Because everybody gets that's the point of this. Everybody gets a chance to actually get real feedback. I'm not like on the clock. We do this for you. We haven't done this in a couple of years. I know it's a long haul thing. I know lots of you are going to go to bed and you're going to wake up and the show's going to still be on. That's what we do. And believe me, tomorrow is a write-off for me. Tomorrow is just me face down tomorrow, the next day, whenever it is, just for a day. This is a little thing. This is how it goes. You got to give to the world sometimes, and this is what we're giving you. All right, so yeah, this is pour 3. We're getting down to the end of that bottle there, so we are going to get through all 100. We're going to keep going, don't you worry. I probably ought to eat something pretty soon, otherwise it's going to get real interesting. But let's go to Christmas Time Is Here. What's the next chord? Great. That is in our brains, all of us. We have that in the library somewhere. It is the role, a job, a responsibility of every composer to have all of those basic ones in the library. You should have those to be able to call up at any time. Because there's, however many of them there are, there's a finite number of them, and they're the safe zones. They're the places to go when you get in trouble, and you need to get yourself through a tune. And this is, it's like, we need a sitcom thing. That's just an important thing to have. It's important to have that across all kinds of genres and styles. Know the few basic moves, the few basic maneuvers, and those become the foundation upon which your originality will be based, and also the foundation upon which you'll connect with people. So we're a few chords into this. We haven't heard the A yet, but I'll bet you my kid the next chord's an A. There it is. So, yeah, right. But, the truth is, you don't hope that. Maybe the second time you hope it doesn't go to the A. But, that predictive nature of it is, don't shit on that. Listen, I went through a phase. I think all composers go through this phase. I went through this phase in high school. I thought every chord had to be unique. I thought every chord had to be original. I thought every progression had to be something nobody had ever heard before. I was obsessed with it. I would never do what you thought you were supposed to do, and all I did was piss off the listener. I learned a lesson. So I learned that in the end, nobody's going to listen to all the fancy original things I have to say if they're not listening to me at all. And if everything I come out of the gate with is alienating because they don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm using words they've never heard and sentence structures they've never heard anybody talk in, they're completely tuned out. So there's really, really something to be said for making that initial connection, and that initial connection will be made through familiarity. Do not underestimate the power of that. And just make that a given in your skill set to build on. So already very happy, right, with this little tune, because like, oh, this tune, we heard this tune. It's like I don't know what it's. There's a million tunes, right? Okay, fine. But not everybody can do that. Can you do that? Did you know that trope? This is a trope. You got to know the tropes, otherwise you're not in control of the skills. Even that's a trope. You just got to have that. You have to know that one. It's like the fifth is a trope. You just got to know it. You don't have to use it, but you should know it. So your challenge, this is not easy. This is, by the way, this is Easy Come, Easy Go by Bobby Sherman. That's Easy Come, Easy Go, which I happen to know because I know Bobby, because we're doing the Disneyland project for him. Everything goes full circle. Anyway, so I actually did a Disneyland version, like a Disney orchestra version or arrangement of Easy Come, Easy Go. It's going to play in the... Anyway, so this is a familiar thing. And so your challenge is to find that truly, truly memorable melody, given that the chords, you don't even have to think about the chords. So I think your melody could be stronger here. And I think good melodies are fucking, Jesus, so hard. They're hard. They're really hard. But this is a good practice because the chords are given to you. See, I love this piece. I love this piece precisely because it isn't original. Precisely because because we got to take this. You got to take the stink off the idea that these kinds of tunes are like, like lame. Yeah, can you do them? Because you got to be able to do them. That's got to be in your wheelhouse as a composer. You literally can't make an informed and controlled decision to do something original if you don't know what's always been done. So I love this. You should be able to do this immediately. Like, well, there's always that tune. Yeah, know that one. Have that one. Because you'll be on a deadline sometime and you're backed up against the wall. At least have that one. Believe me when I tell you, that happens. Not every note you write is original. It doesn't matter whether it's your job or not. I mean, it just might be... Have you ever been at a party? Maybe you haven't. This happens. Play something. That happens. If you're a composer, especially, play something. And you're thinking to yourself, like, I don't know any tunes because I write stuff. And so you're basically improvising in front of people. And so what are you going to do? You're fucking baked out of your mind or whatever. You've been drinking all night. And it was like, you're going to play something. And you have to write something on the spot. You bet your ass it's 1, 4, 5. And it's yay. And you're like, yeah, it's... Because you got to have that. A stride, yeah, that could be a stride left hand. Can't take my eyes off you. There's a ton of tunes that uses progression. This is a great, well-worn progression. Do you know, I don't know if you know about this, but in Japanese culture, lots of times you'll go to Japanese comedy clubs. If you've ever been to a Japanese comedy club, I recommend it. because they will tell traditional jokes. Which we do to some. I don't know if we do it anymore, but like, people go see Henny Youngman, and Henny Youngman would just he'd tell the same jokes. Take my wife, please. I take, and everybody knows it's coming. Well, Japanese do that to a fucking extreme. It's like, and nobody's even laughing. It's like the execution of the classic joke, and there's just, that's the thing. It's the tradition of knowing the repertoire of commonly understood material. It's exactly the same for composers. Somebody asks you to write a Western, you should be able to bang out the classic Western sound. Somebody asks you to play a 70s disco, you should be... It should be right there. Right there, without even thinking about it. Or boogie woogie. So whatever it is. So you should be able to do all those tropes instantly, because that's your safe zone, and you build on top of that. So I love this piece. Right, if a composer can't do this, it's like a chef who can't boil an egg. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, we know you're going to do all your fancy shit with the egg, but can you just make it fucking scrambled? We just need to scramble. Just beat it and put it on the fucking plate. You got to be able to do that. This is what this is. You were going up the scale. Finish going up the scale. Don't be different to be clever. Don't be clever. This is not the time to be clever. This is the time to be predictable and safe. That's your little answer, right? Right. So great piece, great piece for validating for us the strength and importance of being able to do this stuff, and also that just because those things are all handed to you doesn't mean the melody is as strong as it can possibly be. So you could write a lot of melodies for that, and you should. And and honestly, every strong melodic writer, John Williams, Jerry Goldsmith, will tell you that the actual melody itself, these take it for granted melodies, Star Trek, Star Wars, E.T., Raiders of the Lost Ark, Harry Potter, whatever it is, they will work the shit out of those melodies. Work the shit out of them. Revise them. You know what? Hey, internet, find me the clip of John Williams. I saw it in an interview. I swear to God, I saw it in an interview where he said that the original rhythm for Star Wars was this. I swear he said that's what it was. And he was driving to a session and he realized, no, it should be. But it wasn't how they originally recorded it. I swear he said that. Find me that clip. Anyway, so working the melodies, I mean, that's like that's where you want to spend your time. You want to spend your time obsessing over those melodies, because don't kid yourself. How many permutations? Remember this thing from the Close Encounters of the... He said Steven Spielberg came over the house, they did like 200 versions of that to get to that one. Who knows what the other ones are? I mean, who knows before they got to it. So, I mean, this is like a master class for composers on a weekend. Is you just pick a familiar chord progression. You don't even have to think about it. And, and work out a melody. I mean, that's huge. So great piece to reinforce core concepts. Boys and girls, it doesn't matter how simple the basics are here. It's like saying the basics, it's like saying, yeah, just punch the other guy harder in boxing. Like, okay, yeah, there's more to it than that. There's a lot going on under the hood. Writing music is hard. It's really, really hard. 90% of what you do, 95% of what you do will suck, even when you know what you're doing. I throw out almost everything that I do. I throw it out. I have to get through all this shit to get to the good stuff. That's supposed to be that way. Otherwise, everybody would do this. And the truth is, you look back over the last couple hundred years, there's not a lot of Beethovens. It's not easy. So don't underestimate that you're writing some basic chord progressions. Yeah, but I'm working on one good melody. That's hard. It's hard. So somebody agrees with me that he remembers this too. I remember reading that and just being like, no way, how could that be? But that's how it was. All right, our next piece. Good piece there, Sam. Thanks for that. This is called Christmas Presents, like present, P-R-E-N. Yeah, P-R-E-N. S-C-E-N-C. Presents, not presents. It's not with a T. It's with a C. See, it's got the presence. That's how Norm Macdonald would have said that. Just a little thing. Just to back off on that one hand. Just back off on the one hand. You know. It's a piano playing technique. Drop your left hand 50% power. It's wrong as often as it is right, but try that anytime. Just drop your left hand 50%, and it'll put the focus on your melody. Also, easy, just easy, easy. I have been commended in recording sessions for my piano technique, which is funny to me. But I always attributed to the fact that my mother was always like, "Stop banging on the piano. You're banging on the piano." My mom used to tell me I was banging on the piano. And so I learned to just like not hit the instrument too hard. And it turns out it gets way more musical when you don't hit it too hard. I realize we're living in epic time. Just easy, especially something delicate. You give yourself room. Just give yourself some room. You're hitting a little hard. Let's try again, because So you can start just on this part and lock this in. If all you did was work on this idea, this part of the idea needs work. And some of it is because you are suggesting, you are inferring some chords or changes which do not exist. This is confirming what's going on. You got essentially a C sus2. We are hearing that even though you're inverted, even though you're building it on the fifth. And it's because your melody is the third. Tonic and third are always the most important. Tells you whether it's major, minor, suspended. Tells you everything. Super. So you can do anything else you want here. Brain's going to hear that. inside of all this stuff. Right? Or something. Even if you want to stay on that chord, you've got to make some of those chord tones make sense. That's got to feel more satisfying to you. And all I did was take it to 1-4-1, which is a very common piece of our vocabulary. You could do it again. All of that is in your listener's head. It's already in there. Your burden is to capitalize on it or frustrate it. But here, you're not committing either way. We're waiting for a development on it. So you're 17 seconds into this, and we're still just pounding on this, okay? So this is a good exercise, by the way, is to explore your tonalities inside. Suspensions are really flexible. That's the idea. In so many ways. So that's the beauty about suspensions, is they are not committing, but that also means that your job is to learn what can you do over a suspension. You have to spend some time figuring out how you can, and now you're inverted. If you had root positioned that, very, very simple, but you have flexibility once you've set up a suspension. But in this case, you're not doing anything with that suspension to justify its repetition. There's no other chord tones. There's no other explicit definition of what's going on. And so in the end, it feels like you're literally doing nothing but this. And that's only partially related to the fact that it's literally of equal volume to what's going on melodically, but that it's so statically present that we don't feel that the line is going anywhere. Let me start you again. Now, some of what's working against you is that you're literally building the tonic on the fifth. If it was up here, some of it is that literally the actual juxtaposition of your two parts will clarify what your melodic stuff is doing. But more to the point is that without the explicit leading people to what's going on chordally, what's going on, it literally sounds like we're just hung on that one chord. Jurassic Park thing. There's nothing wrong, but honestly, if you had started this with the root intact, that tonic alone will clarify what's going on. There's something to be said for the fact that you're building on that fifth, because you can assume that you could all be building toward a tonic, but you're in the wasteland between those two worlds. We're not clear about what's harmonically happening. We're inferring a tonic, right, the C, but you're not moving our chords from point to point. Your exercise is to simplify this. Forget the Christmas bells. Forget the thing, because I know you hear that ching, 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 ching. I hear you. I know what you're doing that. Is find what's the actual melodic, the dumbest version of what you're writing, the dumbest version of your melody. Whatever it is, find the dumbest, clearest, simplest version of your overall melody harmonically, and then decide how to serve it up. Because if you don't know what that is, you don't know how far afield you can get from it and still bring it across. But here, this is just it's not clear enough. It's not clear enough, and so we're not enjoying the lack of motion. All right. Does that help? I hope that helps. Let me know if that helps, because there's a lot in there. And again, this is really about simplifying. This piece is called Going My Way. I could have said all pieces in the key of C. That would have been so cheating. How do I know that? How do I know that? How was I able to play that? I didn't even look. It's the first time. It's perfect. Because I'm a musical genius. No! It's because we've heard that a billion times. That's the best part about it. There's a million permutations where you can go from that. But right now, as a composer, we should be all able to do what I just did. Honestly, that's not like, there's no like, I'm not like some great, like whatever. That's honestly, as soon as somebody starts getting toward a thing, you've heard a million times, like, I know what he's going to say. Honestly, my predictive ability on that should be, you should totally be able to do that. And if you can't, just keep working, keep listening to stuff, because that's not magic. And it's already the best and worst part about the piece, right? We know what it is. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's one of the million permutations. We're all okay with that. Oh, it's that one. Oh, it's that one. I'm a little skeptical because I think we got a man trying to get to Epic too soon, but we'll see. Tonic. We're ready for it. I love this. Honestly, I must tell you, and this is not like secret information, but when I sit down in the house, my wife will tell you this, my son will tell you this, it's very, very simple shit that I play. What I write tends to be way more sophisticated. Harmonically, melodically, it just does. But what I do, just noodling around, is always dead fucking simple. It's like this. And the reason is because that will always be the basis. That will always remind me that that's where my audience is. And I have to be very, very careful of being too fucking pretentious and too she, wee, wee, as my mother would say. So I love this. Everybody should be able to do this because it's not actually as easy as it sounds. The simple stuff is not easy. However, all of these there's actually a universe of versions of this. Do not underestimate the power of simplicity. That was Go the Distance from Hercules. I don't know that one, but is that a Horner score? Horner was an absolute, despite, apart from being a shameless, absolutely shameless, God love him plagiarist, was also as in command of the simplicity of connection as anybody. Goldsmith too. Williams resents the simplistic connection with people, but he knows how to do it. which is why as soon as he's done it, he's off to the fucking races. He's now going to demonstrate his fugue and modulation chops to make sure you realize how legit he is. But he'll start it simple. Goldsmith will make no apologies for it. Fucking Star Trek, I taught Drake with it. It's fucking dead simple. It's dead simple. All his tunes are dead simple. And Horner was the same way. Real simple. So yeah, Alan Menken. Yeah. I mean, God, boys and girls, you cannot, it's like, you think you're all that because you know a few chord progressions? Everybody knows those few chord progressions. And there's only a handful of the melodies on top of those chord progressions that really push through. So tunes like this, we've heard a few of these tunes, and I'm like, yeah, that's what you should be doing all day long. Absolutely, Jack. Absolutely. That's great. Yeah, easy to listen to doesn't mean easy to write. Oh, boy, truer words have never been spoken. And that's part of the advantage of hearing all these piano tunes laid out, Bear, is because like there's nowhere to hide. There's no place to get your interest. But what's funny is even if it's all based on a fucking chord progression, you're still like, you're swinging in the wind if you don't have a melody that really makes sense over those same chord progressions. It's like cooking a hamburger and fries. Everybody have hamburger and fries, but that means they also know if it's good or bad. Like it's like, well, there's good ones and there's like crap shit normal ones or whatever. Like it's funny, but that's the place where I think your metal is really tested. This is fantastic. I love this. No. So, no. But learning that, you know what? You could spend a month on 5/1 transitions, right? In fact, this is an exercise I've been doing with my boy. You could do your 1, 4, 5. That's 1. The 5/7 is another one. That's a different one. It's 5/7/1. In fact, that's where you learn the power between 4/3 resolution. The 7, always, it's dying in its brain to become the third of the tonic. The 5/7, it wants to be that. Okay, you learn that one. And then maybe you learn instead we don't do that. Maybe we don't do the 5 at all. Or maybe we do the 5/7, or maybe do the 5 sus4. Or the sus2. Or maybe we don't do that. Maybe we do the 11. By the way, here's a cheat for the 11. Any 11 chord. The cheat is, it's not technically correct, but it'll get you there. It's the chord one step below the bass note. So a G11, this is an F major chord over the G. That's it. It's a cheat, but it'll get you through. Every session player will do this. You see a C11 is a B flat over C. So an F11 is E flat, one step. So that's another thing. Instead of the 5/7/1, instead of the 5/1 or the 5/7/1, there's the 11. That's another one you can get 5/1. Or if you're doing a Christmas tune and it's from the 50s, you can do the flat 9. That's a G7. There's your G7, but your flat, here's the 9. That's the 2. Make that a 6th and you're in Christmas land. Or a major 7th. Those are tropes that you should have. You could, like I said, you could do this all day on 5/7s. How about that one? How about instead of using the B, you're into the whole world of B flats over that G. That's Superman. That's a whole world. There's just a million different 5/1s. And at all the, how about the D flat? That's another one. You could just have all of those different 5/1s. So in your mind, as you're writing your piece, you're like, well, I'm at the cadence. I'm at the 5/1. Which 5/1 should I do? I got like 20 different choices. And stylistically, some will make more sense than others. But if you know them all, well, then you're making choices. They're making choices rather than accidenting upon them. And accidenting is a verb. So, and of course, you don't have 5/1. You also have 4/1s. It's very, right? Now you're in Americana. When I'm improvising, I fall into a circle of fifths pattern too easily sometimes. Look, if you're falling into a circle of fifths pattern, that's a good pattern to fall in. At least that one has lots and lots of history behind it. What do you think about the concept of Western music notation being simply one interpretation of the psychological interpretation of sound waves? I mean, it's that's good. We should talk about that on mushrooms. Practically speaking, there's a distracting world talking about the psychoacoustics of sound and the effect on the human brain and the physiology and all that. That's all is well and good. But I can tell you, as a person who's paid the bills writing music, that stuff is peripherally interesting, but not necessarily representative of anything you need to have command of in order to connect with human beings and to make a difference in their lives and make a contribution to their experience as human beings. So I think there's a whole world of interesting things to talk about in that. Just interesting. I mean, I like them. I think they're interesting. I think the inherent idea, which I think is complete bullshit, of like 440 versus 442, which is obviously based on an arbitrary standard, it's an interesting thing to have even thought about and to even explore. But I'm also a bottom line kind of guy. And sooner or later, I got to write something that people like, whether it's for a hobby or for a paycheck. And where the rubber meets the road is not based in the esoteric sciences, the abstract sciences of psychoacoustics, and they're based more in pattern recognition and cultural familiarity. I mean, if you just really want to get down to it, one is not exclusionary of the other. There's no reason you can't get all artsy and can't talk about mystical stuff going on in the ether. But I can also tell you that if you have no knowledge of that, you can also make a profound, life-changing connection with people through music. So you should maybe have both, right? At very least, be able to do your 1-4-5 in a way that's totally satisfying. And then if you can also talk about why the positive and negative furies in the universe conspire to make that powerful, that's cool. That's cool. That alone will not make it powerful. All right. Mixolydian is thing. Well, Superman has Mixolydian stuff in it, but if you're unfamiliar with it, check out Schoenberg's. Yeah. Well, so I mean, Schoenberg is my favorite example because people hold up Schoenberg, if you haven't heard, as a beacon of essentially anti-Western music, anti-tonality, as atonality and 12-tone stuff. And yet Schoenberg was so, my favorite piece is go listen to Schoenberg's Girl Eater. Girl Eater is an insanely tonal piece, and it's an absolute ass kicker. And it's the last thing that Schoenberg ever had to say about his command and mastery of tonality. And anything he did after that point, which was atonal or 12-tonal or aleatoric, was completely by choice. That guy could write the shit out of tonal music. That's craft. I've always thought that it's funny to me that people who are sort of anti the predictable nature of music that we're talking about will hold up Schoenberg. I'm like, that's the most tonal dude of all time. He was so tonal, he went past tonal. He literally went past. He got so bored with being able to drag you around by your fucking tail that he went into some other dimension. But if that dude was backed into a corner, he could melody the shit out of you. That's the truth. That's command. That's craft. That's what we're after. How can you do a deceptive cadence without sounding cliche? Fuck, sound cliche. Just don't make that the only trick that you have in the book. But first of all, like I said, that's the concept of being cliche. If all your music is cliches, if all your music is familiar tropes, then you aren't in your music yet. You aren't in your music yet because you're unique. And if your music isn't unique, then you're not in your music. That's a craft issue. Or you're a boring person. That's a real thing. I talked about that at the beginning of the show. Like, you can't have no... It's real hard. Look, I'm Gen X. I'm going to be 50 this year. We did shit. We had lives that by all standards now are all... Everything I did in life was completely dangerous and wrong. Everything we did, we had no helmets. We rode our bicycles down steep hills and jumping off makeshift ramps. We left the house at 3 o'clock and our parents didn't see us until the fucking dinner bell, like nighttime. Nobody knew where we were. We did a million things that should have all killed us. You're all told 24 hours a day, everything that's a world is a dangerous world and you have to... Safety matters. Where's fucking safety? When I grew up. So as a result, we lived lives way more interesting than yours. That's just the bottom. We had way more scars. Everybody my age has like 5 stories they should have totally died. Like they can't believe, I can't believe I'm alive. I have that many stories. I can't believe I'm alive. That's where your music comes from. And honestly, people who are in their 30s, 20s, you're robbed of that. And the only way you're going to get that back is to defy all that shit and go out and break all the rules and get your scars and live your life and do coke off a hooker's thighs or whatever your version of it is in 2021. Have sex without a consent form. I don't know what it is. But the bottom line is that ultimately, if you don't have anything to say, if you're not an interesting person, it doesn't matter how many skills you have nothing to say. And if you have nothing to say, cliche is going to happen to you. I don't care what it is. It's going to be cliche or disconnection. You can't get around this. You can't get around being a boring person. You can't. Your world is engineering you to be boring fucking people. But if you want to be musicians and you want anybody to remember you 5 seconds after you're dust, that's what you got to do. You have my permission, encouragement, and enthusiastic support to say fuck y'all and fucking live and take all the chances and break all the rules. I guarantee you your music will be more interesting, and then you don't have to worry about that shit. Promise you. You didn't have school shooter nutcases, and that's not true. We had nutcases, but school shooter nutcases, I mean, not to get off on a thing, is based on a whole other thing that's happened, which is actually related to this, which is that ultimately, I mean, first of all, these school shooters are all fucking, they're all abused kids, psychologically, emotionally abused kids on pharmaceuticals. We didn't have that. That's true. But in the end, no shortage of us came from abusive households and had scars and all that kind of shit. We just had, we had very little empathy for it, and we had to work it out, and that really makes a difference. That's why a lot of musicians come from those fucked up situations. A lot of artists, that's their medicine. Their medicine isn't grabbing a gun and offing half their classmates. Their music, their medicine is the music. But in the end, we all are, whatever our struggle is the hardest struggle we have. We can pay lip service to, gosh, I don't have it as hard as a blind and deaf guy, but that's not how I actually feel. Whatever you're going through is the worst thing that anybody's ever gone through. So, and our burden is the same. So music is a great place to cathartically handle that and talk about that and do that, but you got to live. I mean, I'm just telling you. So, all right. So we don't want to get off too much of a thing here. I'm 47 and redoing everything in the last 5 years. Started redoing everything. Yeah. I hated Schoenberg until I learned about his music. Yeah, there's great stuff. All right, let's continue. I don't want to get too much. I mean, some people like the rants or some people like the distractions, but that's really true. I mean, I can't imagine the debauchery John Williams must have had to make his music interesting. Well, it wasn't debauchery. It was, if you ask his family, if you listen to his family interviews, that he was very detached. He is in his music and personally doesn't exist much outside of it. He's, by his reputation, sort of proper and cold and dispassionate. It's all in the music. That's a psychological dysfunction. That's a lack of balance. And that's also what makes him great. That's the tragic thing that a lot of musicians and artists and creators will they'll milk the drama to find the work. You don't actually have to do that, but you do have to have some life experience. All right. Have I seen the Raiders adaptation, the one where 12-year-olds in the 80s remade the movie? I have. Yeah, it's a little early for the rant. I'm going to have to agree with you. Let's continue. This is called End of the World. I hope you intended that. And that wasn't just like, you know where I'm going with this. Because, yeah, I did. What a great little piece for illustrating everything we talked about. A, a fantastic example of just how automatically we will grab onto whatever the pattern is, even inside of an unfamiliar context. It reminds me a lot of this other piece we had earlier. That's not a popular thing. It almost doesn't matter what it is. Those orienting figures make us realize that this is something intentional. There's a little modulation. I told you earlier, that's like the cheapest trick in the book, gets you a long way. Every one of his ideas, which is challenging what you want to do, anytime something that's chromatic, that may not be exactly what you are ready for, he does twice. That's the cheapest, easiest trick to make sure that your audience knows, yeah, I know, I meant that. I'm going to do it a couple of times. I'm going to do it a couple more times in a couple of different ways, so you know, if you're hearing it, I know what I'm doing, and this is what I meant. That's all it takes. Very few people listening tonight would be able to define what that chord is, that dissonant chord. And the truth is, it doesn't matter. You recognize what it is. You recognize that it's dissonance, but you recognize that it is absolutely intentional. And that dissonance means it's going to lead to a consonance. And in fact, he resolves that consonance exactly the way that somewhere in your brain you're hoping he does. There it is. Somewhere in your brain, that was the tonic that it was leading to. And even though he obfuscated it slightly, he did end up going there. This is exactly how you take people through what is non-traditional, non-absolutely basic music. This is exactly how you do it. I want to know what the story is about the ending of that, because honestly, I know where this piece would go, but there's also something really great if that was literally the end, because it's called The End of the World, and it's like it just stopped. For a lot of you, what's going on in there may seem very, very complicated, and it's really not. That said, it's obviously trading in on, this is what happens when you've just widened your vocabulary, when you've heard a lot of other people say words you hadn't heard, in phrases, and in context, and in structures you hadn't heard, in grammars and syntaxes that are foreign to you. The composer here has heard a lot of stuff and is borrowing from a lot of stuff, as we all do. I saw a comment going back here about like, how much do we steal? All of it. We steal everything. Everything's stolen. We all stand on the shoulders of giants. So somebody said, I want to hear this piece orchestrated. You know, what's funny is I've just watched that comment a couple of times tonight, and without exception, that comment usually comes on the heels of something that's got its stuff together enough that it sort of suggests an orchestration. And, you know, if you've taken my classes, I believe that the orchestration was built into the piano performance of it, and it's clear. Speaking of which, a little plugola. If you're learning anything tonight, if you want to learn more stuff, there's still a coupon code for 40% off my $30 master classes going on through the first of the year. You can go to MikeVerda.com, and the coupon code is Level Up 2021. There's no capitals. LEVEL 2021. Level LEVLUP 2021, and you can I've got take composition 1 if you haven't taken anything, and anything else that interests you. You don't have to take them in any order. They're designed to all work together. But what we do tonight is we trade in on, we sort of skim the surface of things that we go into serious depth about in all the composition classes, and I'm sure that people in the chat roll here will confirm their value or whether they're a total ripoff. Anyway, great little piece, and just super indicative of what we're talking about. Really, thank you for presenting that. Somebody comment here says, by the way, I don't think music can generally be reinvented. It's all about giving it a new perspective. Well, we've told the same stories for thousands of years because people are the same. So I think that's probably a fair thing to say. Longer life experience helps hone composition, but it isn't necessary. Well, I hope not, because I was writing decent music at 16. Mike Oldfield was a teenager when he wrote Tubular Bells, and at that age he experienced enough to produce that piece. Well, that's true. You know, I came from I mean, it depends on what your life is. It depends on some of us have had quite a lot of life early. Any new master classes planned for the future? Yes, but honestly, they're all there already. Mike's courses are awesome. $50 on the way. I bought one course on a whim. I was skeptical of you. Then I bought all the courses. You know, not to toot my own horn, but that does seem to be the pattern. People buy one course and then they buy a lot of them. And that's why I keep doing it, because clearly somebody's learning something and I don't remember them. Because if you've seen the courses, you know by the end of them I'm usually blitzed beyond my mind. I don't act usually totally trashed, but I am. It's just a thing. You know, like... that's just it. So I always figure, well, you must have gotten something out of it, because by the end of it, I'm just like, and another thing. All right. The first 2 hours is what you're paying for, and the rest is just to listen to Mike rant or talk about the industry. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. But $30 for 2 hours of useful stuff, that's not bad. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Especially at 18? $18 with the coupon. 18 for 2 hours of useful shit and then 2 hours of drunken rants. That's not bad. That's not bad. I'm only human. Let's continue. And then after this next peak, we'll take another break. This is called BSO piano version. Okay. Just be aware, composers, be aware of what you think is coming next versus what is coming next. This smacks of a development, but I don't know your main thing well enough to count this yet. I don't think any of us do. I think you overthought this. And I know your work. I think you overthought this. Hold on. This is my bias. I hate that double notes. This is me. You don't have to. We know G minor to E flat minor is a good thing. So what's your chord progression here? So, what's your chord progression? If, which it is, if it doesn't immediately trade on something that is familiar, then you've really got to justify it. You've got to handhold us. Do you, let's see here. That would be my recommendation. I think you're, because it's the whole trick for you, the liability or the interest in your idea is the E flat minor to the E flat major. It's the one thing that's very uncommon. It's the one thing that's either the most interesting or the most disorienting. You would need to figure out this is your whole piece. What is the easiest, most comfortable way to get people through E flat minor to E flat major in the key of G minor? What's the friendliest way? All day work on this. Because right now, you have not found the truly, the truly graceful way to get us through what I think for you is the most interesting part of this progression. And it arguably is E flat minor to E flat major. But we don't have, you haven't handheld us through that to make this progression worth the disorientation. Let's try it again. Once you're in this, I think you're saving the tonic. Sometimes we really resist that tonic. It's clumsy. Right now, it's clumsy. Right now, this is where your work is. Honestly, I don't care whatever's after past this, because this is your work. Because you've set yourself up for quite a challenge here. How do I get through this? You could, by the way, you could forget the C and get right to it. Even then, you need to find a way to make that really flexible. That's a worthy challenge for you, is just to, how can I make that? Because that's so different, and it's very hard. And you tried it. You've gone to did some descending scale wise motion, and you've done it. But none of us are going to be humming this line yet, even though that chord change actually should be the most interesting part about it. Just one quick, Mike, just a little suggestion. Did you think about making a Patreon stream? I think many people would pay to see you talking about composition techniques every month or so. I've never had technically I have one, just so nobody else can steal my name like they would do that. But I don't want to owe you shit. I don't want to owe you anything hounding me. I'm paying $5 a month. Where's my content? I'm busy, motherfucker. I don't have any time for content, so I don't do that. I don't owe you shit. No, it's okay. No, you just buy the classes and get something out of them. We're good. Although, I mean, I would love to do content more often and all that, but that's a whole other thing. The audience doesn't have a chord sheet in front of it. It sounds small and eerie. This is interesting. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Well, again, there are, nobody can tell you what you like or don't like. And nobody should tell you what you like or don't like. Maybe you're hearing this speech and you're like, I love it. That's fantastic. We, as musicians, we should always celebrate when people love music. I don't care what music it is. Get rid of all your ego and snobbery about it. If somebody, any human being, has their lives enriched by music, no matter how shitty it is, we got to celebrate that. We have to celebrate that. That's a beautiful thing. There's enough crap in the world. The worst thing that happens with music is somebody doesn't like it. It doesn't hurt anybody. So nobody can tell you what you like, and nobody can tell you what to write. And that's why we're not really focused on whether it's good or bad. We're focused on whether it's what you intended or not. Did you have a million choices and made this one? Or did you make this one because you didn't have a million choices? That's skill, and that's something we can work on. What you do with it is on you. Here, I'm feeling like there's a lot of things that boxed the composer into a corner, and he didn't have an elegant solution out of it. Liking has nothing to do with it. Okay, the composer who had that F-sharp piece, we will look for your piece at the next break, and you'll be the first one up after the break. So let's just listen a little bit to hear more what's going on. Right. You all heard that. So you're doing a different piece now or whatever. That's fine. Great, great. Do more of this all day. You should have 1,000 of these. This is great. Right. Clumsy. Yeah, right. Right. Nice. I mean, I'm a big fan of major to minor, don't get me wrong. I don't think this really is a piece. I think this is an exploration of tonalities and modulations, and I think it's absolutely invaluable. And you should do this all day long. And I think this is great. And where your weaknesses were in your opening statement, I've now realized are just part of an exercise for you to try different ideas. And frankly, this is worth every second of time that you spend on it, because this is where you actually start trying to speak in the language. This is where you actually try creating your own sentences to say your own things. These variations could go on and should go on for hours. And taken together, they may not represent a cohesive piece. They may not represent anything that's truly memorable, or necessarily orienting. But I don't think that's what's going on here. What I hear going on is what I think is exactly what our initial explorations and modulations would sound like. It's like, well, what if we did this? What if we tried this? Can we push it minor? Can we do this? Can we try the... This is exactly how you do it. Because taken on their own, I don't think the explorations are interesting enough to maintain our attention. But who gives a shit? That's not the point. I think this is exactly how you start to learn this world. I love this, and I think you should do this all day. I did. I still do. I'll pick one idea. It actually even doesn't matter how strong it is, and I'll modulate the shit out of it, and I'll find a million ways to do it. This is great use of your time. And for everybody, who's listening, this is just that's how you do it. Just pick a line and modulate the shit out of it. And if you don't know where to go, listen to more stuff that's outside your comfort zone. This is, I have really nothing to say because I can't take this as a piece. As a piece, it loses its interest because it's really kind of the same thing over and over again. As an exercise, it's fantastic. I would love to hear this all day because you'll discover all kinds of tonalities and transitions that you might not otherwise have gotten to. This is great. Well, I really dig it. Somebody was asking if I can move them up ahead and straight. Look, you guys are from all over the world, You'll have to check in later, and you'll see where you were in the piece. All right, let's take another quick break, 7 minutes, and we'll come back with the piece in F sharp minor, I believe, and we'll continue. And we got a long way to go here, so pace yourselves. If you're drinking, get a glass of water. I don't drink that glass of water. I just keep drinking. But if you need to keep going, just a little water, something like that, and we'll keep going. I know this composer, and of the last piece, and I really dig it. Just keep doing that. Just keep doing that. That's you'll all be able to recruit that when it's really time to make a focus piece. So there you go. All right. So 7 minutes. We will see you back here, and more pieces, more the F sharp minor piece. All right. Here we go. All right. We're back. We're going to hear our piece. Pour your next round, boys. I have to say, by the way, I saw there was some comments here that the composer of that last piece was like, well, I kind of meant that to be a piece. Listen, so the truth is, every second you spent on that is worth your time. And this is not easy. And I literally mean it when I say that was a good use of your time and you should do more of it. And I really appreciate it. And also, not faint praise. I don't do this. I don't fucking blow sunshine. I'm really proud of all you guys for putting this music out. This is fucking raw. These are piano pieces. This is naked. Super impressed by the fact of the submissions, and everything we've heard tonight has been fucking useful. I'm learning, you're learning. If you think you're not learning from what you're hearing, you need to listen more carefully, because honestly, everybody's bared their fucking soul tonight, and there's something to learn from every piece. Some pieces have more this in control and less this. Some people have more this in control and less not. We are honestly all in the exact same boat. I don't care how long you've been doing this. So, I mean, Jesus, so like I said to that last composer especially, don't think that's like some kind of failure. This shit is not easy. It's not easy. All right. So, and here's the other thing I would recommend. Honestly, you should be listening to shit that's at the top level at all times to keep your perspective. I listen to music. When I listen to music, which is not infrequently, it's stuff that scares me. I literally and deliberately pick pieces by composers that I listen to and I think it makes me want to quit. That's the stuff I listen to. I just think, you know what, I suck. I'll never have it. I'll never have it. This is a real composer, and I suck. My whole life I've done that. And it's important to do that for a lot of reasons. It's sort of help keep your bar high. And it's also just to keep yourself in check. So, I listen to all kinds of stuff, but when I listen, I'm listening to stuff that is supposed to remind me in case I start getting cocky and think I know all that. You don't know shit. That's important. It's important. It can't just be me kneecapping you once a year. There's guys who wrote for television as a day gig in the 50s and 60s who will kneecap you permanently in 2 cues. And that's the stuff you should listen to. First of all, it'll build all your vocabularies, and it'll just keep that expectation high. Today your contemporaries are not your competition. Fight the ghosts of the past because they were masters. The average shit nothing throwaway cue from a television series in the 50s kicked so much ass and had so much technique and chops in it. It makes everything written today look like crap. So stay there. Somebody said, I saw something here. Hold on one second. Let's see what this comment. Mike, is there any merit to practicing drills, like doing 2-5-1s around the circle of fifths to improve improvisational skills? Of course it is, because improvisation is composition. It's extemporaneous composition, and absolutely worth your time. There is no time spent at the keyboard coming up with and exploring the harmonies, and that's not worth your time. So. Every Unleashed is a little rough, but I improve every year. Yes, you do, actually. And you're supposed, by the way, like I said, my job is not to find the good thing to say. Everybody's going to find the good things to say. You got a whole army of people around you to find the good things to say. My thing is to find the thing that you can work on. That's my whole point. You don't need my help to do. Good job. It's good. It's composer. You don't need that. You got everybody around there for that. Somebody's got to tell you, yeah, I know, yeah, but really? That's my job. That's my job. Don't worry about it. You're doing great. What music scares me? Shit. Still, Like, you know what I listen to a lot? I listen to a lot. I listen to a lot of serial television stuff from the 50s and 60s. Stuff, Alexander Courage and Gerald Fried, stuff from like the original Star Trek series. Like the average fucking stinger had so much in it. There's so much in it. I can't even tell you. That's what I listen to, because I listen to it. I just think, God damn, every aspect of it is kicking. What's going on harmonically, what's going on orchestrationally. They had these small, tiny groups. They were live recordings. They did them fast. The sheer amount of command over stuff. I listen to Williams stuff. I listen to Goldsmith stuff. I listen to... I actually don't listen to that much Horner. I mean, Horner I listen to just to enjoy it. But if I want to be scared, I listen to Williams at the top of his game. I listen to Goldsmith at the top of his game. I listen to Miklos Rozsa. And then of course all the repertoire stuff, Barber and Shostakovich and all that stuff. And I look at these scores, and I always like to feel like I love that feeling of I am not worthy, because I know somewhere in the end they were just human beings. They had flesh and blood. If they can do it, I could do it. I always have that feeling. So I just surround myself with a world that doesn't actually exist anymore, and I don't actually live in, where all these people are alive and present, and they're kicking my ass 24 hours a day, and they make me work harder just to be able to show up in the room. That's the only way I can stay tight, and the only way I can stay sharp, because contemporary composers don't have that level of skill. They don't have those chops. They don't have that command. They don't have that level of interest. I mean, it's like beating up on children. That you don't get anything for that. You got to stay in the big leagues, and you have to push yourself, and you have to be past where you're capable of to grow. You have to be outside your comfort zone. I mean, slam dunking on 23-year-old millennials with a few plugins. What is that? That's nothing. I've already made all that. I've done all that. I did all that. You don't need that. And it doesn't matter. You just have to find what your line is and push past it. All right. I have 2 books on organ improvisation, not because I want to improvise on the organ liturgically, but because improvising is part of the tradition of education. Yeah. Boy, is that sexy when it just comes out. Right. That's a huge milestone for musicians, is the idea of being able to sit down at a piano and play music. They didn't plan it. They didn't think it. They hadn't worked it out before. They could just sit and play, and it would make sense to people listening. For a lot of musicians, myself too, when I was younger, that seemed like some sort of impossible, like you could never do that. You can totally do that. And it's important to get to that level for you. Is there any new music that scares you? Not in the scoring world. Where is it gone? No, I don't listen to anything. I have not heard. I mean, this is not... in the 1975 and 1982, I can't think of a more arrogant statement than, I do not hear contemporary composers that scare me in the least way. In 2021, if you have any chops whatsoever, that's a given. That's the truth. I mean, I don't care who that slights. That's the truth. People my generation had advantages that people today do not have. You couldn't even walk in the room without a minimum fucking skill set. There are composers today who work every day, make money on gigs. They can't read music. They can't write music. They don't play an instrument with any facility. They've never been in a band, orchestra, or any kind of ensemble. They can't conduct. They can't arrange. We don't even understand how it's considered that they're still composers, but they're making bank on some gigs. Not careers. They won't be able to do that for 50 years, buy Christmas presents, 50 years, but they can get a couple of gigs. And most of the heavy lifting is done by guys like me. Well, we get hired to do all the heavy lifting for video games and film scores from young kids that have no skills whatsoever, and they come in and they hum a few bars. It's like this, you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? And then we go, yeah, we know what you're talking about. And we write the cues, and they get the fucking paycheck. That happens. That's a whole world. And when guys like us age out of it, those people are fucking ass out because they can't do anything. That's a huge percentage of the industry. That's the truth. That's how it is. But what's that got to do with us? I almost guarantee you nobody on this stream tonight is trapped in that world where they're just like they're getting away with it. Everyone who's here is trying to get better. And that's all you have to worry about. So I'm saying to get better, you got to push. You got to go past your comfort zone. Any one of these fucking Wham scores, all that shit, the Bram shit with all the you don't have to do that. You can learn all those scores in 10 minutes. You don't that's not pushing you. Fuck that. You know? Go to where you had the minimum buy-in was way higher. That's where you got to go. All right. I throw my keyboard out the window every time I hear Shostakovich. Yeah, you're supposed to do that. And then you go out and you pick it up and you bring it back in and you put tape on it and you get back to work. That's how you do it. All right. My private little question, are you working as a composer or visual effects artist? I do a lot of different stuff. I play creative whack-a-mole. I write music. I do visual effects work. I own a company that we do design and fabrication for large-scale installations. We do a lot of different stuff. I like to change up my discipline, and also good for creatives to draw from multiple wells. All right, here we go. Merry Christmas. What is your opinion of John Barry's music in the James Bond films? I mean, you know, he had skills, man. He had skills, and he had a mission and skills. But you can hear skills. You can't fake skills. I like skills. Skills to me trump whether I actually like the piece, because I know you could have done a lot of things, but are you talented? I might not like the role you play, and maybe it was written poorly, but you can tell if somebody's good at what they do, and that's what I like. All right. So let's hear our piece that's been maligned. I don't know why I'm like sitting on my microphone cord. It keeps pulling on my... I've already accepted I'm not going to be a professional composer. I want to be a better musician. Well, that's the thing, right? I've said in the beginning, it's really not about profession or not is just different. It doesn't change your goal, which is ultimately to be able to connect with people. You're not writing music and you're the only one who hears it. You want to be able to play it for people and you want it to make a difference. You go, I like that. And you want them to mean it. You don't want me shining you on. You actually want to write music. Well, okay. So that ultimately means you have to have some ability to turn what goes on in here into what comes out in the world. That's all it is. All right, let's listen to this piece. This piece had better be the best piece of the night. I'm just kidding. All right, let's listen. This is called Piano Composition in F Sharp Minor. First of all, tonic and stop. Fine. What's the melody? Is that the strongest melody in the universe? No. Not yet. Honestly, this is where your work should be. Whatever it is. When you have something that simple, which we're all with you, and it's so comfortable and so familiar, that puts the burden on you to write the ass-kicking melody of all time to justify the simplicity. We don't have it yet. That's expected. Good melodies are fucking hard. We don't have it yet. That's vertical development. Even that is vertical development. Excuse me. All right. So I'm just going to stop you there. Because you're all over the map, and we're not interested anymore. Oh, that's harsh. No, it's true. Like I said, the liability that you have here is really making that chord progression interesting. I don't have it, by the way. I don't have it. I couldn't. This is all I would be doing. Is how the fuck can I make that interesting so that I can build on it? What I can tell you is that you haven't done it. And it ends up making everything else after it sort of irrelevant. Because if the simple idea isn't super compelling, the modulation can't be. It's garbage in, garbage out. So I would stay on working that melody so that even under a very simple framework, it's really, really compelling. The rest of it, I think probably the same advice applies. Listen outside your comfort zone. But I actually think even if you only had those 4 chords to deal with, the mission should be, okay, now make those kick ass. That melody gets in people's head and they can't get it out. Expect that to be insanely difficult because it is. What do you think we're doing here? I'm not going to say something that's in 3 seconds going to turn you from a composer into the kind of composer you will be after 20 years of doing this, 30 years, 40 years. And don't kid yourself. I don't care how talented you are, and I don't care how hard you work or how many hours you put into it. You cannot beat the mileage. You just got to go the miles, and the miles are the years. And there's things that will occur to you 10 years from now that will not occur to you before it's been 10 years, no matter how much you practice. It's a lifetime. That's what this stuff is. This is not something you're going to bang out. But at least you can set yourself down the right path, and that's what we're trying to do here. Somebody said here, I just saw a comment, that said, I don't want to work under pressure. I want to do it because I enjoy it. Everybody, it's your life, man. You do music. It's your life. If you don't want to write music for this reason, or you do want to write it for this reason, nobody can tell you what's right or what's wrong. What I can tell you is that in the end, when it's all by yourself, you will know the degree to which what you want to express is coming out into the world. It doesn't matter if you're painting or writing music or sculpting, or I don't care what it is. You will know the delta between what your vision is and what the world hears. And ultimately, somewhere you'll judge yourself based on how close those are. So all the skills and all the woodshedding and all the practice is ultimately very, very much tied not to pressure or stress, but to a very liberating and satisfying feeling of contribution and self-worth. And that's just how it is. And there's no shortcut for that no matter what you're doing in life. So composer here, I would say, like whatever else I would have to say, work on that melody. Find the best melody anybody's ever written. Find the best one for that. You don't have it yet. And how do you find it? Well, at this stage, you find it by experimentation. I can tell you that there's a few cheats in melodies. We talk about these in a couple of classes. Contrary motion. That's a cheat. It's a generalization, a simplification, but you have patterns there, and then they're in contrary motion. That's a cheat. That's a quick, you'll break it as often as you'll follow it, but a good rule. Also, scale-wise motion rather than stepwise motion. Not as strong as a scale-wise motion. Almost without exception, your melodies will outline notes in the chords that are underneath them. You can almost infer the chords from the melody, and when you don't explicitly connect them, as we talked about in earlier pieces, it ends up frustrating for your audience, or they'll fill in the gaps and maybe wrongly, so you give it to them. But this is, like I said, you could just 1-4-5 yourself all day. That's like they all day do that, all day to learn the basics of melodic stuff. Was that a very strong melody? Not really, but it wasn't bad. There's a way better one in there. That's worth your time. And you can set yourself up on a chord progression that you know all day long just to work on the melody stuff. But don't beat yourself up. Be reasonable. Be fair with yourself. It's like the hardest thing, and yet it's the most important thing. All right. I love melodies that start on the ninth. You know what? I've done that forever. That's like one of my like big Achilles heels. I love ninth. I cannot read music. I can hardly play. I have no musical education. Am I bad because of this? Of course not. However, what the fuck? There's a flashcard app. You could learn to write music and read music in a weekend. Go on. Why? I like reading is so hard. It's just like reading a book. You start with See Spot Run, and then pretty soon you're off to be or not to be. That is the question. You get there, but you just start with some flashcards. You learn to read music. Come on. Reading music. I never understand that one. Like it's some big thing, like it's solving nuclear physics. It's just fucking, there's only 12 notes. They're always in the same, bass and treble clef, it's like nothing. You learned way more than that learning. You can learn to read. That'll open up a world to you. As for playing, like anything else, sit down at a piano and play, and just realize that, if that's going to be your connection, the more facility you have, the easier it is. I'm not a fan of people underestimating themselves. You're a human being, for Christ's sake. Do you know what you're capable of? Human beings are fucking amazing if they want to be. Half the time, most of the time, they're not. But that's not because they can't be. You could do anything. We're the most incredible species. Our potential it's crazy. And the second craziest thing is how little of it we live up to. So you think that, I don't care how old you are, you've got a job, you have things to do, you think you can't learn to read music and play piano decently? You're out of your fucking mind. You could totally do that. And if you do, it'll make this whole thing easier. So that's just up to you how hard you want it to be. It's hard enough. I would learn to read some music. But don't underestimate yourself. And stop calling yourself not a musician. You are what you do. Are you practicing music every day? Are you trying to improve? Are you learning to read? Are you working on it? Then you're a musician. What the fuck? I'm not a musician. You're on this fucking stream. You're more of a musician than most people on the planet. There's nobody on this stream. The only people on this stream are at least fucking trying. You're a musician. You have it from me, okay? There you go, right there. You are a musician. It's just a question of how much skill you have. We'll get more. I'll help you. Single Grain Scotch, 12 Years by Targa. I haven't heard that. Open Studio on YouTube has tons of free piano lessons. Yeah, I mean, you can get, like, we have the whole Library of Alexandria on YouTube, at least before they turn it off. I think in the end it boils down to projects that have enough budget so you can focus only on composing music. Don't get me started. That's a whole other rant for the end of the thing, and I'm going to disagree with a thing you said there. What about sight reading? I could never do that. Oh, I'm incapable. Maybe I'm dyslexic. Fuck you. You're not getting any sympathy from me. I'm not granting you any of that shit. Do it. I'm not going easy on you. I'm dyslexic. Then turn it upside down. Play the fucking music. Just work on it. You got people around saying, I know he's dyslexic. Fuck that. They're not helping you. How about if nobody was around giving you even the word dyslexic and you had to get it done or somebody was going to Winchester your nuts off? You'd learn how to do it. Do it. Don't give me that. Don't give me that. I won't give you that. I won't give you that. You can do it. What's it actually worth investing in musicians and engineers so we can make more music in less time? Listen, all huge cherished pieces that have been around for hundreds of years are written by some dude on a harpsichord or piano. And you could have an orchestra and not have an orchestra, but the idea is in there or it's not. And that's what tonight's whole Unleashed was about. So it's great to be able to have other musicians around, and it's part of, there's a whole other world there when you're connecting with other musicians and through other musicians to the rest of the humanity. But right now, this is a very personal and private thing that we're working on, and it's enough. So you don't, that's not, just work it out. If it's on your piano and it's great, it'll only get better if it's orchestrated into a thing. Do I ever play pieces just from chord progressions and fill in the rest for form? Yeah, I mean, that's how I started. I've said this before. The very first song I ever wrote when I was 5 years old went... Literally... First song I ever wrote was 5. Played it for my class. I heard music only mostly as chords until one day my mom told me as I was writing this song and I played it for her, and she told me it didn't have a melody. Yeah, I remember it upset me. I'll never forget it because it crushed me. And I realized that she couldn't hear the internal melody that I was hearing in the chords, and it really taught me how to write melodies because it was such a devastating blow. But it also made me realize that what was going on in my head was not going on in other people's heads. So I think chordally, and I've learned to discover the interesting melody inside of that. But naturally, left to my own devices, it's a world of chord progressions. So I can tell you that even with that handicap, you can learn to write melodies. That song has hit potential. Well, it does now. I think it didn't. But my teacher, Miss Suzanne Searing, was very encouraging and letting me play it for the. I'll never. How would you ever forget that as a composer? It was like your first public performance of a piece, and my teacher let me play it. So anyway, all right. So let's continue. This is called. What? Are my glasses failing me? This is by Demos Orchestral. It looks like Medinoi? Is that another language? What are you doing to me? Piano. Let's hear this. Oh, another bad tune. Okay. Great. Clumsy. Stop. Oh, that's me. Stop. Clumsy, but I love what it is. I love what it is. It's the here you are, you know exactly where you are, bam. That's the best. Audiences love that. That's ultimately what gets you. It's clumsy and kind of ham-fisted here, and there's better ways to do it, but it doesn't matter. It's exactly the right thing in the right place. Did you all feel it? You were all cocky, weren't you? You figured out you knew exactly what was coming. Bam! Right? That's what you want to grab people. That's what it is. Let's do that again. I almost don't care what happens after this. Right, this piece, right? Oh. That whole bar right there, that's the whole piece right there, the whole bar, that's it right there. That's it, because everything else we took for granted, but it was important because if we didn't have it, we wouldn't take it for granted. Now, I think there's sexier things to do there, but it doesn't matter because even what it is doing exactly what you want it to do. I love it. You better take us home. Oh, too long. Too long. You needed to tonic us out. Too long. You pushed it too far. It's too far. It was one thing too far. That's very difficult. You went one little bit too far. You gotta get a little far. I love everything about what's going on here, but you're. You needed to just get his tonic home. There's you're always on borrowed time with that. I mean, I almost even know how to quantify for it, but I can tell you that was one thing too long. And if there was a way, somebody said meandering a bit. Right? You weren't. You were like a bar from wow, that was wild to meandering a bit, maybe 2 bars. It's that sensitive, but good on you. Surprising yet inevitable. Did Aristotle say that? Because, yeah, that's the way to say it. So I'm going to say you're done now. You're done. Yeah, you're done. This is now getting like it's a worse version of what we already had. And your tonality's out of the style. Yeah, so it's random. So, great. And you know what you can honestly have done at this point is just modulated and done it again. That would have gotten you through this piece. Because I think you already did. I think you stretched yourself as much as you can stretch yourself. And I don't think you're not 100% in command of it. But this is fantastic. You could do that. That's crazy. And honestly, when when you hit that tonic, you could have just sat on that for a second. Because honestly, that's what people want. When you have when you've thrown them that curveball, they just want to center for a second. So your modulation here is a touch random. I'm going to give it to you because I appreciate the fact that you were like, fuck it, let's go here. That's the best thing. Have no fear. Remember, there are no wrong modulations, no wrong notes, no wrong chords. Nothing is wrong. There's either a context which justifies it or doesn't, but that's the only thing that's ever on the line. And we talk about this in one of the composition courses, and you guys probably remember which one, but it's really a truism. You can't make a mistake. You can either fail to justify it, that's a thing that you can do, but there's no choices, no harmonies, nothing that's wrong. So in this case, it almost doesn't matter whether it's the most elegant solution or not. As you were going into unexplored territory, it was serving its dramatic purpose, which is you did not see it coming. And just about the time you're getting nervous about what it means, we bring you home and let you know you're safe. That's it. That's it. That's all of it. You listen to more music, you'll have more elegant options for that, like out stuff. I can give it to you, but it doesn't matter because you can find it. What's important is that you hone the skill, the sensibility for it. It's time for me to throw that curveball, but it's time for me to get home. And then as you went on, you literally weren't sure what else to do, so it's just going to be more of the same. And that's the point at which you now study. That's the point at which you now find other modulations, a way to take your ideas to other places. But I love things that are a concrete, perfect example of what we were talking about. Something familiar, something new. Great. Absolutely great. Was it Mod Squad? I mean, I don't remember. I don't listen to my own classes, but it was one of them. Somebody said it was Mod Squad, but it's true. And somebody also mentioned transcribing, which is also something you should do habitually. You should do it like a crack addict. Everything you should hear, you should sit down and learn to play. It's a nice thing to be able to do anyway, but what you will find is the more you transcribe, the more you start to realize how music is so simple. It's really simple. It's the same things almost all the time. And when you come across a thing that's not, it's it's a totally different challenge and it's representative of something else. But this whole show for me is a live transcription exercise. I mean, that's what it is. I'm hearing a thing I haven't heard before. I got to learn to play it right now and be able to talk about it. That does not in any way represent some like stratospheric musical skill. That's not like... It's not, that doesn't make me Mozart. It's like I've heard these progressions a billion times. What if I didn't know what they were? What would that say? That'd be a tragedy. That'd be a Greek tragedy. So it's just doing it. But I transcribe all the time. I transcribe the washing machine. I transcribe the ringtones on people's telephones. I transcribe shit all the time. As if I hear it, I play it. And all composers should do that. You should do that all the time. If you hear any song, I don't care what it is, and you like it, go play it right now. And I'll teach you that's ear training, and you'll be like, Christ, it's always the same fucking thing. Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Good thing. I transcribe during Zoom meetings. I looked very engaged. You can transcribe the Zoom meetings. If you turn all the highs down off people's voices, you can just find their voice patterns. And there's one dude who talks like this. And the girl. I do that all the time. I listen to people's voices. Now, when I play tracks from scores I used to love as a kid, I discover how simple they are, actually. And I love being able to understand them now. It's great. It's awesome. And that's a thing that never changes. When you read scores, the actual scores to, this happens all the time, to huge, grandiose, epic pieces, you will have this experience countless times in your life where you will look at the score and you'll go, that's all it is? That's all it is? This huge, giant, enormous sound, this epic, that's all it is? You'll have that experience almost more than any other. And it's really encouraging because you realize that in the end, yeah, it's not magic. It's not magic. You can do it. It's really cool. I'm trying to transcribe some of these pieces, but it's hard when I can't start and stop the video. Sorry. You can do this after the fact. All right, let's go on. Good piece there. This is called Beyond the Veil. What do you guys think? What am I going to say? What am I going to say? I'm going to give you a second. I'm going to play it again. I want to see some in the comments. What am I going to say? I'm going to give you 5 more seconds. What am I going to say? This is my favorite so far. Okay. Even if only get bits of it, I feel like it's good for me. So, no, I don't think that you're talking about this piece. So, one more time. What do we have here? What's going on? What's the issue? Let's just see if there's any consensus in the comments. So, it's not singable. That's what Mike would say. It's truly not singable. Although that's not actually technically the goal, because some people can't sing. But it's related to it. Good progression needs a melody. Somebody says, what to focus on? Right. For me, this is not going anywhere. I've lost interest. Right. People love their minor keys. It's true. Nothing to grab onto but a nice idea, by which I mean nice feeling. And I agree. And it's important that you hear that there's other people experiencing what I'm experiencing, because somebody says the inner voices are more interesting than the outer voice. Agreed. It's more about the mood than the melody. Agreed. Please listen to your peers. Listen to what's going on, because it's the same thing as anything else. Somebody said melody and accompaniment are nicely blended. You shouldn't focus on categories so rigidly. So this is not a question of categorizing or focusing on rigidity. This is a question of control. And this is a question of whether or not we are intentionally deciding the degree to which we are playing into an expectation or frustrating the expectation. That's the only thing that's on the block tonight. Whether you like it or don't like it, whether the composer likes it or not, like, it's sort of irrelevant and totally subjective. But if anybody in this audience, let alone me and a majority of people, feel like the melody isn't absolutely strong and gripping, the only question on the table is, and is that what you intended? Did you intend it to be deliberately frustrating and evasive? And if the answer is no, then you have a skill to work on. If the answer is yes, then mission accomplished. Yes, I was hoping to disorient everybody, and I was hoping to make people feel like the melody didn't go anywhere. Well, then you're in control of your craft. And we got nothing to say about whether we like it or not. Fuck us. What does it matter? So the only issue is it your intention? If it's not your intention, that's your skill on display. Your skill is your control. Like it, not like it, good, bad, means nothing. That's completely subjective. In this case, we're going to assume that the composer wants us to be experiencing whatever he or she is experiencing as much as possible, and we're not, and we're looking for the why. Somebody says here, I care more about the purpose of the piece, which hasn't been talked about. Are you listening to it from a record player or is it for a funeral scene? Again, it kind of doesn't matter. It kind of matters whether or not, in the end, what the delta between the connection that you're expecting and the connection that people have. If your intention is to write a deliberately evasive melody that people will never be able to hum, that is, try as they might, they will never be able to internalize it and carry it around with them and sing it in the shower, then mission accomplished and you are in control of your craft. But your hope is that people take that piece with them. It becomes part of the definition of who they are as human beings. Then mission failed. And we need to work on how you make that connection stronger. This is why in some ways we can separate, this is why we can separate our ego from the craft. Because this is not a discussion of our worth. This is not a discussion of our, of our value or our contribution. This is not a discussion of our intent. This is the discussion of our tools, how well we're using our tools, assuming we have the right tools. This is a very dispassionate discussion about a very passionate topic. That's what's on the block here. So somebody says, I like unpredictable melodies sometimes. It depends on my mood. Absolutely. And the truth is, unpredictable melodies are usually satisfying to the degree to which they're surrounded by predictability. So as we look at this piece, and by the way, don't forget, there's just one asshole on the internet. What do I fucking know? If it all hits too close to home, you can always go, what does he fucking know? He doesn't know. I don't even know who this guy is. I never heard of him. You know what I mean? Like, you can always dismiss people's... It's so easy. You can shit can people. That's easy. Shit can me if you don't like it. Won't hurt you. Won't help you. So, again, it's a very difficult thing to write good melodies, and there's no shortcut to it. But if you even start with the basics of following contrary and scale-wise motion, your chances of connecting with people will go up. It's always a good test, right? Why does take themes which are endearing, which people remember. Take Raiders. No chords. Why is that such a singable and hummable melody? Why is that? What is that about that? We talk about this in one of the composition classes. It's because first of all, the progression is all in there. It's literally outlining the C major chord. There's your third, 5, and your 1. And if you have a Western ear, 1-5 or 4 is fine. There's 5. Well, who doesn't know 1-4-5? The melody is trading in on something that you know, and just to make it absolutely clear, it is based on the most important tones in the chords. literally right there. So, however, without chords, the surprise is that it's actually that. So the reason that that melody is memorable is because not only is it using a familiar chord progression, it's using the most important chord tones from that chord progression to make absolutely clear which chords it's capitalizing on. There's nothing original about the progression beneath that, and yet that melody, once you get that in your head, you'll sing that all day whether you want to or not. And so we can make choices about whether we want to write that kind of melody or whether we don't, but we should be able to. And so just as we look at it dispassionately, well, why does that one work? Why does that get in your head? Why do all those fucking Williams tunes get in your head? What's the magic? It's not magic. They're almost always trading on patterns that have been established, and they're outlining in an explicit way what the chords are beneath that. So when we have any progression which fails to do that, it's by definition going to be difficult for us to connect with. Okay? Is the Theminator one where we talk about that? I'm sure it is. So if I told you nothing else, what could you tell me about that melody? Let's try again. Listen. Forget the chord for a second. Inherently, that could be a billion things, and it's not clear exactly what it is. As a motivic statement, that's a stronger statement. Do you understand why? Or that's an inherently stronger statement because it explicitly confirms the progression beneath it. And the progression beneath it is very clear. If you don't know anything else, because the chord tones are clear, because it's outlining expressly what it does, it's orienting no matter what. And when your melody has that, that's what frees you up to change the chords underneath it, and without having to change the melody at all and modulate it into different areas. If your chord doesn't expressly outline what's going on beneath it, then without those chords, it's not a melody anymore. And now you're limited in terms of how you modulate it. Does that make sense? Somebody said, I've just, but then, so it got my attention, but then lost my attention. It kind of started like Moonlight Sonata, setting the feeling, but then did not build it. Although I personally believe that reharmonization of the motif is also important, the right balance between that and outlining the harmony. Yes, absolutely. However, like I said, there's something to be said about the power of the lack of repose with those disjointed melody notes against the harmony. So again, no matter how we dance around this, if your melody needs another context in order to make sense, it's almost always the idea that the melody is not inherently strong. Why is that not a super strong melody? It could have been a lot of things. It's much more interesting when there's chords under it. What's the problem? The problem is that without that context, it's not inherently interesting. So that limits what you can do with that melody. It limits it because it doesn't carry anything with it. It's very hard to reharmonize a melody. If you have, well, with the chords being clearly outlined, that allows you it could be an F in an inversion, or an A minor. You have a billion reharmonization options because the melody itself is inherently self-supporting and clear. Does that make sense to y'all? That's a huge, huge, huge thing. So when I listen to these melodies, you know, as you should do when you write them, is you're asking yourself, does this need these chords, or is it inherently clear about what it is? And if your chord progression is typical, then it should absolutely outline those chords. There's also something to be said about if you're going to set up a pattern in a intro, if those are not going to have anything to do with what comes after that, then there's not really a function for them in an intro. Why did you give us those chords? Why did you give us that pattern, lock us into the pattern, only to abandon it as soon as the melody started? I guess that's not an introduction to the piece. See what I'm saying? See, you don't follow that chord. So I would work on the melodic strength so that independent of the spoon feeding that happens by the chords, it's inherently stronger. I mean, all I can tell you is that every strong and enduring melody in history has that quality. I can't tell you if you want to do that or not, but I can tell you that everyone that you've ever heard does. You know, that doesn't. I mean, they still play Beethoven's Fifth at baseball games. It's just they still play it. There's something inherently connected to its underlying concept. Can I hear my piece next? No, I'm going down the line here. We're about 10 minutes away from another break. Let's try here. Oh, goodness. You know what? This one is a movie. There's actually a dude playing on his piano on my computer right now. I think you just saw a piece of it here down on the screen. I don't know what it's called. Composer, you'll have to recognize your piece. Let's listen again. Are you aware that all you did was frustrate the cadence that everybody wanted to hear? I've heard a thing where people sort of pathologically avoid the tonic. You can do that. It's kind of sexy in a way to just keep making them want the tonic. But with a very simple idea like there, why did you? We were all sitting. We're with you. This is a totally different idea. This is a completely different idea. This is almost like you think your first idea didn't have any strength, so it's not worth moving on or building on. You're just like, okay, well, here's another idea, which is fine. But so you know, you have abandoned your first idea. Pathological avoidance of the tonic. Finally. One more. Rule of threes. Okay. All right, okay. Thanks for that. So I've died of old age by the time the tonic comes. So this is just like dude just set up a camera. You can't see it, but he set up a camera. It's his living room. There's people walking around and stuff. It's like something out of Peter Schickele. It's great. I love it. So this is exact. I mean, you had a couple ideas there, and I was like, maybe all of them. Okay, find the strongest one. Because there were a couple of different ideas there, and I'm a fan of frustrating the tonic. I'm a fan of it. We just have to know that ultimately people don't take their first breath until we close the loop. So if you go too long and you just keep pushing and keep frustrating and keep deceptively heading towards it, it ends up at some point it just pisses people off. But overall, I mean, it's a very little nice piece. However, I think probably we're all still in. I don't think if you played anything after that, I don't think we remember it, because that's the strongest. I don't know if there's any. Does anybody know an idea after that? Because I don't remember it. Because that's your strongest idea, I think. That's a good enough idea. But this is a thing too. There's when you were doing explorations on ideas, that's exactly what is. We're like, well, I got that idea, then I got this other one that's related, and we sort of have to figure out which one is strongest. But I think somebody said that first tune is its own piece. I think so, especially because when you outline a chord that's that clear, how many things can that be? You can actually do that. It's very, very strong. It's very, very flexible. You can do a lot of things with it, and such that it seems like you let's try another idea. Here's a variation on a theme. There's another one with another chord in it. And those are, I think, really two separate pieces. So, I mean, I think this is a thing we all fall into. We have like 5 versions of the theme, and we're not sure which one is which, and like which one's the strongest one. So it's good going through it, but I think your first one was your strongest one. Whatever it is. So I would pick one. I would develop those as separate ideas and develop them fully, because I think you've got a couple of pieces in there, and it ends up being a couple of different explorations to sort of put together. But like it's got all the building blocks of a fun little connecting piece. What do we got in here? I hope you're still there when I wake up tomorrow. We'll be here. I remember Little House on the Prairie. Reminds me of that. I built all the rest of the piece on that same move. Well, sure. However, you said you built it on the same thing. Let's check that. Do it. Just do it. That's the essence of your idea. Perfectly good idea. Well, so let's hear how you built that on that. Tonally, that's a very different language. It's different motion. I would think to say that you built it on that. Certainly, we can argue that rhythmically you built on that. But I think you've done three. You've kept the melody, but you've moved the motion, you've moved the tonality, and you've moved the underlying structure of it. So I think for us that doesn't count on a building on. I mean, it's close, but it's a very different language, and that's why people are feeling it, at least, like two different ideas. It's not got the same melodic contour, it's got the opposite contour. Literally got the opposite contour, which I mean, I think you can do that, but I would save that for a further development. So I would you gotta handhold us through it would be an easier way to do it. At least keep the melody. It's the cheapest trick and the easiest thing to do is when starting to reharmonize a melody, literally don't change the melody. Literally don't change it. let that be the anchor. And then once people have adjusted to the new harmonic language, then you can now decouple the melody and change the melody or move it to a new place. But as you're looking for the bridge from one point to another, the easiest way to do it is to literally not change the melody, not a note of it, and reharmonize it. And then this becomes, the melody becomes the way in which they enter the new world of tonalities. Once you've established the world, now you can decouple the melody. But to do both, ultimately, this is the feedback. That feels like a different piece. Even though in your mind, you're like, it's the same rhythm. How can you not hear it? It's like exactly the same thing. Because on first viewing, you've decoupled it enough from its initial conditions that it seems different to us. Does that make sense? So to me, upside down is the same. But you told me the same thing last time. Well, okay, so learn it this time. No, I'm just kidding. And it's true. And honestly, that's the point of a thing like, of an exercise like this and for this class tonight, is to learn that there's a difference between the way we hear music and the way most people hear music. Most people are not musicians. We can hear all kinds of shit they don't hear. And it's fucking painfully obvious to us, and they don't hear it at all. And then they're like, I don't understand what you're talking about. And you're thinking, how do you not know what I'm talking about? But they don't. This is, you don't want to be the misunderstood musician. You want to be able to, it's the essence of communication, to be able to lead people into what you're saying, even if you're going to ultimately take them into territory they've never been in before. So this time you jived with it much more, which is great. It means I slowed down, but I hear you, I can do more. Yeah. Look, like I said, in some ways you're overestimating people, but also I do not beat yourself up. We live in a different time zone. We live in a time warp in which time travels at a very different rate when we're writing a piece. We live with a piece for 6 hours, 6 days, and then we play it for somebody and it takes 6 seconds, and they perceive it very differently. So this is one of the skills, is learning to hear your music like a non-musician. And that's some of what we're doing tonight. And some of it happens just because, okay, on first listening, what's your first impression? All of us in this room, especially musicians, a couple of times into this can hear what you're saying. I get you now. But there's only one chance to make that first impression, that first connection. And so if you're going to make it strong, this is how you do it. Okay? So you repeat much more because of your feedback. Well, yeah, I mean, I remember when I started out writing commercials, television commercials, and in fact, the first directing jobs I ever had were directing television commercials. And the best part of both of those gigs, as a composer or as a director or editor or anything, is that you realize you have to get the entire thing across immediately, within seconds. And it forces you to figure out what is the thing that will connect with people. What's the image? What's the idea? What's the phrase? What's the tagline? What's the visual that will, in seconds, lock and sell your audience? And if you get the rest of that 15 seconds or 30 seconds after that image, that's a bonus. It's a bonus. But you only had right now to find the thing that cuts through all the stuff and gets right to the heart of what makes people connect with it. And that is a elusive and difficult skill. That's what we're doing. What's the thing that immediately they're like, I like this song. If they liked it, they'll stay with you. You can go all kinds of places. But if they're warming up to you, especially now, you might have already lost them. I always pass my composition through my judge and girlfriend for that non-musician option. I've said many times, I've said it for years, that when I catch people in my family absent-mindedly singing the shit that I write, that's always a good sign. That's my focus group. If I hear my little boy in the shower and he's just in there and he's singing, I'm like, that's it. That's how you know. He wasn't trying. I didn't tell him to do it. I didn't even know he was listening to it. And now he's singing it. That's how you know. And that's exactly why. They can't help it. They can't help it. That's great. Any new courses planned? I mean, ultimately, not traditional. I really already know you that what you need. If you've taken all of my master classes, you've taken them all, right? By the way, just so there's a 40% off right now. It's Level Up 2021. There's no capitals. LEVELUP 2021. It's $18. You get like 6 hours of me rambling, but 2 hours of really useful information. I'm shattered. Mike, you're shattered? Oh, you're shattered, not by feedback. Yeah, this is the problem. Musicians listening to musicians. I've heard real bad mistakes on live gigs, and the audience didn't have a clue. Yeah, oh, for sure. This is part of my job tonight is to speak in the language of a musician with the perspective of an everyman. That's my goal. Somebody says here, I foresee a similar feedback on my piece. Where in the list of submissions were we? I don't know. I think we just started. All right, let's go to this one. This one's called Unleashed, December 16th. So I can't tell you if that's good or bad. All I can tell you is we have no fucking idea what you're doing. If that's what you wanted, then you did it. Then you're in control of your craft. I can tell you, when every chord you play, 2 chords, right? My brain goes like it spiders out into like 20 different potentials. It's this, to this, and then the one you choose is one I would never thought of. Okay, that's fine. Let's try it again. This one's got to go this, or this. It goes none of those places. Fuck. How could it go none of those places? I know all the places it could go. Another chord goes another place. If that's what you want your audience experience, it doesn't matter whether we like it or not. It only matters whether it's what you intended. Otherwise, because to an uninitiated, it's random. It's random and disorienting. Of course it is. And like I said, you're the only one who actually knows the answer to this. But somebody said it's bordering on atonal. But it is. There's no functional, structural difference between that and literally random stuff. Fucking know. You're just like, okay, you say so. There's no structural difference between that and what you're suggesting. Is that what you meant? If it is, I got nothing to say. Mission accomplished. Otherwise, you got to know we have no fucking idea where you are. We don't know what's going on. Okay. tell you, a lot of shitty composers hide. I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying a lot of shitty composers hide behind this kind of crap. Because this way they can say, oh yeah, no, it's not supposed to conform to any kind of known paradigms. It's supposed to challenge you. It's a lot of bullshit. The truth is they couldn't write a 1-4-5 tune where the fuck if their children's lives depended on it. And so they hide in these worlds. If you've ever been to college, you have to hear all this shit. And you're like, okay, yeah, right. Yeah, you're Picasso. Now paint me a fucking stick figure. And they can't, because they're not actually in control of their craft. So I don't mean to keep coming down on you this hard, but it's really the only question for you is, do you just loathe and despise all of the predictability of Western music such that you will not be bound to it, which is totally fine, but can you do it? Because if you can't, then you don't actually have any control of it. And then there's no difference between chaos, and people aren't going to connect with it. And I don't know if that's what you want. I've been to concerts where it was all atonal and polytonal music. And you come home after a couple hours of this and you just go to the piano and you just go. You just, there you go. Just fucking. So, all we're measuring tonight is intent. That's all we're talking about. No good, no bad. Is this literally to the note what you intended? Is this the experience you wanted me to have? Now, I will tell you, my deepest feelings about stuff like this is that whoever's behind this is not afraid. There is absolutely no fear in this person. They're not afraid of dissonances. They're not afraid of polytonality. They are not afraid to break all the fucking rules, which is actually a huge, huge plus for a composer. Unrestricted, unreined in, uncontrolled. It's power without control. It's chaos. So I always, when I hear a composer like this, I think, you know, somewhere inside they're either one of the huge sea of ultimately very low skill composers, or they're Schoenberg. Do you know what I mean? Somewhere in there, if they wanted to, they could harness all the power of tonality, all of the control, all of the connection, but they are completely fearless about where they will go once they've got you in their grasp. I think that sort of bold stuff is ultimately where the most interesting stuff will happen, but it happens in no way at all, zero, none whatsoever, without the initial connection. Then it's just random noise. So many composers get afraid of dissonances and afraid of polytonality or chromaticism. One of my classes, I know we talk about this a lot, about freeing yourself from worrying about the half step. And as I recall, that one of the examples, my favorite example of the dissonances, right, is we will all agree that that's the most dissonance you can get between two notes is a half step. And yet you take that B and you move it up an octave, and it's in the heart of maybe your prettiest chords ever. It's about a context. So we learn to free ourselves from the idea that dissonances are inherently dissonant. It's only related to the context. So this piece is not afraid to, it's not afraid to hit you with aggressive shit. But if it's in total rejection of the connection and the tonality, standard tonality, it'll just be ignored ultimately. There's no ultimately nobody's throwing panties on the stage for that, and you got to get some panties thrown on your stage. Just trust me. You have to know the rules to break the rules. Well said. More eloquently said than I said it. It's like the adagio in Mahler's 10th. The esoteric and chromatic tonalities balance with the other sections. The contrast is great, but I couldn't listen to it for long. So yeah, I mean, again, it's always about God. Geez, what are we? Are we inventing the wheel here? Consonances and dissonances. You can't have one without the other. They don't even have meaning without the other. So if we only have dissonances, that's all you've got. If all you've got consonances, that's all you've got. It's boring. So with a piece like this, we're struggling for a thing, and you're never ever getting to us. So we don't need you. That's the brutal assessment of it. And you know, academics like to rap. They like to embrace that shit because that justifies their tenure and their fact that they can't actually write any music. But that's not our job here. Our job here is to give you control. And so, so I would say the sexiest thing you can do is find a way to take us to that from something totally pedantic, something totally pedestrian. Go from some place that's insultingly simple and get us there and back in one piece. That is mastery of craft. All right. Let's take another 7-minute break, and then we'll come back. Lots more pieces, tons more pieces. Gosh, hours, days of pieces, and that's good. But everybody's put in. We can't just shit can pieces tonight. We're not hearing anything where we're just going, well, that's all production. Let's move on. These are all pieces on piano. There's something to talk about, and I guarantee you, no matter which piece we're listening to, there's something for you to take from it. So. 7 minutes, we'll be back for more Unleashed 7, right? It's the 7th year we're doing this? Okay, all right. Back in a minute. Welcome back, everybody, to Unleashed 7. How you doing? Y'all okay? Everybody okay? If I didn't mention it, tonight's show is sponsoring Macallan 18. I don't like the 18, to be honest with you, because I don't really like Scotch. The 15 is the one I like, and the rare cask. The 15 tastes like a bourbon. I don't know why, but we have 18 in the house. You know, and I'm not picky. So drink them if you got them. We have had a ton of great submissions tonight. We're going to keep going. And we're not going to make any attempt to pick up the pace because everybody deserves exactly as much time as they deserve. I'm not going to rush through these things. I think one year we had people actually stick with me for 17 hours. It's like at least one dude was here the whole time. Everybody else, what happens is you're going to go to sleep, you wake up, and we'll still be talking. That's all right. Let me just see if we missed up any comments during the break. I'm a bit confused. So keeping the overall progression of the theme, sometimes throw in a different chord for interest, modulate, and then you can fill hours. But when about the other developments? Well, so, I recognize your name. I think you've taken a few of my master classes. If you haven't, you can get them for 40% off right now with the coupon code LevelUp2021. And so on some level, it's very simple. But on the other level... Right. The simplicity of your idea is your strength and your liability. And there are tons of examples of great themes which prolong their interest through simple acts like modulation. But if the melody itself, if the motivic idea itself is strongly connected to its underlying chord progression, then it also, not only does it lock in the strength with the audience, it also sets up how flexible you can be with reharmonizing it. So you sort of want to have both. And it's also not to be underestimated how difficult it is to write really great melodies. There's not a formula. What do you think? Do you think you could just say 5 easy steps to becoming a great composer? Are you out of your mind? It's not like that. We're going to draw attention to patterns and we're going to talk about ways to better your chances, but shit hard, boys and girls. There's no way around this. And you shouldn't beat yourself up just because I'm beating you up. That's my job. And somebody said, I'm very, oh, that's good, actually. I'm very, very brave to accept our views. No, I mean, it's just an indication of the fact that you actually want to get better. I mean, I hear somebody's praising me, so I'll read it. I love Mike Verta. I'm so glad. He's so refreshing listening to those Spitfire guys, and their nodding sheep makes me fall asleep. This is fantastic stuff. I'm grateful to be listening to a legend. Indeed. So, thank you. It's 1:10. I'm planning to go all night. Yeah, look, I mean, I cannot stress this enough. There's not one thing I'm saying to you, not one thing that I'm not saying to myself. You don't think I'm hearing every word I say? This is advice I need to remind myself of every day. There's only a handful of rules here, and you can know the rules, but that's different than doing the rules. This is for me as much as you. I'm not like, I've been doing this a long time. I figured out how to keep the lights on doing it. But you don't think after 40 years you're tempted to go out into places and alienate your audience? Of course you are. Especially because after some point you realize, oh, I can do this and I can always do this. But let's go here. I got to rein myself in all the time. This shit ain't easy. That's just how it is. Can't I just watch the YouTube videos on how to sound like John Williams? I mean, I've seen a couple of those, 5 easy steps to sounding like John Williams. No. Whatever those steps are, don't do them. That's not how it works. Why, I'm John Williams. No. No, you're not. It's terrible. Stop. All right. Wait, did we do this one? This is Dreaming of Portugal. Okay, so there's already like 10 million things we should all respect out of this step entry 127 velocity piano sample. Okay? There's stuff. Come on. That's not a thing. Somebody said this one speaks for itself. Yeah. Honestly, I have nothing to say about this piece because, yeah, except for one, you know where the clumsy is. Except for the place where the clumsy is, it's somewhere here. That one, we're just taking your word for it. That's not a thing. You can do it, but it's not a thing. But I think if you had an entire spiral notebook or music notebook of pieces like this, you would be better off for it because you are just working your way through a standard chord progression, a standard typical progression, working on your melody, and you're using scale-wise motion, you're using contrary motion, you're following the chord tones. It's not like some great melody, but that doesn't matter. The value of this is absolute. Now, that said, if this is your submission to Unleashed 7, that probably means this represents the wavefront of your progression sensibility. And if so, I will say, very nice, very good. Yes. The awkward chord and a couple of awkward transitions, you'll figure out once you've listened a little bit more. But I can tell you that your job is now to go listen to other progressions. You're not going to find the progressions that move you past this in any modern music. Nothing written in the last 20 years. You're just not going to find it. You got to go early. You know what? You should look. What? You know what? Do this. Bust out some Bach and Beethoven. Bust out some fugues. Bust out some 2-part inventions, 3-part inventions. Bust those things out. And hear where all of this stuff came from. And go to Baroque music, man. You want to hear how you can milk the shit out of 145, go to Baroque music and you will learn turnarounds and modulations you have never ever thought of. And whether you use them or not, the fact that they'll be right there for you and you'll see how flexible it is will give you ideas. Mozart too, yeah, absolutely. I think this is exactly what it sounds like for a composer. I think it's exactly what your exercises should sound like. Like, yeah, I'm just working on the basic shit. Do you know, you could line up. I'm talking about all the top guys right now, whoever they are, writing for film, and you could line them up against the wall, and you could say, "Write me a fugue," and not one of them could put out a fugue, not even a basic one, not even a like academically boring one. There's no chops in there, and the truth is that if you don't know that stuff, you don't know how to build on it, you don't know how to recruit on it. You're missing all your. What are you going to build? You got no materials. So I would absolutely say that's where you should go, because you'll hear a lot of shit that sounds like that. I wonder, are we saying that because it's so harpsichord like? I don't know, but I know you just go listen. You bust out some Bach, you'll hear your music in it. You'll be like, oh, that's my piece. It's so exactly like my piece, except that he'll go places and you'll be like, holy fuck, how did he do that? And then you'll transcribe it and you'll have like 10 million other things under your hands. That'd be so sexy. You should do that. Totally do that. Bach's music is so great. And you know, and just in case you're like a guy, Hans Zimmer will credit Bach and Beethoven and Mozart as being his like inspiration. So, so yeah, I mean for sure, but especially for this, where you're really going to learn how to move around a very simple center. You can't beat it. They wrote the book on it, kind of literally. And that's what I would do. If I were you, I would go literally from here to Bach. I think that's the move. That's the move. I think that would be a good move for you. But I fucking dig that because I dig the exercise of it. And I think that's how you start. I think that's exactly how you start, man. Just getting your way around the thing. Like the first time I ever had somebody, I remember it was in Neil Desby, if you know who that is. He's my conductor. He was best man at one of my weddings. The lifelong friend, or 25 years friend. He was my professor at USC, and I forget what my point is now because I was too busy thinking about how much I love the dude. But anyway, it'll come back to me. He certainly taught me everything about respect and admiration for basic structure. I can tell you that. I don't think Hans has discussed formal classical training. Could he write a fugue? I doubt it, but it doesn't matter. In fact, this is one of the things. This is why I've always wanted to do a show with him. I wanted to have him on one of my master classes. In fact, I've always said, not always said, but I've said to myself, that's my last like Verita master class in the series that I would do. I want to have Hans Zimmer on the show. And I want to talk to him about the things that nobody talks about, which is, where does Hans Zimmer come from? Because I think in the end, there's actually a lot more going on there that people realize. And it all becomes about the samples, and it all becomes about the epic, and all becomes about this. But there's a lot of things that shaped Hans Zimmer into being who he is. And people who are Zimmer clones don't have any of it. They're all purely imitators. And I'm exactly the guy to get him to talk about it, because I know exactly what it is. But we haven't. It hasn't worked out yet. Anyway. So yeah, there you go. I listened to Bach on a church organ in Leipzig. Shit, man. That's serious. All right, let's go on. This is called Attempted Milking a Theme. Okay, stop. Wait. Remember, we are going to fill out that. You have not explicitly set out what the chord is, so we are going to fill it out. What's the root chord of this? Is it G? Or is it C? So an awful lot of potential in that. We are not sure. And so on one level or another, all we're actually waiting for is a confirmation of what the center is. even that helps center you. Let's listen to where we're going from here. Let's say it's G. Is that what you mean? Because our brains are going to desperately fill us in. It's a liability if you don't expressly you've kind of boxed yourself into that if you don't expressly say it. And if you don't do that, there's very little else that the average Western ear would accept. Does that make sense? Absent a chord progression, we're going to try to force you into something familiar like 1-4-5. All of that is going on in our heads. And if you don't confirm or deny it, then you've created an unresolvable conflict between us. When you do that, you can't avoid that. You can't start to go up the scale and not have us think, okay, well, we're going to try that then. We can't help it. So what we're all experiencing right now is, which is it? Why are we not clear? How about if you're going to do E minor, then you suggested that E minor is a development, which must mean that you're on the G tonic, but you haven't really said that. You haven't really confirmed anything. So you're pulling this E minor modulation, this development out of your piece, but we don't know. How is this related to your idea? You've never even really stated the tonic. plenty of fine things, but no thread. If you want to milk a theme, learn, this is how you milk a theme. Find all the things you can do. Milk it that way. Milk a theme, milk it. But to never explicitly say, what is the simplest version of that theme? Was that the simplest version? There's a million permutations of it, but what is the simplest, most reduced essence of that tune? You need to find that and state that. Then you can go other places, but to never go there? I mean, we're going to fill in the gap. It could be anything, literally anything. You have a million places you go, but you got to let us know what the intention is by stating it clearly. And you know, in pop tunes, I remember this too. When I was first writing like commercial jingles, and there'd be your like little jingle thing, and you get to the thing that's the hook. They don't do this anymore, but we used to. I was always tempted to put more shit on the chorus, on the first chorus. But the truth is, the first chorus is naked. It's just the chorus. Don't put the backing vocals. Don't put the other embellishments. Let it just be what it's going to be, the simplest version of it, because it's the first time anybody's heard it. So on some level, that first statement, I mean, you only have to do it once, and then you can go anywhere. What would be awesome is if some ambitious person would go through and watch all the Unleashed, organize the comments, and put out a book. Sorry, but yeah. So there are a lot of ways. I mean, this is such a flexible. So flexible. So it's a crime it's not clearer. Okay? All right, next piece. This is called JP. This is by JP. It's called, well... So that's the fun part. Let's start at the beginning here real quick. what I like, right? So what we're doing here is we're doing a thing that composers are often afraid of, which is chromatic motion. There are several permutations to what happens in chromatic stuff. There's essentially diatonic chromatic stuff. That's your Billy Joel. Now you're literally chromatic. I can't tell you which is right or wrong because it's a personal choice, but remember that when you're leading anybody from point to point through any issue that's difficult in music, from B flat major 7th or major 9th to E flat major 7th, major 9th, the common chord tones become the anchor by which people weather the change, weather anything that's challenging about it. If it's challenging, they're going to look for the thing that makes it less challenging. It is generally considered that chromatic motion is more challenging than scale-wise motion in a major scale. Rightly or wrongly, that's the case. You have to handhold people a little bit through anything chromatic, which is why when you've got the G, the only thing in common between them is so important. It's very often that people will hold on to the G because it keeps an anchor through the motion, even if you don't. The C becomes the anchor. There's always a tie-in between the two. And I bring this up because if you're going, you've actually abandoned any connecting chord tones. There's nothing in common, which is why more often than not, this particular piece of chromatic motion will, instead of being an A minor, will actually be an inverted F. And that's so that you can maintain. And in fact, if you were to continue, we'll look for anything that's common. So at the beginning, there's nothing wrong with your A. So one thing for you to consider there's nothing wrong with it, but let it be a choice whereby you were making it as tenuous a connection as possible versus right, there's not right, there's not wrong. That sort of chromatic motion is easier to digest. Does that matter to you? Was it a choice? Did you know that? Fuck that. I'm just going to make him deal with it. That's all we're looking at. Not right or wrong, not good or bad, not we like it or we don't like it. Was that an intent? Because there are easier, friendly ways to bring people through a chromatic motion. But more importantly, this is a whole language you're saying. It's a whole different world than what you say after it. You're sort of done with this idea. Yeah, you're in a whole different world. It's a whole other world. Why are you conditioning us for chromatic motion to completely abandon it and just go to 1, 4, 5, section 1, 3, 4, 5? Why? If that's not going to have anything to do with it, then don't do that. That's not the warm up. That's not getting us into the idea if you abandon it 4 bars into it. So is that this chord progression has been, the carpet's totally worn down to the nub on this. Have you explored all of the melodies if you're going to go down this familiar a path, this is like a week of your life. Whatever it is. Whatever it is. You work on your melodies all the time. Your melody over this chord progression is not especially strong. It's not especially memorable. And if you're going to trade on a progression that clear, it should be. I applaud that you're pushing. You're trying to find it, but you're guessing. You're guessing. And this is actually a thing whereby if we're trying to do it from memory, let me tell you something. This is a good exercise. Is like write a Christmas carol, a Christmas song in the style of, you know, Sleigh Ride or Chestnuts Roasting Opener. It's one of those like 50s, 60s. And you will find that your memory of what those songs sounds like is very clear, but your harmonic knowledge of what it actually does is very low. Or try Disney tunes from the 60s or 70s. Your memory of the harmonies is very clear. You can hear it. But when you actually go to do it, you're not really sure what it is. And it's exactly the case with this. So this is just another case of you really needing to stretch out and listen. And like I said, literally go back to somebody asked what I listened to. As we were working on this Disneyland project, we also happened to have like the 1960s and 70s original Main Street music loop. And every one of the little pieces is a master class in arrangement and orchestration. They're sick how great they are. They're flawless. The structure, the modulations are flawless. The instrumentation of orchestration, flawless. There's like these goofy little tunes playing on Main Street in the back. So that's where you go for, well, where are all the really legit chord modulation versions based on this simple theme? That's where you should go. But I always like it when I hear familiar chord progressions worked on. Always like it. Well, that's been done a million times. Yeah, but not done well, writing melodies over those simple chords. 1-4-5, try that. Just write great melodies over 1-4-5. Good luck. You'll spend a month on it. And you should. Are we ever going to get The Way It Is full version? No. I mean, I don't even remember that tune. It's been a long time. I don't remember this at all. What was that, like 2 years ago? I remember when I did that video. Something like... I don't remember. Why do you want a full version? What are you going to do with that? Anyway, but not one person can play That's Just the Way It Is. Well, I did at the time. Didn't I ever play it through? I don't know. Anyway, one of Mike's most underrated videos is the Jingle Bells one. I mean, certainly that's... there are some... I remember doing some. I don't remember if they're still online, but you would know. They're probably on my YouTube channel, but a bunch of like variations on little Christmas things. I used to do that all the time as a kid. Like just... I used to do very simple tunes and reharmonize them a bunch of ways because the tune was done for me. And that's how you practice, and that's how you learn different reharmonizations and increase your vocabulary. But like I said, I'm always in the back of my mind transcribing like crazy shit by Saul Kaplan from Star Trek. And it's like, what? How the fuck? How did he do that? You can't. Where are you going to get these words from if you've never heard them? But my favorite place to practice them is over simple progressions. So kudos to you for being in this world. I really mean that. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna do. I was gonna do the. There's actually the first Bruce Hornsby tune I ever transcribed was this tune. It was from Backdraft. It was like, or like. loved this tune. What was it called? This is really, I love this Bruce Hornsby tune, but I didn't do that one. But I could do a transcription of that one. What's it called? Show Goes On? Something like that. I should do that one maybe. I don't know if maybe it was. Anyway, sorry. Are these cues getting played in order of the upload? Yes, they're in order of top. And the next one is called Midnight Sun by, oh, no, that was a piece of music by Pinda. It's a PDF. Where's your MPF? I only got a PDF. If you submitted Midnight Sun, you need to resubmit an MPF. Let's check out Balloon Song. Oh no, Arch Villain Dark Fantasy Theme. Hold on, stop. So, no matter what your chords are, simply outlining the chords does not actually constitute a motivic statement. It's not really a bias for me to say this. It's not really a bias. I'm just bringing a message from history, which is there's a quality of music I call transportable. It's the best word I can think of. And it's the one where you can give people some music and they can then take it with them. Happy Birthday is transportable. None of us have ever heard the real recording of Happy Birthday, which was actually Good Morning to You, as I recall. We hear it sung to us, usually just the melody when we're kids, and then we learn it. We Happy Birthday to you, we sing it. Then waiters sing it like shit at restaurants for the rest of our lives. But we can carry it around with us. We can transport it. We could be in the shower and sing Happy Birthday to you. We can sing that. There's tons of tunes like that. Most of the best melodies are like that. We can carry it around. We can relive it. And it's funny how important this quality is to music that we ultimately cherish, that history ultimately cherishes, that the human race ultimately cherishes. Any tune that people can internalize and sing in the shower, even badly or in the car, that they can carry around with us, is transportable. And we can choose to not have a piece be transportable, but if it isn't, at the very least, we have to acknowledge that there's something fundamentally different between that and all of the cherished music in history. That is the quality of it. Imagine you went and you heard a guy speak, and you came back from the speech, and you said to your friend, and you said, I heard the most amazing guy talk today. He said the most amazing things. And your friend says, well, what did he say? I can't really, I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was fucking amazing. I felt like I could take on the world. Well, tell me anything of what he said. You'd have to be there. It's just, he said, like, actually, I don't remember. Oh, it's just like, it was fucking amazing. Well, okay, in the end, you have a memory of a feeling, but you can't remember any of the words. You can't remember any of the phrases, any of the philosophies, any of the idioms, any of the nothing. You don't actually carry it with you. It's just this vague impression of how it made you feel. And if music isn't hummable, singable, transportable, that's all that's left with. And think now about the huge litany of music that is out there, which is cool. It's fun to listen to. It's emotionally charging or satisfying. And yet you could never share it with another person. You could never give it to them. Well, how does it go? Well, it goes, happy birthday to you. No, you go, well, I can't sing it. It goes, I mean, you'd have to hear it. Okay. So when you're talking about music that way, it's missing at least a very core part of the definition that has always defined what music is. I'm not here to tell you whether you like that or not, or it's good or bad, because I have my own judgment on it, and it doesn't matter. What's important is that you recognize that that is a huge quality, and if your music doesn't have that, then at the very least, it has something not in common with all of the cherished music in history. And is that a choice? If somebody cannot sing your melody, if they cannot internalize your melody, if they cannot transport it, if it cannot become part of the daily life that they live walking around, then it is destined for the vapor, like a fart in the wind. And it doesn't necessarily have to conform to rigid stuff. My little boy was watching Squid Game. You see Squid Game? He's been singing Squid Game music. He's singing it. It's transportable. That counts. But when you end up with a piece like this, it is virtually impossible, because it's really not melodically saying anything. It's outlining chords that are underneath it. You can't carry it with you. I don't care if you do that or not. What does it fucking matter? It's just that, do you realize that? Do you realize that it's not transportable? And by being not transportable, it will never become part of the cherished memories and experience. It will never be part of what people traditionally look to music for. People don't generally listen to speeches they can't recite a word of, or soliloquies they cannot remember. They don't generally embrace and have their lives transformed by music they cannot experience on their own, in their own head, in the private, quiet time of their life. It's just, it might be thrilling for the moment. It might be great in the moment. But if they can't even express it, they can't carry it around, they can't relive it outside of that moment, it's very rarely the stuff of lasting impact. And I don't think any of us want to be fleeting and transient. I think we want to make a difference somehow. People hear our music and they like it, and they embrace it, and they write us little emails. Hello from Sweden. I don't speak your language, but music excellent. Write at play at wedding. Love you. That's what we want. We want that. Wow. Fuck. Great. No. I get the message. He loved the music. He's okay. So there's just something to be said there about it, and that this quality transcends, the chord progressions and all the rest of that. This is why it matters. So when we listen to your tune, right, we're like, yeah, I mean, there's like dark, cool shit in there, but I've been doing this like 40 years. I couldn't sing this tune, and so I can't even carry your message to my wife, who I love and would want to share moments with. Honey, I've heard this piece of music. It's dark, and let me give it to you. I couldn't do it. I'd have to. Well, you'd have to hear it. And she's like, I'm too busy. I'm scrolling Instagram or whatever she's doing. What a tragedy. personally, I like challenging stuff like that. That I just like it, but ultimately, it doesn't add up to something that I can internalize. And my challenge to you is like anybody else. Oh yeah, now make that singable. Even if you shit can it, can you do it? You know, the best example I've heard recently here is, there's a lot of like chromatic shit going on in the Harry Potter music. Williams pulled off some really chromatic shit, and you can sing the shit out of it. It's just, there's Williams taking another shot. So somebody said, I guess it's not easy to define what music is. I mean, I don't know. I certainly know. I certainly know it's easy to define what music has traditionally been. I'm the director of operations for a charity in Ghana, West Africa, where the people in the village primarily express themselves rhythmically. Well, they, for our sakes, they do some Western music and they study that. But left to their own devices, I've listened to a lot. I know the music director at our facility, and we've talked about music a lot. And they have insanely complicated rhythmic traditions. And yet, even with no tonality, even with no harmonic structure, the rhythmic patterns and structures are very, very clear. And they're different. You have to get used to them. I dig it. And I realized, wow, man, you can learn and you can carry the rhythmic tradition with you. You can carry it. It's transportable. Even without notes, it's transportable. So in my own life, I've discovered that quality, as hard as it is to define, isn't hard to know when you're in the presence of. And certainly it's totally decoupled from whether you like it or not. I like all kinds of crap music. There's lots of stuff that's nothing but a fucking groove. It's just a bed. It goes nowhere. It says nothing. It repeats. It doesn't modulate. It has no interest in it. It's not transportable, and I dig it. That's just the fucking guilty pleasure of it. But I would be hard-pressed to say it's music. It's like a groove you could dance to. It's like a thing you can dance to. It's emotionally satisfying. But to me, it's difficult to put that in the same universe as the stuff that's with me all the time and has changed who I am as a human being. This is semantics. We don't have to argue this. We don't have to decide this. But we do have to know that it's a choice. I'll say this all night, all day. I don't care what you do. Fuck anybody who's got anything to say about what you do. Do what you do. There's an audience for what you do. It almost doesn't matter what you do. But if it isn't exactly what you meant, if you don't have the choice in what you do, then work on that, because that's your craft. That's your skill. That's your control. That's your destiny. That's the ability for you to shape your life, your future, and to make connections with people. What you do with the power is yours. If you don't actually have control over the power, there's nothing else to work on. Work on that. Let it all be by intention. All be a choice. All right. That's how you get around the argument, by the way, of subjectivity and objectivity. There's always a subject component of music. I don't like polka music. That's the end of that discussion. But you don't understand, it's the best polka. I'm sure it is the best polka music in the world. I don't like polka. That's the end of that discussion. But what's still true is that it is or isn't masterfully the intention of the polka composer. That's not arguable. That is objective. That is a function of craft. That's something we can quantify, qualify, measure, and work on. What you do with it, that's on you. But that's why here tonight, we're not working on good or bad. We're working on, is it what you meant? And if not, why not? Okay? Was it Russian or Swedish? Oh, look, I'm not an impressionist. It might have been a Swedish impression. I'd love a title for one of those guilty pleasure songs. I don't know. Okay, I'll give you one. this is probably my kid was Draco was in Taekwondo, and they played some tune during Taekwondo when they were doing like their calisthenics, and he wanted to listen to it all the time. So he wanted me to put it on. Now, so okay, here's the story. So he wanted me to put it on, and it was it turned down for what, or is it turned up for what? I think it's turned down for what. I think that's what it was. Anyway, it was just some fucking ridiculous, stupid, nothing tune. And we would turn that shit up because he fucking dug that. Turned down for what? And it fucking, I think it had I don't remember. It was some crazy, it's that's all it was. It was some groove. Anyway, he burned out on that tune in like 2 weeks and then made me take it off the playlist because he didn't want to hear it ever again. And I was like, lesson learned. Like, you milked, like, that was fun, but there's nothing in it, so you fucking burned out on it. And there's been a few tunes like that. There was another tune. It was a tune by, wait, is there a group called One Day? Oh, wait, Best Song Ever? Is that a tune? It's another one from his fucking Taekwondo class. They played this fucking tune. I think, and it was like literally 4 beats. And it was this thing. He played the shit out of this tune. I think it was called Best Song Ever, or Best Day Ever, or Best Something Ever. I think it was by a group called One Day. I don't know. I could be wrong. It could be totally whatever. Too old for the club, man. Anyway, he listened to the fucking shit out of that tune for like 2 weeks, and then it completely vaporized. He made me take it off the list. So all the tunes that have stayed on his list are tunes that have more in them. He's learned to play like half the Billy Joel repertoire. He plays Back to the Future Overture. He plays Jerry Goldsmith's Star Trek. He just learned the Leroy Anderson Sleigh Ride. He plays all these tunes that he really likes. The ones that he's all singing all have way more shit in them, but he loved the shit out of these tunes. So, I mean, what's wrong? Like I said, you shit on that. That's great. But there's really nothing in there. So they don't last. They're fucking gone. They're gone. But Sleigh Ride is still there, and fucking Beethoven's Fifth is in there. You know what I mean? So anyway, was that 5 years ago? Yeah. Land Down Under, right? That's no. Those people were just asking. Like, we played the shit out of it. We had to get in the car, and we had fucking Turned Down for what? Was rattling the windows in our car. Yeah, I get it. That's cool. It's cool. But then at some point you're like, hey, can we not ever listen to that ever again? All right. And yeah, he just learned the Leroy Anderson Sleigh Ride. That's the real one. He learned that. I mean, that, to me, that's like the coolest one. Actually, the whole tune is that part, That's the whole tune, is that one part. Anyway, I learned that. So yeah, I mean, so I don't have, I love it when people love music. I don't care what, but it's different than what I want to put in the world and what I ultimately hold on to. Like, what are your, desert island music? All right, what do we got here? This is, I was going to say this is called Baboon Song. In fact, it's called Balloon Song. So I apologize for having thought Baboon Song. This is not Baboon Song. I don't know, we're not with you. Let me just give you, let me just give you a, God, all the songs when I was learning piano were all this shit where the fucking chords, yeah. the voicings alone were fucking atrocious. So let me just give you this. Block chords below middle C, as a rule, change the closed voice, right? Closed voice means that there's no chord tone between the chord tones. So in your C major, C, E, and G are your notes. That's closed voice. Open voice is where you've got, say for example, that's an open voice version of the C major. You're skipping over in one of the E's, and you're skipping over one of the C's. You're opening it up. It's just an inherently more pleasant way to distribute those harmonies, and in fact will directly translate to cellos, violas, and trombones down the line. But these chord open voice chords will get you a lot further towards a pretty rendition of your tune. Take it up the octave. So some of what you're just literally, so what happens is as you close voice chords, below it, literally the tonality starts to become muddy and ugly, and it carries so much dissonant power that it makes it difficult to focus on your melody. So every rule I give you is probably one that could be broken 1,000 ways, but a good rule of thumb is once you're about below here, open voice that shit. And it'll help you just realize your chords so that it's easier to tell the tonalities of what you're doing. Let's see what you're doing. Yeah. Rough. Same chords. The tonality is clearer when you open it. It'll ultimately work out better for you in voice leading. It'll work out better for you in orchestration. Open up those chords just so that it doesn't become these blocks of. Okay, here's your exercise, composer. Forget that. Forget that chord progression. 1, 4, 5. Write little nursery rhyme tunes on those chords. Whatever. 1, 5, 4, 1, 4, 5. Simplify. Simplify so that you can start working out the difficulty, the challenge, but also the centering action of coming up with simple melodies over a predictable chord progression in which you're also getting some of the voicing that's a little bit more palatable. Because it's hard to sell, even though what's going on underneath there is perfectly acceptable. Open voice chords. Also, what are you listening to? What are you listening to? What are you transcribing, composer? Are you transcribing all the time? I don't think so. I want you to pick some tunes, and I want you to pick some tunes, just pick some tunes prior to 1990. You don't have to like them, although they're great tunes. Find tunes prior to 1990 and transcribe them, and slow them down. Get an app called Transcribe and transcribe them, because it will help you increase your harmonic vocabulary. I don't really know that there. I just don't know tunes from today. When I've looked at tunes today, they're ridiculous. There's nothing to learn from them, so I wouldn't necessarily recommend. Some people have said there's some artists playing today that have progressions that aren't literally 4 beats, but I haven't heard them. So that's just my recommendation, knowing that for sure what awaits you pre-1990 are some progressions. But you need to transcribe more and embrace some open voicings just to help you visualize and realize your ideas better. It's I submitted Baboon Song. Sorry for the crappy playing. Don't worry about that. I have no piano skills. It doesn't matter. This is an old piece and written on guitar, and I try my best to transfer to keyboard. Look, that's fine. However, that's the thing to know, because in the end, right, I mean, whether you're on guitar or piano, the voicing matters. It just does. This is a different voicing and a different experience than that. And that's a different experience than that. It's all the same chord. And there's a reason so many tunes, huge epic tunes, giant, huge, enormous symphonies are written on piano. The truth is you can actually do it. And the Overtone series notwithstanding, the approximation you get on piano is very revealing, and you can learn a lot about a lot of different disciplines at once by writing on the piano. That's all open voice stuff. The chords are nothing. But the open voice realization alone helps realize it. And this is one of those places where, as a guitar player, it's worth getting your hands on a keyboard and seeing what the advantage is. There are advantages to playing on piano and writing on piano. And if you have any doubt of that, just look at the entire litany of music for the last several centuries. They all got it done on a piano. Same piano you've got access to, literally. So it's in there, and it'll make it a little easier for you. Okay? Yeah, there's an app. It's called Transcribe with an exclamation mark. I can't remember who makes it. It's a good app. Draco's uses it. I use it. You can slow shit down and you can hear it better. And I think you can even maybe EQ out some stuff to hear. It's called Transcribe. Oh, wait. It might be made by Seventh String Software. I'm not 100% sure of that, but I'm going to go with that for now. And you can slow it down to figure it out. But you should be transcribing at all times. I mean, somebody asked earlier, like, if I'm going to do more 80s tunes transcriptions. I could transcribe all the shit all day long. And then it's fun because you can play it. Then you can play a tune. That's fun. Yeah, 7th string. So check that out. But, that's not an easy world going from guitar to piano. They're totally different beasts. And you know what? I'll tell you, it goes the other way too. Piano players never play guitar, don't know guitar players, don't know how to write for guitar because they do shit that you can't do on guitar because you only got so many strings. So anyway, what we got next here? This one's called Our Time. Okay, hold on 1 second. That's not his melody, but it might as well be. It illustrates one of the things we were talking earlier about finding a common tone with which to keep people engaged throughout the progression. If that was the idea, there's still a lot of permutations of that idea. Simple ideas have all the freedom in the world. I don't care how simple the idea is. Maximize it. And that's your question. Is that the strongest thing? I love simple. I love it. I cannot say enough how much I love simple progressions, because you could work them on all these little things all day and find a treasure trove of options as you're writing. Love. This is what you should do. And very calm, right? The 6 is the minor. There's your tonic. Very common. There's a billion things you can do. Or trillion options, billion trillion options. And God, not 1 hour spent in those familiar territories is a waste of time. And even if all of them are, it's that one or that, yeah, but do you know all of them? Do you know all of them? Do you know all 10 of the ones that are always done? Because you should. That's how you do it. And without that clear command, then this can actually start to wander, even though what you're doing is predictable. I will say, learning how to do the most with 2 fingers, that's a great exercise. Did I talk about this, boys and girls, in one of the master classes? I'm sure I did. Well, when you work on 2 notes alone, it will really help you focus on what the underlying chords are. We talked about implicit versus explicit chords, but it really helps you focus on making sure that your melody and what's going on underneath it are really defining what people really need to hear. You have no ambiguity about these chords, even if it's slightly. It doesn't matter what those chords are. The more you are trading on the most important notes in a chord, the clearer the message is to your audience about the tonality. And so when we're working on a melody, finding those chord tones, passing tones that clearly outline what we're doing is key. It's key. It's the key to transportability. It's the key to connectivity, and it's also where you lay the foundation to be able to modulate with the greatest amount of flexibility and freedom. It's a start to treat with 2 voices and treat them like 2-voice counterpoint, fill in the chords later. Yeah, I mean, I do that sometimes. Because I love the idea of what you see that you didn't see. I love that because that's a cool thing when you think about it. I didn't actually show you anything, but you're pretty sure what it is. That's like creating a phantom chord in people's heads is a cool thing because then if you cement it, it's so solid. It's so solid. I'm not specifically, unambiguously telling you, really not. That's what's actually happening. So if I do that, it hits you, it grounds in a way it's so powerful because your brain filled in all those exact gaps. And then I told you how smart you were. Yeah, you're right. No, you got it. I didn't even have to tell you that. You already knew where I was. That's how much we're clicking. We're so connected. You were so connected. We have a thing, you and I. That's what happens with the listener when you do that. So it's a really, really powerful thing to find those chord tones that and progressions that say all that stuff. There's that's one permutation. Another permutation, which is only a note different. You hear the difference? It's the difference between and. It's one note different. They're very different chords, but if your melody gets people toward one of them and not the other, then you've set up a situation where the difference is either an extra little sparkle, or confirming or not. This is a constant game that you play with your listener, is the fulfillment or frustration of expectations. The way I say it in composition classes is something familiar, something new. You can't give something to somebody that's new and fresh and unexpected unless you already know exactly where they are. And you create that. You're in control. You're in control. This is the world that you play in as a composer. This is what you do with your time. It's a study in human perception and psychology. You can't be a good composer without understanding people, how people perceive things, how they bring their biases into it. Believe it or not, there's no way to be able to predictably connect with people if you don't understand people. And this is one of the ways in which you begin your education of understanding people, is you understand how they will connect to particular pieces of information. And you will find, for all the unique unicorn snowflake-like uniqueness of people, that most people will connect two particular dots in a particular way. You do this. Everybody's brain in your Western ears will do that. Doctors, lawyers, gangbangers, smart, dumb, black, white, liberals, conservatives, doesn't matter. You play 1, 4, 5 and you hit that dominant seventh, they all coming back to that third. And so learning that truth and using that to your advantage is huge, huge. No, actually, tonight it's a Ravenscroft 275. We're in Florida, not Los Angeles, so tonight it's not the C7. It's a Ravenscroft 275. Is actually the VSO. I mean, you're right. It's usually the C7 in Los Angeles. The first year we've done this from Florida. All right, let's go on to the next piece. And in about 10 minutes, we'll take another break. No, the Florida's still in LA. We get 2 homes. Wait. We heard that, right? We heard that one. We heard that. This is called This Is Not a Goodbye. So we're always going to be looking for the rhythmic center. And rubato is anytime you're deliberately frustrating the rhythm, you got to make it really for example, you'll have no question about the rhythm. Check this out. You're not even trying to count. You're aware that this is a temporal. In this case, we have enough evidence to suggest that there's a rhythm, and we aren't sure where it is. Now, your progression here isn't one that we're used to. It isn't one that we've heard a billion times. It isn't one that we can predict. And it's close enough to those that we wonder why you're not doing it and we're not connected with you. Yikes. Why you have to do a dude like that? No, I'm just saying. What is that simplest progression? What is it? What is it? Whatever the simplest, purest version of that progression is should be on display here. So what is it? Is it that, or what is your progression? Your progression is not a traditional one, but it's so close that we keep thinking it's a bad version of one. So if you're not going to do that exact thing, then what you have to do has to demonstrate why it's superior to that, because we can't get that close to it. It's like if it was one note. Okay. It's like, well, wait, you're so close. We know this one. It's the light. It's your burden is that we've all heard progressions like this very, very, very often, and so as soon as you start your descending, you're in that world. You're in that whole tonality, whether you want to be or not. And so if we're gonna not do it, we better have something pretty significant to offer in its place. But in this case, you're getting so close, but not hitting it, that it just ends up frustrating. Yeah, hit the road jack, right? Yeah. true. So what you say? I'm going to say that you are that you're trying to be different. You've got two. At least there's two. You're changed gears here at 44. This is a totally different tune. You think this is your exercise? Just don't fight it. Whatever it is. Whatever it is. Work it out so that you've got a strong melody over the predictable chord changes before you start trying to... because what happens is, look, this happens all the time. It's not. It's when you are trying to not do everything that's done before. You get a lot of compositions which are random applications of. Because they're trying desperately, either they don't know or they're trying desperately not to do something that's always been done. Both of them end up alienating your audience. It is much stronger, much more desirable to be able to play and create and craft a good melody inside of those standard chord progressions. So dial back your sophistication. Get real simple with it. And let's hear your killer melody over those chords. That's better. Your time is better spent there. It's always that. Always, always that. After that, then go the places that no man has gone before. You know what I have to say? This is the second song I love. I feel it. This is the beautiful thing too. We talk about this. My job is to point out what I perceive as skill flaws or skill lackings, right? Where I can tell that these aren't necessarily choices from an infinite sea of choices, but boxed into, painted into a corner by a lack of knowledge. That's got nothing to do with whether you like it or not. What's that got to do with it? That's totally different. So I just know that this particular composer didn't have the most predictable version of this chord progression absolutely locked down and tight and decided to do this. I can tell that. And that's what he should work on, or she. Because that's what we should all work on. Have the basic version of it, the elementary school version of it clocked, and then do your new one. Can I go back to the one we skipped? I haven't skipped one that I know of, except for one that was corrupt. So, Arthur's theme. Oh yeah, from Arthur's thing. What happened to Mike's LA pianos in LA? I have a home in LA. It's all there. It's I just was in Florida this year. I happen to be here. We're here mostly now because you go back to fucking California and it's like some communist shithole. It's not. We're leaving there. We're getting out. So we're in Florida this year. Anyway, this is California's fucking terror. I mean, like I said, I live here mostly now. Like I said, we go back there. I go back there. I'm going back in a few days. And you get off the plane, and it's like you've entered a different country from Central Florida. It's a different country. Like this here in Florida, there's none of that. There's no COVID for a year in Florida. We have the lowest COVID ever. Anyway, get into it anyway. So anyway, I skipped the one before this one. I did? How do you know that? What are you looking on my computer? I didn't skip anything. Oh, no, there was Midnight Sun by Pinda. That one it only came as a PDF. We need that one. Oh, no, you played that. No, Duncan, we played your tune. I'm sure of it. Did we play this one? You're killing me with this melody. Sorry. Oh, I heard this on Red Band. That's my bad. You're frustrating me a little bit with that. Right. One more. Rule those. You're good. You gotta do it. Oh. That was your time for your tonic. That was it. So you're with this tune, you could there's a lot of fat in it. You can get down to your sexier, leaner version of it because that idea. Whatever it is. What's the melody there? So you have a lot of options with this. I would find it's such a simple idea and such a strong idea. Find the you have one layer of fat to trim off this. This is like a double, it's like a like a once trimmed. You need to get the triple trimmed filet mignon version of this. It's really nice. It's a little fat. You're not quite. You're close. You're close. Let me just listen. There's a slightly leaner, more efficient, more killer version of this in there. The idea is sexy. I could just feel it. It needs to, you need to work on this a little bit. One thing that you're doing here, which we talked a lot about tonight, and I'm glad you did this because it allows us to illustrate it. You are specifically, this goes back to the very first piece we heard tonight. You are very specifically confirming the chords, which would be inferred by only the melody and the bass. You're not getting anything for that. By delaying that. You're just not getting anything for that. You're not getting anything for that delay. You're not getting anything for it. You can do it. It's your piece. I'm just letting you know that after all of that, when it's so simple, it's so handheld, it is so music box-like, that little moment is not actually buying you anything. It's not buying you the moment where it goes from predictable to amazing. It is not going the moment where it's not giving you, oh, this is his tune and not anybody else's. It's you're fighting an inevitability of it. My personal recommendation would be don't be clever. This is all about pushing right onto the thrill button. You're going to push right into it. So push into it, commit to it. Yeah, it's fat. What's the simpler version of that? That's so clean. You know what I mean? Like some version of it just... That's what's going to kill people. When people are like, like like this is where you are right with this. It's like trim all the fat out of it. Simpler, simpler. Make it kill. It'll kill the simpler it is. It's in there. And I'm telling you, it's in there. I mean, yeah. It's in there. It's simpler, simpler, simpler. Just go simpler and you got it. Don't fight it. Don't fight it. Don't make it more. Don't fight it. Don't make it more. We will overthink it and we will think it needs to be more sophisticated. And we'll think about blah, 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 blah. Once you're in that world and you said, look, this is that tune. And there are huge, huge, giant. Look at anything Ellen Silvestri does. He is not afraid to make that shit dead fucking simple. And there's a million ways you could doctor it up and dress it up and make it a million things. And he'll take the simplest one because you know what? Because that'll kill you. It'll just kill you. And when Forrest comes out and Jenny's there at her grave and he's talking about, you'll die. And it's very, very simple. So I would say, I think I think there's great stuff in this. Just don't be clever. This is not the time to be clever. This is the time that you got them lined up. You got them in your reticle. Just take it home as simple as you possibly can. Really nice. Okay. No. We at 7 hours. All right. We're just getting started, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take that 7-minute break, and we will come back and we will talk about the next round of pieces here. I don't think we're anywhere near 100, I got to tell you. But super useful stuff. The next one coming up, in case you want to know, is called This Is Not a Goodbye. So whoever did that, you're up next. See you in 7 minutes, and for more Unleashed. All right. And we're back. So, how you guys doing? You guys doing good? I'm just drinking my way through this entire exercise. Hopefully, we get through this. I mean, I might as well just keep pouring it. It's not like I'm not going to drink it. Yeah, I don't generally eat during this. I just drink through the whole thing. I have a high tolerance. But also, they say that, there's much truth in wine, but the truth is, at some point in your life, you're supposed to have all your shit worked out. And, you either go to therapy or you take mushrooms or do whatever you have to do. But the goal is that you can drink all night. You get fucking hammered and you're still you. Because there's no like secrets underneath. So it doesn't matter how much I drink. This is me. So it's good. That said, we're actually doing okay on the list here, and I can't say enough. I hope all you guys are noticing the exact same pattern that happened in all the previous Unleashed shows, which is that we find ourselves pretty quickly closing in on a core set of parameters, a core set of things that you got to get right in order to really make a connection with an audience. It doesn't matter whether we're doing all music on piano or stuff with production. It's the exact same thing. It's the basics are the hardest things to get right. I don't think there's anything truer that could be said about music. It's really not rocket science. It's not complex, really. It's just really difficult. Even knowing everything that you know, even having all the experience in the world. So I hope you guys are, are noticing the patterns that are emerging, because it's really the same every year. I mean, technically, we don't have to do this. It's always the same. Stay focused on the basics, learn the progressions, lead people from A to B. It doesn't matter how simple it is. It's still really hard to do. And it helps, of course, when you hear it on your specific tune. But don't be discouraged by that. In fact, be encouraged by it, because it means that in the end, it's not something you can't do. It's just something you're going to have to work at doing. And there are some parameters to keep you on track, and that's what we're really looking for here. So. Yeah, but generally I don't eat during these because, you eat and then your system's like, well, we have to take longer than a 7-minute break. I say yours. This is not Goodbye. Easy, easy, easy. I'm sorry. Somebody said, sounds like goodbye to me. I agree. It sounds like this is goodbye. I have to agree. Let's just go back. Let's hear where we are. What is that? What is that? That's not helping us. You don't need that. Trim, fat, trim. Clip that off. That progression is in all of our brains. That's in there. Did we hear this? People are saying we heard this one already. I don't think so. I think it's similar to something we've heard before. I don't think we heard this one. If I'm wrong, let me know. But this is a very common progression. So anytime you get close to something, anytime you get close to a really simple progression, as we've said, we're either thinking it's this or it's not this. And if it's not this, there better be a damn good reason and a damn good alternative. Is that the strongest melody that you can come with on that progression? Whatever it is. All you should be doing all day is finding out what your strongest melody is for this. There it is. Where is it? I don't think we've heard the strongest melody for this progression yet. So when you go into those places, as I've said, it's only going to be as powerful. Whatever it's going to be, it's only going to be as welcome as you've convinced the audience that you're in control. You can go lots of places once we have your confidence, once you have our confidence. But without really cementing that first stuff, then the rest of this has us skeptical. You are limited by your vocabulary. That's what this sound is. And so what you're forced to do, just by necessity, is you got to milk these moments because you're not sure what else to do. I'm going to give you a piece to go listen to. Has nothing to do with your piece. Not stylistically, not tonally, not structurally, harmonically. I want you to go and I want you to listen to John Williams' piece from Witches of Eastwick called The Tennis Game. This is for all of you. First of all the John Williams scores, it's one of my favorites by far. It's got to be maybe number 2, 3. Small group, insanely efficient, and a study in very, very, very simple, relatable, predictable progressions, masterfully modulated. And I want you to go listen to that. And I want you to transcribe it. Because it will give you ideas you hadn't had before. It will take you in directions you hadn't thought of before. It will show you some possibilities for moving around inside a very simple idea that you just hadn't thought of before. That's all. And that's the value of it. There are other composers. I just happen to know John Williams stuff backwards and forwards. So when I hear a tune like this, and I'm like, well, where do you go for stuff like this? That's a perfectly good place to go. One of a million places to go. But I would try that. I would transcribe it, learn to play that tune, and you will suddenly see that when you're looking in front of you at what seems like a limited set of opportunities and options, there are in fact an infinite set of options, and they can go crazier places than you could imagine, even though it's still only got the same 12 notes. It's only 12 notes. Yeah, take another drink for the John Williams. Yeah, I mean, I could just do that every hour. I could do that every 20 minutes if you guys want to get hammered. I can say that. Speaking of John Williams, and I could just move on. What if I'm following the movie scene and trying to add the emotion? So, I was trained in an era in which, and watched movies and grew up with movies in an era which music and the musical score was not some underscore in the way that is dismissive and reductive. It wasn't something you had to have. It was a core storytelling element. And a director armed with a knowledge of music and the power of music as they're working on the script, or a writer as they're working on the script, would get to a moment and actually think at every moment, is this something that actually needs any dialogue? Do I need to say anything? Do we need to cut to anything? Is this not something that the score can completely handle and take care of? Music as a storytelling element. In fact, those directors grew up knowing the feeling Peter and the Wolf internally. You know, you don't actually need to say a single word in this movie. It could be a picture and a score, and this movie would kill, just like they did in the silent movie years. No dialogue, just music. So you have directors that come up that look at music as a primary storytelling element, and now there's like dialogue, music, effects, dialogue, music, effects, and they trade the disciplines. When you are a composer in that era with that skill, then you know that at any point someone in the film, the director, the film itself might point to you and say, you tell the story. It's all on you. And so what happens is our training was to write music that did both things. I think I talk about this in Film Scoring 1, or one of guys help them out, whereby you are both serving the drama that's in the scene, but if you take the movie completely away, the music itself has complete internal cohesion. It's a song by itself. This is what you find of Peter and the Wolf. If you do not know what Peter and the Wolf is too, the music tells a story. You could guess the story just by listening to the music. Star Wars is the same way. Superman is the same way. No modern film score is that way at all. You could never tell from any film written in the last, any score written in the last 10 years where you are in the 3-act structure, because they're not 3-act structures anymore, but you could not tell. They're music beds. You could listen to The Battle of Yavin, The Asteroid Field, any one of these John Williams scores, any Jerry Goldsmith, and you know where you are in the story. It's literally a musical story. It also happens to dovetail perfectly with what's going on in screen. But you turn off the screen and the music is music. That's infinitely more complicated to do, but that's how all films were done. Because the people writing them had the skill of writing long-form developmental pieces, symphonic pieces. And so you had true music that was also underneath the emotion. So the idea that you choose one or the other is a reductivism. It's a tragic de-evolution of music and the role of music in dramatic screenplay storytelling. It's visual storytelling. It's why people can't sing the themes to songs to movies anymore. They can't remember the dialogue to movies anymore. Movies suck now. That's why I stopped doing it. I don't even go to movies anymore. They suck. They're not like, I grew up on Raiders and E.T. and Ghostbusters and Star Trek and Star Wars. I got all these great movies. They don't make those anymore. So, you know, when you follow the emotion, the idea of, yes, of course, follow the emotion. They always follow the emotion. But follow the emotion and have it be music. Now you're talking about something. And it's not only doable, but it's infinitely better when you do it. All right. So yeah, I mean, this is, you know, like I said, this is how I was trained, and this is how I grew up. And I listened every night to film scores inside the movies. I used to take a VHS tape, and I would record the actual audio off of movies, and I would put it on a cassette tape. And so all I had was the audio of the movie, the dialogue, the sound effects, the music, and I would listen to that every night going to bed. I had two speakers right next to my head, right next to my ear, and as I went to sleep, I would listen to movies. I listened to all kinds of movies. And I would get used to the dance between the sound effects and the edit. I could learn to hear the music, and I could learn to hear the edits. And when you take the picture away from it, you know, it suddenly makes you very sensitive to what's going on in the audio. And I realized, geez, you know, you don't even need the picture at all. You can completely follow this movie, and you know exactly what a character is thinking at a moment. You know exactly what emotion is happening, and what's telling you, it's the music. So it was a very, very powerful way to grow up, and a very high expectation. We don't have that expectation, but you can put that expectation on yourself. You can expect that of yourself. You should. All right. All right, let's see what we got here. We got next... Spawn of the Demon. You know, that's one of those things. At some point, you know, you realize, right? You can see the keyboard, right? Yeah. There's your G7. It's just a style thing. That minor, that flat 9, right? There's your 9, 1, 2 is also a 9, flat. Style. It's decorations. It's still basic chord progressions with other stuff in it. So it's just a thing. I mean, I knew what that was because I've heard that chord a billion times. Oh, it's that. I haven't even listened to this tune. Our brains are going to fill in a bunch of options for that D. Or, since he already did that minor ninth, we don't know. We don't know. What are you doing to me? Stop that. Stop it. Pick your thing. This is a tortured rhythm, and you don't need it because this is very simple. Or you don't even have to go to the F. But you're killing us with this rhythmic, with your rhythm. Somebody said it doesn't even do it for me. Well, that's a preference. You may not like that tonality, but that's perfectly fine. But so in this case, what we're fighting is that we're trying to roll with your chords, and it's where we cannot lock into your rhythm. We just can't lock into it. Once you've got something that's clearly outlining the rhythm for it, it would be very different, see, if you were doing... In that case, you can feel its rubato, and you're supposed to go along with it. When you line out, if you lay out, we're going to follow it. got it. So, the best part about what you're doing is that you can feel that you need to move this and you need to modulate and you need to move into other places and you need to do other things. You're not sure where else to go. And I finally locked into your tempo. I think you're fighting your main idea. But your exercise is exactly the same as we've seen before. What is the sexiest, leanest, simplest melody for that progression? Whatever it is, find out what that is so that when you're going to modulate, when you're going to use other things, it's trading in on something that we have to agree. We're so locked into the simplicity and the predictability of what you've done, we're looking for the curveball. But at this point, even a minute 24 into it, we are not locked with you yet. First of all, rhythmically. Also, you don't need you don't need this to get us. You can just think. Whatever it is. You don't need to set us up for that. Just get into it. Just get into it with a bar or something to get us to us. Okay? If you're going to use a simple progression, the leanest, sexiest, best melody you can for progression, work on that for a month. It'll take you a month, at least a month. Good piece. This is called A Christmas Lullaby. I've never heard this progression isn't in the database. Let's try again. Let's say we just start. We're the composer. Here we are. Oh, it's Unleashed 7. I want to submit something for Mike this year. Nope. Nope. We're working on the idea. Right now, all we really should be focusing on is what are we setting up? Is we should be working on, well, what is the ultimate structure of this? Forget the melody yet. What is the what is the structure? What are we going to trade on? Yeah, that's not it. This is tough. I mean, I'm not. So before we even work on the melody, let's hear what you're doing with the chords. Totally and completely unpredictable. You get about one of those per progression. So you're fighting yourself in two liability ways. One, we haven't really locked the melody even for that first part. We haven't really locked what that melody is going to be. And here we are, literally can't gauge what your chords are going to be moment to moment. Can you hear? The composer here has more words and ideas in his vocabulary. You can hear it. You can hear he's drawing on. You can hear he's drawing from a wider range of stuff. There's some clear indications of it. This feels to me, I don't know, but this feels to me like you made choices to not do predictable things and simple things and comfortable things in favor of other things, and I think you went too far. Right. There's enough 2-5-1s and turnarounds in there. I think you know better. I think you made choices here, and I think you were too clever. You have two liabilities. That melody isn't that strong, and the second is, yeah. You know what? Honestly, the clue was that you started, because that's a chord. You have a jazz vocabulary. You know, that's a liability as often as it is a strength. Because we get used to some crazy shit in jazz. We get used to some crazy chromatic shit. And we all listen to it. I mean, you listen to people who listen to, like slamming New York, Michael Brecker noodling jazz, and it sounds like fucking noise to most people. And we're like, yeah. Like, what are you listening to? Like, did you hear that? No, I didn't. It just sounded like... They don't hear it at all, and we hear all this shit. So there's a thing in there, but you can't lose touch with the simplicity. So, okay. Go back. You know, honestly, if you figure that out, because even here, just noodling, I realize I've been drinking all night, but... What is that? I don't remember what it is. I don't remember what it is. It's just coming up with a really good melodic statement over whatever your initial idea there is not easy. That would take me a while. I don't know why that's so tricky, but it's kind of tricky. I'd change it to make it work. But honestly, driving that home is huge so that you don't end up then, or so that you can then trade in on some developmental that doesn't go into this. We just can't follow that. And that's the thing. Don't get stuck in that. Don't get stuck in that idea that it's all got to be different. Honestly, I mean, there's just. That's like the merciful. That's the most merciful thing you can do to a human. They love that. You're in control. You if you connect with your audience, they are yours. You can take them anywhere. And you can be a merciful God in those moments, or you can be brutal. It's really up to you. But it's good to push on them and make them a little uncomfortable, and then rescue them and send them to a comfortable, happy place. Right. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there comes a point. You can do two things at once and follow people and make people follow you. Two of everything will make you believe it's a pattern and you'll follow it, but you have no fucking clue where I'm going from moment to moment. So it's ultimately frustrating. And I can do that all day long because I'm not even thinking about what I'm doing. It doesn't fucking matter. I'm going to do two, give you the illusion there's a pattern going, and then you're going to go with me, and I have no fucking clue, and there's nothing connecting them. So ultimately, you will be frustrated in the exact opposite way that you would if I do. You knew exactly where I was going. You can lead people, but if you're not trading in on anything that they know, then even if you establish patterns, it becomes random and fatiguing. You kept going. And those are actually really good exercises to try that. I do this with Draco. I tell him to do it diatonically. How far can you take somebody? All day. And if you listen to a lot of symphonic music, it does this. But what it's not doing is because that has no discernible pattern. All right. Well, I like this piece. That's great. You're supposed to like these. And by the way, it's amazing. I do this stuff in the house all the time. If I'm playing something. Sounds like something is nothing. I'm just using chord tones. It seems like I'm doing something, but I'm really not. I'm just using those patterns to ground you in a sense of security. But I can't keep that up for very long before it collapses on itself for the lack of tonic. And that's when it makes it seem like clearly I don't know what I'm doing. And so that's our liability in any piece. Yanni is my limit. Kitaro is my limit. Here's a piece called Make It Your Choice. It's called Make It Your Choice. And there's in parentheses a little disclaimer. The motif, the intro motif, was provided. It doesn't say who it was provided by. The International Consortium on Motif Distribution. You have violated the rules. Somebody said, I hate to disagree, but I find the rhythm obvious and comforting. That's not a disagreement. That's not a disagreement. That's a personal opinion and feeling, and one in which we are all should celebrate. None of us want anybody to have a less than perfect experience connecting with people. And if it touched you, that's great. I can't stress this enough. This is not about better or worse. This is about intent and control. That's all it's about. How do you reconcile simplicity and predictability with standing out and doing something unusual and ear-catching? So I don't know, you might have joined late, but I use myself as the test case for this because I like talking about myself because I'm the most interesting person in the universe. I grew up listening. I wanted to be a film composer when I was little. I listened to a lot of composers. I listened to mostly John Williams stuff. You only have to listen to about 5 minutes of my orchestral music to hear all the Williams influence in it. But the truth is, that a lot of people think John Williams music is devices. There's particular turnarounds, particular harmonies, particular flourishes, and then you do that and you're John Williams. And the truth is none of that is true. And you can always spot a person who doesn't understand John's music by their excessive use of these random, it's like they're just pulling words out, but they have no idea what the words mean. So they always use them in the wrong context and inappropriately. They don't pronounce them correctly. What I came to realize that in the time is you can only steal and you can only crib from a composer so long. You can't write for 50 years of your life. You run out of things to steal. You either really understand what's behind it or you don't. And if you do, then you might have an idiomatic way of expressing your own ideas, but you can't escape your individuality. You can't escape you. So I don't copy, I don't steal John Williams melodies or things like that. I don't even think about John. I haven't listened to John's music in years, to be honest with you. I've grown up writing, understanding an aesthetic that's in there, but ultimately I have 50 years of scars and stories, and I can't avoid. That's all I know to say. I don't know how to say. I'm not John. I've never lived his life. I don't know where his stuff comes from. I don't know where my life comes from, and so do you. You know where your life is coming from. And so all we're trying to do is give ourselves the skills enough so that who you are as a human being, with all your experiences and stories, comes out through your music. If you have that skill enough, then you don't have to worry about it takes care of itself. It takes care of itself. I remember Eddie Murphy talking about it. He started when he did stand-up, that he used to just do like Richard Pryor. Like he just basically did Richard Pryor on stage. He did his voice, he did his timing, he did his rhythm, he did his joke stuff, he even changed his voice. He was basically doing Richard Pryor. But you can only do Richard Pryor so long. Sooner or later, you have your own things to say. And Richard Pryor never said them. And so inexorably, no matter how much of that stuff might have ended up in Eddie Murphy's delivery, it still ends up having to be Eddie Murphy. Otherwise, it's a cover band. So the focus, you never have to worry about finding your voice. Fuck that. Find your individual life, find your story. You'll say it in whatever voice you'll say it, but it will be yours. And I'm a big fan. If you like Hans Zimmer, you should study the shit out of Hans Zimmer, and you should try to be the person who's so exactly like Hans Zimmer that people can't even tell if it's Hans Zimmer or not. Because if you get that kind of skill, that kind of ability to sound like Hans Zimmer, somewhere in there you'll have an understanding of what makes him who he is, and then without even meaning to, you'll speak your story in that language. That's how it happens. It's a total red herring. It's a total waste of effort. It's a total distraction to worry about originality. Worry about your craft. Worry about how you translate who you are into music. And then you go be an interesting person and everything else takes care of itself. That's how it works. That's how it works. You could tell the John Williams fucking clone dudes trying to sound, they have 3 bars in them and then the rest of it falls apart because they don't understand it. They don't know what to do. They have a lot of woodwind runs on it and brass stabs on it. It's fucking bullshit. It don't sound like John Williams. You can tell. That's 99.9% of people trying to sound like that. But if you really have made a life study of it, if you really understand what's going on and how those decisions are made, then you can forget about it and just get back to saying what you're going to say. So it's a non-thing. It's not even an issue. I can't stress enough. I did a very early podcast about this, about finding your own voice. It's probably here on YouTube, finding your own voice. And that's the theory is fuck that. Just be you. Just have a life. Just have stuff and live. And you can't get around it. If you're an impressionist doesn't do just the words that their target has said, they learn how to say any words in that person's voice. They've learned what makes that person sound the way they do. So now they can say anything. They recite the phone book and they would sound like whoever they're going to do. But at the moment that they make a choice to be themselves, but be able to infuse it with that aesthetic, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about when it's you in this idiom. And left to my own devices, when nobody's around and I'm playing what I'm playing, there's some John Williams in it. Yeah, of course there is. There's also Russell Ferrante in it. People don't pick that up. There's more of that than there is John Williams. There's James Horner. There's Jerry Goldsmith in it. There's Prince in it. There's fucking Bruce Hornsby in it. There's Aaron Copland in it. There's Shostakovich. There's all these kinds of shit. Nobody ever picks up on that stuff. But all that stuff is in there, and I'm at a point, and I think, oh, you know what I could do? I could do like he did. That's a cool thing. That's how it goes. But ultimately, it's my story to tell as it is your story to tell. We just want to make the bridge between ourselves and our music as tight and as short and as efficient as possible. All right. Please don't try to be Hans Zimmer. Hans Zimmer told me that himself. A lot of people know the story. A lot of people. People have watched my master classes because the first time I ever really met Hans, he brought me in to talk about doing the score to Inception. And the original idea for Inception was it was going to be like part John Barry kind of stuff. And so Hans called me in, and the idea was maybe I would do kind of John Barry kind of stuff, and we would fuse it with stuff that he was doing and his guys were doing. And that was the original idea. And when I was first like excited about the idea, I thought, well, let me study what Hans does. And Hans sent me an email, which is don't do that. It was like very clear about it. He was like, there's way too many people doing that. I'll do that. You do what you do. And at the time I thought it was a very responsible thing to like understand the idiom. And he was so clear about like, don't. So I never made a study of what he does. It was like a really cool moment because that's exactly what I would have done. Be like, well, if I'm going to collaborate with Hans Zimmer, I need to learn to write like Hans Zimmer. And then Hans Zimmer told me to not do that. It was a very short email. Don't do that. It was like, and I was like, okay, yes, sir. It was a very cool thing. Anyway, so yeah, be yourself. You don't even have to worry about it. And that's how it goes. All right, let's go on. What do we got here? This is called, here's The Midnight Sun by Pinda. Why? Why? What's the matter with you? Why are you working so hard? Beating yourself up. This is ridiculous. Let's go back here. Move it up the octave. What is the simplest version of this progression? Is that what you're doing? You could work out just what this needs to be. That's not it, but whatever it is, you need to find it. Tell you, brother, you could spend all day just on that. Is that the simplest idea of the idea? A simplest, realization of the idea? I think that's it. Right? At any one of these ideas, we should start by what is the simplest I don't think you ever really worked out what was the simplest. And I think what we just did is somewhere in the ballpark. Whatever it is, there's a lot of options. But without that centering knowledge, without that centering progression, so it makes it almost impossible for you to build on this. How are you going to build on it and make it more complicated if you're not 100% clear, haven't 100% stated what the simplest version of this is? Somebody said here, Marty, I think you're right. A, B7. It's actually E7. Yeah, there's a number of ways you could take this progression, but for you, if all you did was find and really hone that first progression and really make that melody strong, it would make your whole life a lot easier, because you'd have a clearer basis upon which to modulate and build. And without that, it devolves into a lot, and you're really you're burning up a lot of energy here and not getting a lot for it. So if you do that, if your chord is, but you do, you're not getting much for that unless that is so intrinsically part of the idea. Unless there's something truly intrinsic to the idea that's in there, all that does is make people think they've missed the boat on what you're really trying to do. If I start throwing in, people are going to think there's more going on here. So many things can lead you to this kind of place. One of them is that you've lived with it too long. You're overthinking it. I would say that your energy is just going not in getting your simplest idea as sexy as you can. Especially because stuff like that, there's a point, everything's justified in one context or another, but all of that you really got to have a justification for that kind of chromatic dissonance. And here, we don't hear it. My mother says this is beautifully romantic. So my mother's comment indicates clearly that there's something in it. And by the way, chromatic stuff like that, which creates an inherent dissonance, I mean, that sets up all consonants. That's the sexiest thing in music, is a dissonance, which you relieve with a consonant. It's the tension, which you release. There is no music without that. So my mom's hearing something. My mom is hearing something romantic in the unrequited dissonance of it. What I'm saying is, you got to earn that. In fact, that would be 10 times, a billion times sexier to get that, to hear the pure, simple part of it, which you then slowly begin to twist and add the dissonances to, because people will be very clear what the pure tonal consonant version of it is. And now you start adding dissonances. Now you've said something, right? If you're doing a 1-4-5, so people are in your world. Any chromatic deviation will immediately stand out. Any chromatic will suddenly mean something. Whether you like it or not, it'll mean something. If you start out right out the gate with that, we're just not oriented. However, take heart. My mom thinks it's very romantic. So fuck me, what do I know? Mom knows. My mom is weighed in on it. It's very romantic, and you should give it to skater couples. So, of course, course, my mom didn't hear the melody in this. You know, Mom, I've told you this story on the air many times. I don't know if you remember telling me you're in the kitchen and telling me my music had no melodies. I don't know if you remember that. I've told that story for like 12 years longer. That destroyed me, but it also made me a composer. So I don't know. In any case, my job is to look at the stuff that, I wonder, did you know that you were alienating? Did you know that you were not doing it? Because if not, then that's the place you have to work on. So my mom can't hear the melodies in my work, but she can hear it. And anyway, that's okay. I became a composer anyway. I actually credit that moment with like it was huge growth, huge growth. So, but in hindsight, it was pretty brutal. I was like 5, 6, something like that. Mom. All right, what do we got? All right, so like I said, with that, why don't you go back to that initial progression and try to find the best, leanest, most engaging version of that simple progression. How that would never serve you poorly, even if it had nothing to do with this piece. And we can all do this, by the way. I do this all day. It doesn't matter how long you've been doing this. This is This is called A Little Christmas of the Match Girl. Which bee is it? So, classic example of getting bored of your own work. I don't know how long it took you to get to that first idea, but you're not like 40 seconds, 45 seconds into it, and you bailed on it. And I think we don't. Anybody right now, can you sing that melody in the beginning? I couldn't. There's a billion options when you're in this world. What's your strong melody that we can sing in the shower? Because if you're in this world, like if you're in this, if you're in this world and we can't sing your melody, that's an epic failure. That just is for all of us, not just you. I'm beating up on you, but it's all of us. What's your shower melody when you're in that? It's almost impossible to not have a shower melody. There's got to be something. There's got to be something. So there's nothing really going on there. And if you really want to learn how to do that stuff, you just listen to, shit, you could listen to Bach. You could listen to PDQ Bach, for that matter. That's an idiom, but what you got going on there is like the impression of it without owning it. That melody should be fucking tight. This should be something where we can't get out of our head and we hate you for the next hour because everything we hear, we keep thinking, we should be hearing that. Anything to finish out the idea. Fugue stuff is sexy, but you are pointing at the fences. You want to do a fugue. So same thing applies for you. What is the simplest idea? What is it? You got to figure out what it is. Because without that strong lock, we're just not with you. Right. Somebody said the last part of the A part section was spot on. Right. We could feel you focus at the end of that. We like the way that you end up resolving that, but how did you get into that? That's a whole other tonality. It's not my thing. I don't even know what to do. I'd have to find it. However, you abandon your idea here and started going to another thing. And so this is the issue, right? Is that you gave up on the idea and went to some other place. Simpsons is Elfman. It's either major or minor. That's whole tone. It's all whole tone. Anyway, so with this, with your process, it's the same thing. you need to take your simplest idea and reduce it to the most powerful thing that's possible, the simplest, most effective thing that's possible, and if you can, you don't have to abandon that idea at 30 seconds or 45 seconds. This is the surest sign, by the way, of a really strong melodic and motivic idea. Is that literally it could be 10 minutes and you're still doing it. Through modulation and through reharmonization. I realize you have to have a really extensive vocabulary to do that, but if you are only 30 seconds into it and then you're into a whole other world, you've announced that's where you are at 34 seconds. And at 1 second, well, there's a lot in that. Why can't that continue? How come that's out of ideas? Like I said, I just taught Draco Sleigh Ride, and Sleigh Ride is the same shit all over again, over and over again. But it moves around and it keeps your interest with its bouncing fifth bass through modulation. So with an idea like this, if that's where you're starting. There's a million universes that you could stay in that world and make that one piece. And that exercise alone is invaluable, absolutely invaluable. That's the burden for you, and that's the challenge. Shit, what if somebody gave that to you? Hey, your piece has to do this. What are you going to do now, tough guy? Because that's easily a thing that can be put on you, or you can put on yourself. And being able to keep that interesting, you said it. You said it right on bar one. Now you finish it. I can't tell you, anything that's given to you helps you as a composer. Any constant in a world full of potentials helps. So when you're looking at this giant wasteland of opportunities and somebody gives you, well, it's got to be this. Don't shit on that. Be grateful for that. That just eliminated 8 billion things that you had to consider. But now how do you make that? I'm doing a thing for Danica for her next film where she wants a big band swing thing. I haven't written it yet. But like the fact that it's big band and it's swing and it's at 50 BPM. Do you have any idea how many variables that eliminates? It's great. Great. I had 8 billion pieces in my head. Now I have 2 billion. And if somebody had to sing it, they had a vocal range. It's now 500 million. We're looking for that. So I would say, okay, you started today and you were in a happy mood. Great. Follow that through. Make that a great little tune. And make it terrible and predictable and awful, and you would never want to play it for anybody, but it's totally tight and you totally get it and put it away in a shelf, and you will always capitalize on that experience. Obladi, yeah, oblada. Yeah, it's very similar. All right, let's see what we got here. This one is called A Note. What? No, A Note of Intent. That's a PDF. Is there a actual piece for that? Note of Intent. What is this? There's a long list here. What is this? Oh, you sent a SoundCloud thing. You know what? Can you send the file? I want to play your piece. Let's go to Ballade. It's a ballad, ballade. what my brain was hearing. I don't know if you did that. What's wrong with that? You guys are usually... What's wrong with keeping it simple? Gotta finish that idea. If you're gonna do that, because that progression, that's a C. That's what that is. You may put it over the E. So what progression leads us inexorably to that C? Whatever it's going to be. If you're going to use that C, which is what you're doing, even though you've got it over E. It's not a standard progression, so you need to justify it. Let me show you. Let's say I told you nothing else. Let's say that was the progression, and you didn't know what the melody was. Right? You're comfortable. That particular progression, you've heard. I'm trading in on stuff that you know. I don't have to do anything. If that's what I gave you, that E is substituting So I always talk about finding the simplest version of the idea. What is the underlying chord stuff? If you're not explicitly and obviously outlining that, then that C, that 5-1, is not satisfying. It's frustrating. You have to justify it. Just hit your tonic. You like the tonality of it. You like what it is. You're not 100% sure where to put it. Based on what? How did you get there? The degree to which you can change up a thing and frustrate an expectation must always be based on the degree to which you satisfied an expectation. You have never actually clearly said, or, which is the same thing, just changing the bass note. Whatever it is. You can't build without a strong foundation. So this is not a you problem. This is a young composer problem. We're not 100% sure of what those initial progressions are that we're actually trading on. If we are sure, we should sell them clearly. Otherwise we don't have anything to build on. And in this case, that suggests a whole world of ideas. Notice that doesn't seem like an embellishment. Very natural. All that is dancing around your idea, and you've never explicitly said it. And if you're going to get that, we talked about this many times tonight, if you're going to get that close to that, if you don't sell that in some way, then all you're doing is frustrating the audience. Does this make sense? It's one thing to be in totally undiscovered country, from whose bourne no traveler returns. It is another thing to be that close to familiar territory and not allow people to rest in that territory. And it's the same thing. It really is functionally. It's a little, sassier to use the E, but you're still... So we're in the same world that we've been in with a lot of pieces. If you don't lock that thing down, it makes it almost impossible to build on. And so your work is to find the strongest melodic statement for that progression. Let me see what we got here. Somebody says, a strong submission to my ears despite all the good feedback to improve it. Is this to do with carrying life skills? For example, you can't write about loss unless you had loss. Okay, two ideas there. First of all, there's a lot of good stuff in this. I don't take the time to make sure I tell you everything that's good about it. I'm telling you what I'm looking at, where I think, well, here's where we can work on it. There's a lot of good stuff in this. I mean, first of all, the fact that you fucking submitted it is good, but if you do not clearly state your command and mastery of the basics of the language, you cannot possibly build on that with your erudite, amazing, articulate, expounding on the language. You can't do that. So if you're that close, and somewhere in that you haven't said, I know, it's what it is. It's what it is. You know it, I know it, we know it, everybody knows it. Don't worry, I got lots of new stuff for you. But if you don't actually commit to that, if you don't actually go near that, your audience will spend all the time wishing that you had or forcing you to in whatever context that they have. And it literally makes for a weak foundation upon which to build modulations and interest. I've said this a million times already tonight, and I'll keep saying it because we all face this. This is how it goes. And you realize what the linchpin in all this is, right? Right? Is that if that original statement isn't strong, it doesn't matter how clever you are. It compounds. If it's not strong, it doesn't get stronger by deviating from it. It's got to be tight from day one, from moment one, from beat one, from note one. And that's the unreasonably difficult part of it. And this is why there aren't a million Beethovens. But this is also where our standard is. We have to hit it. Somebody said, I hit the road, Jackie. Yeah, no, it's a really common thing. I hope you are all getting an appreciation for the fact that, when you're sitting here in the world with the piano and it's nothing else, this is brutal. This is brutal. You got nothing that's why we're doing it. And I guarantee you, if you can write a compelling melody, and if you can write compelling chord progressions, and you can keep the interest, and you can trade in on all of the collective vocabularies and grammars and syntaxes that we have in music, sit and adjust your piano, you got it so clocked when it comes to blowing it up into other instruments. That's really a different skill, but it's garbage in, garbage out. If it's in there, you can make it sing when you got 100 people in front of you. But if it's really not in there, you can't milk that enough to make it memorable. So this is it. Don't be ashamed or surprised if you get laid out bare in front of the whole world here. What do you think we're doing here? This is exactly why we're doing it. This is brutal. This is where you find out where the rubber meets the road. So if you work out these parts, if you work out these challenges, how do you take the simplest chord progression, the simplest thing, and actually make it a melody that everybody around the house is singing? They go to get the groceries and they're going, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. How do you do that? Well, I can tell you, when you do, through trial and error and through watching and experimentation, there's not a feeling anything like it in the world. And then you got something to build on. Now you're really in control. Whether you're a pro, a hobbyist, you just do it for kicks, doesn't matter. Every composer should know the feeling of getting an earworm into the people around them, and they can't help it. They didn't even know it was going to happen. And they're all singing their music, and they're just walking around the house singing it. You put it in there. That's you they're singing. That's you. It's in there forever. They're not even going to be able to get it out. That's the best. So one of the ways to get to it is to figure out, well, what are they pre-programmed for? And that's what we're talking about. Yeah, man. I mean, like I said, the concept, there's a lot of philosophy we could talk about for hours and hours and hours. But ultimately, history makes judgments on this stuff. And if we take a step back and we look at history, there are certain melodies, there are certain philosophies, there are certain paintings, there are certain sculptures, there are certain pieces of architecture, there are certain pieces of all kinds of creative expression that have survived where others have faded into obscurity. And it is worth our examination as creative human beings to ask why. Why that painting? Of 1,000,000 paintings, why that one? Why do we still line up 1,000,000 people a day to look at that painting? Why are we still listening to Beethoven? It's hundreds of years. Why are we still reading Shakespeare? It's 500 years. It's worth it. What did they have? What did they trade in on? Inevitably, without question, they trade in on things which are common, sensibilities which are common to people regardless of the epoch, regardless of the millennia. So if we want to join that legacy, if we want to profit from that legacy, if we want to stand on the shoulders of those giants, we have to understand what they're doing. And for better or for worse, it's usually simple, but deceptively simple. Yeah, it's easy when you look at it. It's hard to do, or everybody would do it, and most people can't. Well, that's what we're learning. All right. This is why I've dedicated my life, by the way, to this art, even after it didn't go the way I expected it. When I started, I was 5 years old. My mother will tell you, I wanted to write music for movies. That was my goal. I didn't want to be a composer. I wanted to write music for movies. It took a long time, a long journey for me to realize that what I actually wanted to do was write the kind of music they don't write anymore for the kinds of movies they don't make anymore. It was very, very, very brutal. It's like running to the light of a star to find out it's been burned out for 1,000 years. It was a very, very brutal realization. What I found on the other side of it is that the connection you made with people through music doesn't matter the medium. It's a really special connection. So it's worth this struggle. It's worth this critique. It's worth this journey. And that's why we're doing this tonight. And that's why we'll talk about something as simple as basic chord progressions and why you should actually struggle under them for hours or weeks or months or years. Because if you take and you can write a melody that everybody in your house is singing whether they want to or not, they can't get it out of your head. Believe me, boys and girls, you will experience something that will power you for the next year of your life without needing any refueling whatsoever. It only takes a little of that, and you're like, wow, look at the influence I have. Look at the ability I have. Look what I've done. They didn't even know it was happening. And forever, this is a part of them. So it's worth it. It's worth it. It's just not easy. All right. So let's take a break. We're at, we're a few hours into this. Plenty of more pieces to come. Get your next round. Get some food. Get your, whatever you got to do to fuel up. I'm not the only one going to go, right? You ain't all going to punk out on me, are you? Well, most you are, but that's okay. That's all right. So 7 minutes from now, we will go the next round. We got a next piece. The next piece up is called, what? Oh, Midnight Dream. Midnight Dream. So the composer, you're coming up next. 7 minutes, Midnight Dream, Unleashed 7. See you then. All right. You guys ready for more Unleashed? Man, all the submissions tonight, all of them great. All of them useful. All of them super, super inspiring. And, it seems a little almost counterintuitive. But what we're actually looking for is we're looking for the struggles that we all share. And you're going to find it's the same thing every year. It's the same thing every submission. The basics are hard to master. You could even know what they are, and it doesn't mean you can do them. I mean, on some basic level, we can lay out the rules. And if you've seen my master classes, you know the rules for good melodies are pretty simple. Doesn't mean you can do them. To that end, through the first of the year, you can get any of my composition master classes at 40% off. They're only $30 to start, so that's like $18. Just go to MikeVerda.com, go to the master classes. The coupon code is LevelUp2021. It's a lowercase L, LevelUp2021. It's one word. And you can get cheap classes for even cheaper. And I recommend that. Because of course I do. All right, so I was just noticing a little thing here in the comments. I don't really know what the discussion is about here. But technical mastery of any craft has got to be in service of something. You can be a great technician and not be able to connect with people. And you can have an understanding of how to connect with people and be limited by your lack of craft, technical craft. I mean, in the end, as musicians, our job is to be it all if we can, be able to understand how the average person hears our music and to have mastery of our craft enough to be able to control exactly what we present to them and how they're affected by our work. And I will tell you, to make a living as a composer, there can never actually be a question about whether your music is effective. A lot of composers look at their work as if like, geez, I hope people will like it. You can't make a living if there's any doubt about that. You have to know, okay, this is what people will like. And then you make choices about the degree to which you stretch them or push them or do whatever. But in the end, that can't be a question. And to be able to consistently and reliably connect with people requires skill, the skill we're talking about tonight. And then it's up to you how much, originality or challenge you offer clients and people who listen to your music. But at the very least, when your back's up against the wall, you got to be able to write a crowd pleaser. It's that simple. That's what we're really talking about tonight. What pleases crowds? And you'll find no matter what the crowd is, no matter what the genre is, no matter what, it's always the same stuff. Patterns, familiarity, something familiar, something new. That's what it is. All right. Let's see what we got here. We got Midnight Dream. Did he actually hit the third? So it's just a thing. I mean, It's a thing to just orchestrationally separate your chords from your melody, right? There's a logic sense. So when we're even sending up an idea, whoops. Remember that your strongest voices will be down here. This is a performance issue, but if you're going to have whatever that's going to be, you've got to be gentle with that because it's naturally going to overpower what's going on above it. And that's almost irrespective of what orchestrationally you're doing. Now, what's the simplest idea? So what we got there? So let's follow this. Let's follow these chords. Let's go that far. Is that progression? How does that progression trade on things that we've already heard, already know? Where is that in the lexicon? Every one of us, including especially the composer, should ask ourselves the question, where are we in terms of predictability? Where is that? Is that familiar? Is it close to something familiar? Is it like a half-remembered version of something that's familiar? That's the essence of the idea. That's what we have to look at because that's what ultimately our audience is connected to.
So the composer boxed himself into G minor. And he started in... How did that happen? This is a worthwhile question. How did he end up boxed into forced into modulating an entire whole step above where he started? Let's look at it. So what did he do? So he got himself into a 5/1 cadence, a whole step. Where did that happen? And this is for the composer. Was it intentional? How would you end up back in a situation? How would you end up back to getting to that F? I think somewhere in your progression, you boxed yourself out of a clear, you didn't even go through the pattern once and end up back at your original tonic. That seems conspicuous. We're used to that, and we're forced to go along with you. But this is where your exercise would be. What's the progression that gets you back to F? You went to E minor. You'd have to find another way to do it unless you'd done that, found your progression, and then decided to make that modulation. I am looking out for things that illustrate to me a lack of control. And if you start in F minor and within one progression find yourself in G minor, my suspicion is that that's probably not intentional. And so your exercise is, what is the actual progression that would get you to stay in your original key? So that if you're going to modulate to G minor and move the whole thing up a step, that's intentional and thus a development. Because you're not 30 seconds into the piece and you've moved off your tonal center. If I believed it was intentional, I'd say let's roll with it. But I don't think it was intentional. I think you got boxed into it. That's where your attention should be. So where does that inexorably put you? So where is your actual misstep? I will tell you the way to find your solution is to, if you're not going to take it and lift it directly from another song that you know, which is totally allowed, is to experiment with it. How do you stay in this pitch center? Probably not. Just go through your chords. Try another one. Like you said, you did E minor. Probably not. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I want you to work it out. But in the end, I want you to work that idea without being forced to modulate the G. There's a solution. And when you find it, it'll be very obvious. But that is your exercise. No matter what else happens in this piece, no matter what else, find your way into a solution which is natural, common, you've heard it a million times, and keeps you in your pitch center. That's control over this progression. And melodically, you're really just restating what's going on in the chords. This is not melodically strong. You're essentially stating the chords. But it's going to be very difficult for you to figure out what the melody is if you can't control your pitch center. This happens all the time, by the way. I used to get boxed into situations all the time in which I'd be forced to modulate to other keys, and I didn't mean to, like a fourth away or fifth away, and I didn't understand how I kept ending up there. And I used to spend a lot of time just figuring out how to stop myself from getting boxed into modulating. Suddenly I'd be in B flat. I started in G, now I'm in B flat. How did this happen? And it's very difficult to describe the ways in which you can lead yourself down a path that inexorably leads you to a modulation, but being able to fight it and being able to choose what your pitch center is crucial. You want to modulate when you want to modulate. This is vertical development. That's vertical development when you bring in the bass. Now, just as a rule, if you're programming a step entering piano, just stay away from the 100s. Stay into 2 digits. I will tell you this. If you actually play a piano, you can hit the shit out of that piano, and there's times for that where you really want the hammers to wake up. More often than not, the best sound of a piano isn't as it's not as loud as you think it is. So, if you're programming even a piano sample, just be conservative about the velocities. It's never gonna. We don't do that anyway. You bust your hands out. So. Because remember, when you record piano like any other band, you can always turn the gain up. And if you actually listen to, it's a little different now with some of the epic sound. But I remember one of the first times I worked with Sean Murphy, who's my engineer, who records my orchestral stuff, and he was John's engineer. He just gave me a piece of advice, and he just told me to back everything down by a dynamic or two. And it made it so that in the room when the orchestra was playing, it wasn't super powerful, but it recorded way better. And he taught me that this is about a recording. It's about how, and so when the instruments weren't blasting past their musical zone, They actually record better and they sound more epic. They sound louder than they are. The whole tonality changed. In the room, as the orchestra was playing, wasn't as satisfying. And I sort of like, is that really the move? And he knew. He just was like, well, that's what John does. That's all it took. Well, let's do that then. And it took me a couple of takes to realize that was the case, but it's true. So just as a programming thing, just as a production thing, just take it easy. Instruments are more musical when they're not blown out to the edge of their velocity range. But yeah. All right, let's go on. So for you, how do you stay in that melody and stay in that pitch center? When you can do that, when you practice that, work it out a bunch of ways. I don't want to tell you what it is, but I can tell you somewhere instead of E minor, it must be something else. It must be one of the other minors. There must be another one of those that gets you to stay in that F minor, so you don't have to modulate. And then when you do modulate, it's a matter of choice. Honestly, at this point, that's the most useful thing for you to be able to do. How did you get trapped into going to G, not 30 seconds into your piece? This is called elegy. the looking at some of the comments here. Oh, it's a nice mood. The mood's very clear, and your vocabulary is clear, right? You have a number of little modulations and turnarounds, and you got a few tricks under your sleeve. And so, when I hear a piece like this, the question is, why is this melody not killing me? Why is this melody not causing just tears? They're just streaming. Like, what would Jerry Goldsmith do with this with a muted trumpet? A lot of times when we're clear about the chords, you're clear about your chords and you're clear about your progressions and you're clear about your turnarounds, those alone are satisfying. You do not have a melodic or motivic statement that's connecting all this stuff in a way that draws the attention away from the chords, which is why everybody's focused on the chords, which is why they're talking about the mood. They're not talking about how infectious the melody is. And yet, with as strong a chordal statement as you're making, this melody should kill and kill and kill. So your challenge is simplify, 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 and find out what the melodic statement is that connects all of those ideas in a more powerful way. It's the harder of the two missions. Like you, I hear chordally, and I can be satisfied with the chords. I just realized that in the end, there's no transportability in your piece, and there would be none in mine were I to take the same route. And this is actually, in fact, in this exact style and in this exact idiom, this is one of the things that I like Jerry Goldsmith most for, is Chinatown, or, Chinatown comes to mind, or L.A. Story, where there are not exact but similar tonalities, and the burden is on the melody to tie it together. It's a very, very similar idiomatic language, and worth listening to hear the minimalist representation of this stuff, in which your attention stays focused on the melody. So it's a what is it? An easier burden or a harder burden? I'm not sure. I mean, you have a lot going on chordally that totally makes sense. We've talked about this all night. Like, what's the simplest version of this in terms of the chords? I think you kind of done it. I knew where you were going a couple of times. There were a couple of surprises, more or less, but it's like, yep, that makes total sense. And yet, I could sing you like 20 cues from L.A. Story. I couldn't sing you your last piece. So you're not relieved of the harder burden. And if I were you, that's what I'd be doing. What's the you got a little motivic kind of concept, but it's not the strongest one. It's not the simplest one, and it's not the one that sustains throughout all of the chord progressions. I hope do you know what I'm saying? So without changing a note of your progression, what's the muted trumpet harmonica version of it? What's the Morricone version of it that would just the tears? There would just be tears. They'd come down, because honestly, in there, you're hitting it a little hard and you're doing a little of that. If you backed off and gentled out your arpeggio stuff, you'd have a very Morricone kind of progression in there. And this could kill. It could absolutely kill. You're hitting it a little Slavic or something. That's sort of a personal take on it, but I can just tell you that the progression in there is a killer. If it's a little gentler, if it's a little less busy, and if you can really draw attention to a strong melody, I think there's something serious in that material. I mean, I know there is. And if I were you, I'd take that exact piece and work it to that until people can't listen to it. Turn it off. I can't. This one makes me cry. That's in there. You've sterilized it a little bit, somewhat in the performance and in the arpeggio. It's just a little militant. And the truth is, what you actually have going on there harmonically is pretty devastating. It's pretty great. So I personally would recommend, now that you know that your chords are what they are, that you find your melody. Let me see what people said here. It seems to have lost direction in the melody. Yeah, well, so because you were very clear about your chords, you weren't as clear about your melody. So what you did is what we all do, which is you sort of, trade on ideas. Like they're all technically part of the chords. I know that's exactly the program, but it's the idea is that you're not super burdened by the melody. It's like, well, they're all part of the chords, so we're getting it done. But that's not actually what locks in with people. So finding that would be in your best interest, and the exercise of it would take you out of your comfort zone, which is your chords, and force you into your melodic zone, which is not your comfort zone. So clearly where you need to go. And when you don't have, a lot of times people will use arpeggiations. And they'll use that to try to take the funk off the fact that the melody doesn't have anything going on. So you want to be wary of the ways in which you decorate your progressions to try to compensate. If your melody is strong, it can just be, it can be that simple, and it'll kill. Absolutely kill. Best melodies are like that. I'm just looking at the comments here. So, yeah. So, I have no comments on your progression. Work on your melody. And you know the rules for working on those melodies. Whatever it is. You work on it all day without the benefit of hiding inside of arpeggios and inside of other stuff in the performance. Lay it out bare. And, I've done master classes on melodies, on contrapuntal, on contrary motion, on scale motion, on using chord tones. I can tell you all of those rules, and it's worth taking the classes and going through the exercises, and you can still know all that shit, and writing a melody is fucking hard. It's hard. So, but I just recognize in this piece exactly what I struggle with, which is like, well, there's a million melodies in the chord. There's 4 chord tones, so pick your melody note. It's all in there. Most people can't. They have to have it explicitly said to them. Busy melodic turns and grace notes are dated. I generally, there's a general statement there that's true. But we would generally agree there's something dated about those turns. But I look at it, I look at dated or not, is that the leanest, sexiest, trimmest, most efficient way to capitalize on that chord. So if you're at a, my brain wants to know, was there something inherently weak about? Is there something wrong about simplifying it? My personal bias, as I was, trained very, at least at orchestrationally, very French school, which is, if it isn't absolutely necessary, don't have it, and that spills over both into melodic stuff and orchestrational stuff. So, but like I said, when you have, it's crazy to me, if you have this progression, I don't know if this is exactly it. How can this not have a kick in melody? Because that chord progression is such a given. How can that not have that? Like, if it isn't, that's just us not doing it. It's not because it's not built into that. And if that's the way in which we're going to connect with people, why are we not doing that? That's where I come down. Writing good film music is dated too. Why does that matter? I mean, look, let's not get spun out. I mean, there's a dated and there's a dated. I mean, we all have to know where we are in the world. If I start... I'm not going to make the argument about why that's totally legit and fine and good. It is. It's also dated, and we don't write like that so much. That's like, during the standby thing, I have like fucking elevator music that I wrote for this thing that's playing. It's very deliberately not a sound we hear anymore. And so there is such a thing. But I would have to agree that there's so much in structure and in development and in melodic strength that actually isn't considered dated. We just stopped doing it because people stopped being able to do it. It's not like we didn't stop doing huge, great, amazing film scores because people were like, oh, it's enough of that. That didn't happen. It's just people stopped doing it. They weren't able to do it. And so you can go back and you can listen to Star Wars, and every cue of the original Star Wars or any of the original trilogy is like a whole story into itself. There's no reason that that's not the case with the films anymore, except for the fact that the films aren't made that way, they're not structured that way, and nobody's writing that way anymore. Even John Williams, when he gets those films, isn't getting locked picture anymore, which is an essential and necessary component to writing the scores he used to write. So you take locked picture away from John Williams, he can't do the storytelling, the weaving that he used to do. He can't do it. He's writing like in a bubble, every cue's in a bubble. Well, that's not how the original scores were written. Each cue, each scene wasn't in a bubble that might change or be shut or down or have CG added to it or closed or opened. That's not how it was. This, and it was connected to this, and it was connected to this, so he could weave a story. That's how all films were done. So you can take a John Williams and you can give him a modern Star Wars film. Well, those films aren't like the original Star Wars films, so it doesn't matter whether you have John Williams on board. They're not going to be the same thing. So that is a worthy critique. All right. Girl from Ipanema. Yes, that's a classic. That is a classic. That's a great elevator tune. And in fact, I think that's the elevator tune in Ghostbusters when they're all in the thing, right? Isn't it Eat Girl from Ipanema? No. It's Blues Brothers. Isn't that the elevator tune when they're on their way up to the inspector office or whatever to turn in the $5,000 and Frank Oz is going to... No, it's Steven Spielberg who's going to write him in, and they're all in the... I'm pretty sure it's Girl from Ipanema. Blues Brothers. Somebody go and get Blues Brothers and look up this scene at the end of the film. The Blues Brothers machine. It's right there, right down there in Daley Plaza, where I grew up, Daly Plaza and the Bluesmobile collapses, and they all give it and then they get in the elevator and they go up, and they're going up to see Steven Spielberg. It's a cameo as they sign in the $5,000 for the orphanage. I'm almost 100% sure the elevator music is "Girl from Ipanema" with flutes on it. All right, so let's go on. What do we got? Arbusto? Not 100% sure that's two hands playable. Oh my God, this is 8 minutes long. I don't mean to just to say it. I'd have clicked off a long time ago. How many people are still listening? Show of hands. I was done. Let's let it run. I gotta call it. I'm sorry. Somebody said I like the originality. There's nothing original about this. I gotta tell you, this fucking universities are full of this stuff. So, a composer, if you brought me this piece, which I guess technically you did, all I would say is, right, okay, now play me write me a little ditty, a very simple ditty, 1, 6, 4, 5. Because I would normally call bullshit on the whole exercise here, by which I mean I can't tell you what to write. In fact, I know some really just insufferable, pretentious people who would pretend to like this. But all I care about and all I could do in this exercise is see if it's really what you intended. And if you can't write the simplest stuff, then the stuff here that's out here which has confounded me, I'm at your mercy. I know music pretty well, and I have no idea where I am, and I'm finding the experience thoroughly unpleasant. I can't even intellectually connect with it because I don't even understand what you're doing. And I haven't heard any tonalities. I haven't heard it before because I went to USC and we heard everything. So my judgment on this piece is brutal. God, it's mean. It's mean. I'm mean on this piece because it has nothing in it that I find redeeming. But fuck me, who cares who cares? The only question is that what do you know that? Do you know that? See, because it's your life and it's your music and it's your audience. And believe me when I tell you, there's an audience of people I would never let within 1,000,000 miles of my house who will eat this shit up all day long. And you got to find your audience. There's an audience for everything. Are you kidding? With 8 billion people on the planet, there is an audience for your music no matter what you do. I can't tell you this is good or bad. I can only tell you what I think. And my issue is, yeah, but can you do? Well, yeah, right. But can you write a pop tune? Show me that you're in control. This does not show me that you're in control. I mean, this shows me that you have a piano. You know what I mean? Like, I can't say there's I can't point to any. I can't tell people who are lay people, I'm like, look, you'd have to know. If you were a musician, you'd understand what's going on. It all makes total sense, but you just don't have the sophistication. You're just a lay person. You don't know. I can't say that. I don't know I have no idea. I have no idea. So you're either trolling this, or if you really mean this, do you mean it? And do you mean what this means? I do not have a right to tell you it's good or bad. It doesn't even mean anything. The question is, do you know it? Or is that exactly what you expected? Or are you sitting here trying to figure out what's wrong with us that we don't hear the obvious thread that's going through this piece? Are you feeling like we are obviously missing huge, clear as day thematic stuff? I don't know that. Only you know that. And actually, that's the only way that this critique is useful to you at all. It's the degree to which you intended this. Did you intend to alienate virtually everybody with what sounds like cacophonous noise? Yes, I did. You did it. I have nothing to say. I just personally don't understand what that is. So that's why I'm asking. But it's a legit question. It's not just I'm not just slamming you. Maybe this is exactly like your thing. I don't know. Now, people are saying, as obvious troll. I don't know that. I heard a lot of this shit in college, and people they weren't trolling. They meant it. And if you asked them what was behind this, you got the most annoying, pretentious answers you could ever hear in your life from people who never in their life could pay 2 electric bills in a row writing music. Nobody wanted to hear the shit they wrote, but then they ended up becoming teachers because that's how it works. So like I said, I mean, it's a legit question. I mean, this sounds like shit to me. But a lot of stuff I've heard sounds like shit to me. I know that's why I left college and why. So what's that got to do with anything? I am not the fucking judgment. I don't get to say what's good and bad. All I'm wondering is this literally what you meant? Like, you don't even have to answer. I don't know if you're on here, but you can ask. You know, I mean, there's got to be somebody going out on the fucking frontiers of it to figure out, like, somebody's making piss art, right? I mean, like, we don't really know where the limit is until somebody's like, well, have we tried just shitting on the floor? Has anybody tried shitting on the floor and seeing if that's still art? No, we haven't. Well, I'm going to do that. I'm going to shit on the floor because maybe that's still art. All right. Okay, I'm going to say not art, right? But somebody's got to do it. Maybe you're just like... I mean, maybe you're like, how are we doing? Are we still in the music land? And most people are going, I don't think so. And maybe some people, exactly your people, are like it's transcendent. And then you got to and then you sell tickets to those people. They'll come to your concerts. Fuck me. I don't matter. My opinion doesn't matter. All I'm asking is, and challenging you, is this what you set out to do? Is this effect, this alienating effect on virtually everybody, is this what you meant? And if it is, then double fuck me. I've got nothing to say. You did it. But I can't, but like I said, I don't think it's a troll because, I mean, it might be, except I literally heard a lot of music like this and the composers were standing out there, huh? And like they were expecting, and people would just be like nodding and shit, and I always felt like I was a crazy person. So I heard a lot of this stuff such that I no longer believe this is a joke. All I know is that as a composer, as trying to help you and trying to connect with people, I'm like, okay, well, if you want to know how not to connect with people, that's how you do it. I really don't want you guys to minimize, or the composer to minimize what I'm saying, because this is a legit thing. I truly and honestly mean it when I say, it doesn't matter if I like it or not. All that matters is if that's what you intended. If you could have written and written some killer melody, we'd all be singing it. Da, 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 all singing it all night, can't get it out of our head. But you're all like, fuck the establishment. I'm going to do all this stuff. That's the only thing that matters. That represents this is the Schoenberg thing. Most of the Schoenberg stuff, it sounds like this to me. But Girl Eater. Girl Eater and other pieces made it clear that was a fucking choice. That's what he wanted to do, not what he had to do. You're the only one who knows that. Anyway, so so like I said, that's for the composer. You know, I don't know. I mean, hey, everybody, listen. We got a submission. Don't forget, this was a couple of years ago. That every single person on on the show thought was a troll. It was a total spam troll. And the poor guy wrote me an email later and he's like, I was really trying. And, I'm serious. And I'm sorry you thought it was a fucking troll. And I ended up talking to the guy. I felt terrible about it because everybody crapped all over this guy. And he was literally, and it did sound like a troll. I mean, he eventually he admitted it. But I was like, look, what do you want us to say? But the guy was serious. He wasn't trying to troll. We all just completely ripped him a new asshole, and it was horrible for this guy. So I just, ever since that, I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know. Do you remember that? Do you remember somebody, there's been a couple of years, it was like this piece, and it was like, it was so bad that we were sure it was a joke, and it wasn't. It was the worst piece of the entire year by a billion miles, and it was real. And we all, I don't know, I felt terrible because we ripped it an ass. So ever since then, when this happens, I'm just like, okay, I have to say all the things. I don't matter. I hate this. I think it's shit. But if you meant it, you go, girl. That's how it is. I think it was 2019. Everybody who's been with us remembers this poor guy. I'll never forget that email. It was just like, if there was an email with, if an email could come with tears on it, it would come. It was so heart out. It was heartstrings out. It was, I'm sorry, I really tried. I was like, oh, there. I was petting him. It was terrible. Anyway, all right, let's move on. So, composer, I don't know. If you pulled it, that was, I'll find out later this was Draco. Draco wrote something and sent it in. This is called Waltz for a Mischief. A mischief. It's a noun. Mischief. It's a mischief. Not a mischievous anything, just a mischief. I like that. That's not really playable. You got crossing octaves there, pal. What do you guys think? I have very little to say. I think clearly. So, in order for the composer to pull this off, what we've been talking about all night has to be the case. He knows the straightest version of these progressions. He knows the straightest version enough in order to know which chromatic embellishments to capitalize on in order to make it feel quirky, right? If you're in this. That's not the piece, but the idea there is that when you really know, when you can really take the progression for granted, you know exactly where you can tweak it in order to make it left of center. So there's a lot of control in this piece. There's a lot of intention in this piece. None of those little turns that are a little left of center were accidents. This is exactly what this composer meant. And that's what we're looking for tonight. Right now, this piece is the most accomplished, most in control piece we've heard tonight. That's just what it is. This is, I mean, it's not a fucking competition. But this composer meant what he did, and he didn't have to do it, and he wasn't boxed into it. I didn't love everything that he did, but I liked a lot of it. But that's purely subjective. The truth is, what we're looking for tonight, this piece has in spades. This composer is in control of what he's doing, and now it's up to us to decide if we like it or not. But I'm telling you right now, there's no question this was intentional. And there's a lot of vocabulary in here, and a lot of vocabulary. I mean, a lot of vocabulary, a lot of grammar, and a lot of style. All that's left is, do you like that, what he did? But I don't think what's on the table is, did he know what he was doing? Or she. I'd say knew. Somebody said, is it clever? Maybe too clever. That's how I feel about it. Like it's forced clever. Like it's pushing to like, that's how I feel about it. But honestly, I'm not here to tell you how I feel about it. I'm here to look for whether or not we know what we're doing. And this is the most accomplished piece we've heard tonight by far. No slight to anybody else. It's just that there's the most stuff on display, the most challenging stuff on display in this piece by intention. Every one of those things where somebody said too clever, and I thought, yeah, maybe too clever, was carefully considered. He knew what the straight one was, and then he pushed it. He pushed it so much, so often that I feel that's the great way to describe it. Like it's too clever. In that it's like you don't have to milk every opportunity to show how you buck the system, but that's not an academic critique. That's a subjective critique, and fuck me. You know, minus a couple of points for this not being truly playable unless you're some sort of freak. So you're borderline being disqualified for that. But you're getting a pass because it's a good piece and you're in control of it. And I really appreciate. Like, here's something I can tell you about this composer. He can write simple stuff because you can't know exactly how to do this without knowing how to do it straight. It's everything we've talked about tonight is actually on display in this piece. It's a lot. I think you could dial this down by half and it would be even sexier. That's my personal take on it, but that's not what we're critiquing. We're critiquing whether you're in control of it, and you're in control of it. So kudos to the composer there. You know, somebody said, I would never intentionally listen to it again. Well, again, fine. Look, at least this way we're all in. Now we're purely in subjective world. I liked it. I didn't like it. I would listen to it again. I wouldn't listen to it again. Well, I think John Williams is more clever because he's subtler. Those are all subjective comments. The question is was this intentional? Is it in control? Yes, it was. And that's what we're looking for. We have nothing to say about what this guy does with his life or his music. We're just trying to make sure that what he's doing is what he intended. And there's way too much subtle stuff going on in here for this composer to not know what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. She, whatever. I don't know. I'm just looking here at some of the comments. I mean, it's, if you listen to it again, on multiple listens, there's so much stuff in there that are little turns. There's lots to listen to. So there's lots to listen to. So, but does that mean you enjoy it? I don't know. Separate issue. Let's keep the subjective stuff separate from the objective stuff. Objectively, in control, knows what he does, and meant it. We got nothing else to say. Good job. And honestly, honestly, in this day and age, I mean, like, what are we going to do? Hold ourselves up as the we're going to decide what's good and what's bad? Who are we? Don't do that. We shouldn't, any of us, do that. But the way we help each other is making sure that we have craft and skill and control. That's it. So that one has it. Best piece of the night so far. Weird as that is, it's true. Space Force March. That opening thing, I'm just listening to how you could have reinforced that better so that it was clearer. By staying on that 1 5th, you never actually, whatever it is, you're deliberately allowing your obfuscation of the tonality to ring through. And I'm a big fan of explicitly outlining that rather than leaving it completely open. That's just me. And the result is that I think a lot of what might be cool in that opening is lost on us because we didn't really feel the melodic solidity and sense of closure at the end of it. It's you were playing a melody, but I don't think we grabbed onto it, which is why I went back, because when you actually hit it inside of the main thing, I could hear it. And I didn't feel it in here. I mean, if you're going to do all the other stuff, how did you not do that? Sure. Sure. Yeah. Choices in there. And a couple of times that you decided to buck the system. That beginning, there's a, I can just tell you, there's a leaner version of this. Yeah, right there. How are you not doing that? I don't know how you're not doing that. Chord. I don't think the 11 is your chord there. There's other chords. Anyway, you meant it. You meant it. And in order to make a tune that's a sort of parody like that, you have to understand the idiom. And I love it whenever somebody has demonstrated a knowledge of the idiom. And so that's a sound, and especially... great exercise to do. And, that's not going to be the theme to the new Avengers film. And that's the funny and great part about it. And I love it whenever you're dialing into an idiom we don't do anymore. So I'd say another piece, absolutely in control of what it did. Didn't break a ton of new ground, but it demonstrated that it knew how to tread the old ground. That's not a little thing. We've heard people dancing all around that all night tonight. This was right on target. I think that 11 chord at the end is a suspect. But other than that, great. So, somebody said, can't help but smile. Yeah, this is control. That's control. And that's what we're listening for. Like, it's fun. Especially because it's we know the whole thing is a wink. We know that. And then it's fun. It's a good job. I like that one. This one is called After Dark. Yeah, somebody said crunchy. That's the way to describe what is really. There's something, I can feel it. There's something underneath this that's motivating. I can feel it. I can't put my quite put my finger on it. There's some formula that's being applied here. There's something. See, the chords. So if you're a player, you'd never play this. This is not a playable piece. It's not intuitively playable. This is not a player's piece. You can feel it. You can tell it. The chords are constructed and put here in a. They're coming from another place, a bubble, an academic bubble, a choice bubble. But you wouldn't play this, and as a result, there's things about it that are very intuitive and clumsy because it's not a player's piece. There's a thing about when you play and when you compose. The restrictions of literally having two hands actually force all kinds of very specific modulations and voice leadings and fingerings because the restrictions, biological restrictions of a human hand. And without them, you end up with something that I can only describe as academically formulated. There's something that comes from the place I'm least a fan of. If you were to look at the chords, if you look at the progressions in a bubble, if you look at them on a score, things would make sense academically, even though they make ultimately very little sense orchestrationally, because you just end up creating a lot of mud. It's like the theory of what's going on chordally and harmonically makes sense. The realization is counterintuitive and clumsy. This smacks of a piece written in a score instead of written into the score based on the performance. Yeah, the voice leading is terrible. And so there is a set of decisions being made. There's a set of decisions being made about these chords, which is academically based, and as a result, it's never going to be elegant. There's going to be justifications for a lot of turns. There's going to be justifications for what's going on. It's not going to be musical. There's a. This is hard to describe except beyond what I'm saying. That you'd never write this. You wouldn't play this. This wouldn't come from a player composer. This is created by academia. And as a result, there's some interesting things in it, and it's fine. And I think it is what it is. It certainly does. It certainly satisfies. Like if we're going to set a bunch of requirements for like what a piece should have, this and that, it has a lot of them. But it's academic and soulless. It's soulless. And it's soulless because there is no human ultimately behind it. There's intellectual processes behind it. I can guarantee it, because there's just that smacks of it doesn't have to be playable. And so there's a thing to this. We've talked about it a lot. I talked about music being stupid and lazy, and when you are looking at the physical restrictions and when you're looking at the limitations or the conveniences of playing, it actually goes a long way towards shaping your decisions in terms of your voice leading and ultimately your chords and everything else. And that's been true for all composers throughout history. When you divorce yourself from that aspect, and you no longer have to worry about that, then you're simply looking at it from an academic justification period, and things can happen which are technically justified, but not elegant and not intuitive, and ultimately not musical. So. I mean, I don't know if I'm describing this. Somebody said an AI could write this, and I would say that's true. It's got a lot of good things in it, and obviously there's a harmonic understanding of it. But it's almost like this is what happens when you don't play, and it all looks good on paper. Like, you can't argue with it, but it's not going to go on your playlist. I would actually legitimately like to know the story behind this piece, how it came to be, how you input it, what you got us to. This is just there's a thing here. I've seen it in a few pieces from other composers just over who've sent me stuff, during the course of the year, and they end up in a situation which is an orchestrational nightmare, and it's because what's going on underneath a given motif or moment is academically justified but totally unplayable and not intuitive and no fun. And in order to straighten out the lines, the whole thing falls apart. So yeah, I would like more information on this piece. I would like to know how because it screams to me of soullessly academic, which always means when people really have their academics together, it's academically unassailable. I have heard a lot of music which is academically unassailable. It's good academically. I would never want to listen to it. It's totally boring and sucks. But it's great academically. There's a whole world of that. It's mostly academics. They play it for each other all day, and it follows all the rules, and it does all the right things, and it justifies every motion, and it's got no passion in it. This feels very, like somebody said, AI. It feels like an AI wrote this piece. So I would like to know more about it. All right. It was written on a screen, not on a piano. Oh, did you know that or no? Thank God I didn't submit my 12-tone serialism piece. Well, you could have. I mean, like, again, we wouldn't have, if that's what you meant, we'd have been like, okay, we're not into that, but that's what you meant. Yeah. I have no academic critique of this sterile piece. Would be that's my. Let me know. I want to know. I actually legitimately want to know tell me about this. Where does it come? Where are you studying somewhere? What is this a result of? What is it? How come you're not playing? Why are you putting it in? What's going on? I want to know the story. I actually do. So there you go. All right, what do we got? To Skywalker, it's called. Oh no, it doesn't sound good. There's no melody here. You're out just playing chord tones. And what I would challenge you to do with this is take all of what you think is moving this piece along, take all of your motion out of it, and play the chords, write the chords down, and tell me if they make any sense leading inexorably from dissonance to consonance through any recognizable pattern. And it's worth your time. Strip this out. Somebody said lost the melody. There isn't really a melody. What is your progression? Okay, so why don't you start with that? And take out all of your motion and find your melody. Whatever it is. I remember it is. I don't know. Because that's the essence of your first idea, and you never lock into a melody. Even I didn't, because I just didn't, because melodies are hard. That's truly compelling. And everything after that is sort of like, if you don't start out strong, then the rest of it is, what are we building on? I had to get that out. Find your melody, the strongest one inside of your idea. What is that? That's an extra bar. Yeah. Hard to find a truly compelling melody in any case. Take your dancing out of it, and just play. I don't know. But there's no point in having a simple idea and that is that clear without using it as the basis to make a truly compelling statement. And you don't have that yet. So everything after this is sort of irrelevant because this is the first part, and you can't get. This is putting your the part you have to work on display. Don't be afraid of the tonic. And so when you're working on this, you can take it chord at a time. You know your first chord is D. Okay, let's not start with that. Let's try the third. Okay, let's try this, the ninth. Play just in that world. Whatever it is. Because there's a million options in that. And as you look at ideas, all of them must be internalized in your mind. Well, I could do the... You have to have an internalized sense of it. And here, you haven't found the strong one yet. And you should have at least 4 or 5 good ones on that simple idea. That's where your energy should go. So again, without being able to do that in a simple structure, then when you start going off into other chord progressions, it just becomes a big soup. And that's what happens is you start spinning off into worrying about the chords, but we're not at the chords yet. We're still at locking in a melody with the basic simple progressions you are sure of at the very beginning. All right. All right. Somebody asked what this is the Ravenscroft 275 piano VST that I'm using. I think I burned into myself too much with submitting a piece where I actually try to score a scene. But I also didn't want to write something just specifically for Unleashed. That would be easier. Well, you know, like we've said, I think a good the best piece, maybe your best piece, is one that even if it was for a scene, it still has its same musical cohesion as if it wasn't written for a scene. And thinking them as separate is a that's not in your best interest in terms of having maximal control over your music. All right. Let's take a break. Oh, wow. And let's take a 7-minute break. We'll come back, you know, do all that. And we'll go into the next piece. And the next piece is called, we still got a long way to go. The next piece is, let's see here. It's called Concert Overture for Band. All right. Let's hear that in 7 minutes. Everybody, you know, take 10 laps or whatever you do, a bunch of push-ups, get some coffee, whatever you need to do. I'm just gonna keep drinking, I think, probably. And we'll see you in 7 minutes. All right. All right, how's everybody doing? You recharged? You ready for the next round? Let's continue. And as we continue, we've heard a lot of pieces. I don't know, 50 pieces, something, I don't even know. 20. I don't really want to know. We should all be on the lookout for what's coming next. By this point in the show, certainly anybody who's been listening should be, you should be kind of ahead of me, or at least with me in terms of what I'm going to say. That's what we're hoping for, is that we could come to resonance on a set of criteria that we use when we listen to these pieces, because we're actually all subject to the same criticisms and the same perception by people. So let's go on here and let's hear this concert overture. Isn't that Williams' Olympic thing? Isn't that what it is? Anyway. That's not playable, man. This is not playable. I mean, it is, but so a piano reduction is so crucial for it to be playable. And the reason I say this is because when Williams or Goldsmith or anybody is writing, the actual orchestration, the actual physical limitations imposed on you by your hands actually answer so much about the orchestration and force you to focus on what matters. So, there's lots of stuff missing in that. There's lots of stuff missing, but all you're left with, if you're Alan Silvestri, is the stuff that matters. What it is. What it is. And so, if it's Star Trek or Star Wars or whatever, it compels you to stay focused on what matters. And when you do a simple reduction like this, it breaks all the rules of it, because you end up with something that you wouldn't play. It's like that last piece. It makes it very, very difficult to make intelligent choices or intelligent analysis about what's going on. You just wouldn't play this. Like, you'd never play this. Let's see if we can straighten this up, but There's your melody. Sorry. What does that tell you inherently about what's going on underneath it? First of all, I can tell you it's never going to sound good. People will fill in the chords if you don't get them to them. Now you've given them to it, right? But the question is, when you have a suspension, the point of a suspension is that it doesn't commit to the third. That's the idea of it. So if we look at the general mechanics of writing melodies, and you want to illustrate that you are using a suspension, that will indicate it without needing the chord. And if you don't in any way capitalize on that, like, even with the chord underneath it, your melody is inherently not self-supporting. This is a huge thing about melodies, and you make it much harder on yourself in a suspension because the suspension isn't committed to the third. So let's say you have a suspension. Right? You have huge amounts of flexibility because it's a suspension. Look at all that flexibility. Right? You have tons of flexibility because it's suspended. So there's really no excuse to have had in no way to have capitalized on that in no way. Even using the tonic would have helped you. Any combination of using those tones would have helped you. And also this, I'll just tell you, there's no instrument upon which it'll never ring properly. And so an idea for you is, okay, well, how can I straighten that out so that it's more playable and will read more? Whatever it is, let's hear what you did. Even clearing that up and straightening it up, straightening out the the connection between your melody and your underlying chords, your specifically outlined chords, would have helped. Whatever it is. So again, you've got a lot of frenetic stuff happening in your melody, and it is always best to figure out how to smooth it out, straighten it out, and simplify it so that it's more playable and connected to what's going on underneath it more clearly. You know, I mean, this musically, this makes whatever's going on might make sense on paper. It makes no sense when it's reduced to keyboard, and that's why we do it to a reduced, actually playable version, because it will force all sorts of things to happen in the voice leading and in the ranges in order to clarify the chord tones, the chord centers, and everything else. And that, I can't tell you how many ills that will solve. It solves all the ills, in fact, in orchestration and in voice leading. And so when you don't do that, you end up with this, which is something which is not only quasi unplayable, but it's also sort of precisely missing all the things that you would need in order to make this tonally make sense. It doesn't make any sense. There's an important thing to understand about writing at the keyboard, which really makes a difference, which is that quite literally, as I talk about, the voice leading and your choices in chord selection are inextricably linked. So if you're in a position where you are playing there are a million ways that could be voiced out, which would technically, academically represent that. But a million things that are happening inside the voice leading, which lead you from consonances to dissonances, which connect the audience to what's going on with the lines, would not necessarily be there and would not function. And so while technically those chords could exist, they wouldn't serve the function that they need to serve inside a composition. And you would not make the connection that you need to. And it doesn't matter how you explode that out to an orchestra or not. So when we look at this piece, like I said, at this point, so we start with the idea that melody inherently is not strong. There's an idea in there, but it is not sufficiently connected to its chords. And if you have to have the chords for it to make sense, it's not an inherently strong idea. That's just the simplest way to do it. There's times it's not true, but I'm telling you that's the best way to start. what is your, so when you start here, there's a few ways, right? This is the flexibility of a sus4. You can invert it, and they serve very different masters. You can tell by taking the bottom note and just take the sus4, build it over the B flat. Now build it over the A. Very different. Now build it over the E flat. Right, it's very different. So this is why the voicing and the actual thing on the piano makes a very an important difference, and why it's specifically tied to the range and to the voicing, because whatever your bottom note is, even if you're here, it's very different than very different than very different. And that's literally the same chord, but you have absent a bass note in most of that stuff, means that your bottom note of the chord is really determining which function it is. And if you have the fifth anywhere into the bass, then the whole thing is a cadence. The whole thing, whether you want it to be or not. So this is why the actual voicing of it is important. And we assume when you're in this root that your bass note is. But if that's the case, then you have you've made no harmonic motion forward. So if you merely, let me try to explain this better. If you've only implied the E flat, then you've created no internal motion, even though you have one in your chord, because you're still implying it's sitting on the A and the E flat. So all of this is to say, without being clear, while you're writing it and while you're putting it down, you might realize that you're not actually moving anywhere. You're not actually doing anything. It's a very different thing over and you're relying on just this one part to try to move it forward, but it's not clear what it is. I don't know if I'm doing a very good job explaining this, but you don't have any emotion here. Without something to define that in the rest of the chord. Hear how that's a very different experience than if we just sat on. Or even This is why it's important to reduce it to what really matters, because if you didn't have the other stuff and you only had it on piano, you'd find that unsatisfying without having an orienting bass tone or voice. That voicing alone, which is using your sus4 to 3, but in a different voicing, now gives you a structure and a sense of where you are in the chord. Without it, your melody is totally left out on its own. Is this making sense to anybody? So let's see here. Generally speaking, all sus4s want to resolve to sus3s. Right? But without explicitly leading us there, we don't imply it. There's a lot of stuff going on there. Keep it simple. The exercise for you, 100%, which is what I meant when I recommended that you bring this to this show, is to actually reduce this to two-handed playable piano, because it will force you to find the functions of each one of these chords and each one of these parts that matters the most. And like I said, if that's all you had, okay, that's gonna compel you to justify it or move it or revoice it. And in so doing, you'll clear up the tonalities, you'll clear up the harmonies, and you'll clear up the voice leading. What you have is and I will tell you this, if it doesn't sound right in your voicings here, it won't sound right in its orchestration. It just won't. If you look at any great orchestration, the piano reduction of it, at least what's going under the hood, always makes sense, and it's always super, super playable. It's not an accident. You can take all these voicings. You can take that directly to cellos, violas, and basses, and trombones, and even harp. You don't have to change a note and just distribute them, and it's absolutely beautiful. So it's and that's how it's done. There's very little. There's this idea, where people think you write it on piano one way, but then you explode it out to orchestra. That's almost never true. To really do it properly, you follow the orchestration of the piano reduction. There's very few times that you play it one way, but then orchestrate it in some other way. If your melody is here, you're not going to put this in horns. You're not going to do that. That's not where you played it. That's not how you voiced it. That would have been a different idea. So what you do is you actually take the cues for the orchestration from how you play it. And you look at the instruments and the ranges for a given thing and say, well, who's best in this range for this particular flavor? That's how you do that. So it's not like there's one piano version, but then, oh, well, now you got to, but of course everything's going to be doubled in octaves, and of course everything, no, it isn't. No. In fact, if you find yourself going, whatever it is, that's the most important part of that. That's going to be somebody in octaves because you played it that way, and all this stuff is probably going to happen literally with strings or harp and trombones and all that stuff. So you laser in on the stuff that matters the most simply by the way you play it. So your exercise for this, you can do it on Renbad, is take this and reduce it for actual playing piano, for player piano. And then we can look at what will work and what will not work. But I can tell you already, you have a lot of lack of support for a melody in there. And, if you make it too dense, it can trick you into thinking it's working, and it's really not. That's the best I can say for you on that. I don't see a lot of comments during that, so I'm not sure anything I said made sense to people, but let's move on. Rabbit Revolution. Why break the pattern? Why break the pattern? Why have the extra why? Because you needed to think about it? We didn't. We were with you. Start again. Rabbit Revolution. Everybody in the universe. What's next? Something like that? What's the simplest version of this idea? What are all the permutations of this idea that people are going to be expecting you to do? You must know so that you know to the degree to which you are going to play into it or not. You have to know. Doesn't matter what you choose, it matters that you choose. Is that the chord? So is that on purpose? Let me go back a little bit. So you're looking at your chords. You have to lead people. Is that how you're going to lead them to it? With an F clear tonal center, because that's not how you started. Yeah, you're a little tortured here. You got to figure out how you're going to end this line. Because I lose you around the end of this pattern. What is that? It's like you're begging for or something. That's vertical development for what it's worth. Okay. So what I would challenge you to do is break these chords down just without the motion and into bars of 4 and see if it actually lays out rhythmically in 2s and 4s like people expect, and if it follows a harmonic pattern that actually makes sense. And I think you're going to find that you have sections without the treading water of this stuff. Without that, I think without that, you'll find that you're not actually inexorably leading people from point A to point B past a certain point. When you start, that's not quite what you're doing. You got to work it out. I think right now you'll find that your chord progression gets random much past your initial chromatic descent. That's because it does. Sure, we got you. Yes. What chord is that? What chord is that? Is that actually a C implied? See what I'm saying? What is it exactly? Is that actually... Because that, if that's an E minor, then that's going to actually set you up for a B flat. If it's a C, then that sets you up for the E flat. It's different, and you haven't specifically set what it is. It's a B flat you'd be going to if it was an E minor. If it's a C, now the E flat makes sense. So you're dancing between these two worlds because you haven't expressly said it. And this is why I'm recommending you breaking out the chords to figure out which one it is. because you're leaving out an important chord tone and it's making it muddled. Like if you want to do the work to think that was a C, then your E flat makes sense. But if your brain hears this as an E minor, then it's a B flat, which would be the natural and familiar next step. Do you see why this is the case? All right. Drinking water. Boo. This is so. Did you get that? What I was talking about? Or whatever it is. Very different if it's a C. Very different if it's a C. And I think that you would have the answer to that more clearly if you broke those down into chords. What are clearly the chords? Or what is the simplest, most reduced version of the idea without your... Because in the end, you have a situation there where you've obfuscated what the actual chord is. I didn't know. Was that... What is that? Is that... Or is it... Which one is it? You never expressly said, but it answers harmonically which one's next. Or... Very different, very different, very different. Can I elaborate a little on this setup for comments? What? Explain what you mean. What I'm saying is that every harmonically, things set you up for something else. A 5/7 sets you up for a 1. It does. No matter what kind of 5 it is. And all dissonances lead to a consonance to one degree or another. You know, that 5/7 sets you up to the third of the 1. And so when we're talking about what we're setting something up for, if you look at a progression, if that chord is a C over E, it sets you up for an E flat chord. That's the natural extension of that line. But if in that exact line, if this instead of being a C is an E minor, it actually sets you up for a B flat, not an A flat or E flat. It's one note difference changes where it leads you. So the difference between that E minor and a C changes the harmonic expectation of what's next. And so if you set somebody up and they're set up, they're anticipating, but what you do, it's like a halfway house. Like you're like, right, but no. Like, yeah, but that's something about that's not quite right. How do you know that? And now that I've played it, you can totally hear it. Again. Totally different. Versus you have the impression of it, but if you have the E, yes, somehow that's more natural. And you can feel it. There's a lot of reasons harmonically why this is the case. But when you're learning progressions, being tripped up by that kind of thing happens all the time. And it's also how you end up getting boxed into cadences that move you into keys you don't want to be in. Why? There's a lot of reasons. I'm going to give you a reason, the least theoretical reason I can. And it's the least, it is a course, but the least technical reason I can give you is based on mirroring. Let's just look at what we have. We have a G, right? Let's say that's a 1, going to a 5, which is a D. Built over its third, right? So that's an inversion. So what you're sampling is going, we're just building it over the third, but for 1. Now let's take the whole thing down a step. Right? Well, if we were to go another step, if we were to follow the pattern, that clear next chord would be an E flat. So without actually going to the 5, if we were following it, if we're going down the third, here's your 1, here's your 5 over a 3, over the F sharp. Now we take it a step down. And now the 5 over its 3, and now another step. You could keep going. That's the actual continuation of the pattern. But if you break that pattern, here's your 1, here's your 5, here's your 1. That's not your 5 anymore. Now it's a 7. It's a minor. And so you've broken the pattern. And with that setup, it leads you to a B flat. There's a lot of reasons why, but the shortest explanation is because you broke a pattern. You started a pattern. And which one you choose determines how natural the next motion is. Does that make a little bit more sense? And you'll find this a lot. I mean, that is a sort of frustrating little thing if you look at it. Is it that sensitive? It's that sensitive sometimes. Absolutely. You've changed the function of something where you've broken a pattern and you didn't even realize you broke the pattern. Maybe you weren't aware of the pattern. But that's a huge pattern. So that simple difference between this C and a B changes the relationship inside that line and thus where it goes. And so in your mind, as you're working on it, you might be like, yeah, that's kind of right, not realizing that is actually going to be the right one because you weren't aware of the pattern you'd created. If you break it down into chords like that and you break it down into something simpler, it's easier to see. But that's the actual reason. Now it's super easy. That makes total sense. And that's all we're talking about. So he's pushing himself either when you don't have it clearly being the E or the C, because all you have are those two notes. That's all he's left with. The most important note is missing. Is it that one or is it that one? We don't know. We don't know. We're implying it, and it radically changes where we go. If it's C, we're going here. If it's B, we're going here in order to make it feel natural. If that's a implied C, but if it's an implied B, changes everything. And that's the kind of thing that your audience and you too will subconsciously pick up on and be aware of. Somebody said, it's interesting and something I don't fully grasp. The natural direction is either a tritone part or a minor. Yes. And I do not want to, do not get bogged down in the, this is a place where it's very dangerous to get bogged down in the theory of the why. It is important. You don't become a better speaker, a better communicator by studying more grammar. You do not become a better or more articulate, orator by improving your grammatical structure. It comes from a different place. It's exactly the same with music. Theory and the study of theory is a great way to talk about music and to identify terms so that we can have a conversation about music. But the idea that theory will lead you to an understanding of these internal movements and relationships is not only a misnomer, it'll lead you down a path of academic justification and at the expense of your connection. There's a more intuitive way to understand how this stuff goes. And some of it is simply to be faced with it and faced with the harmonic fact of it. In other words, it's easier to see when you're looking at it than to understand it in theory. You can understand it in the theory and it doesn't build your internal ear. When I'm listening to that piece, my ear knows what the problem is because it's been trained to do it. And I could tell you theoretically why one works and one doesn't, but that wouldn't actually teach you anything. You would not go out with that knowledge and be able to use it. What's more important is to see it happening at this moment and realize that at any moment you might be tricking yourself with a simple chord tone into a modulation that you don't want to be in, into a chord you don't want to be locked into a box you might not like the way out of. And the best way to learn that is to break these things down to their simplest components. If instead of having literally just that on the keyboard, if somebody said to you, as I said to him, okay, what are the actual chords? Put the bass notes on it. What do we got there? He'd have hit this in a second. He'd have gone, well, actually, I don't know. You know what? I don't know which one it is. And at that moment would have had more of an understanding about its function. I don't know that it would have led him to, the next one is supposed to be a tritone, but something would have triggered something like somewhere. You start to build a sense for that. There's no other way than doing it. But I drew all this attention to this moment because it was perfectly illustrative of this concept. That without explicitly spelling out the chords underneath it, not only do we confuse the listener and make it hard for the melody to, but in some cases we might actually be obfuscating our own internal motion. So he pushed toward an E flat, but never actually justified it.